Arc 9, Chapter 3. To each their mourning of you. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruce F. Doe, Archbishop Kiln, proofread by Archbishop #750, Archbishop Eliman 7 Grimks, Japanese to English, checking by Anan Vinike Rejasu, Art Sources Pabobingu. And so, my little sister will become His Excellency the Emperor Kun's wife. Certainly, the goal that we siblings have been striving towards has drawn near. Goal, that, you mentioned it before, revenge, was it? That's right. Revenge against the world. He clapped his hands together, and towards the gentle man with blonde hair and glimmering eyes, towards Flop O'Connell's answer, who stood opposite the Shadrakian woman, Tarita's eyes opened wide. Rather than the answer itself, she was seemingly surprised by the vigor of his response, but her lips soon curled into a smile. Revenge, it was a dangerous thing to hear and to laugh about. As expected of the Valatian Empire's pride, a woman of the people of Shadrach, one could say. It was Flop who dyed the mood of this brave woman, which was quite the feat. Looking at the two people below and their exchange within the passageway of the fortress, Ram rested her chin on a banister as she appraised Flop and Tarita. It was a scene that she had come across by happenstance, but it was an interesting twist of fate to witness. Since joining forces at the Battle of the Imperial Capital, Ram held a favorable impression of the Shadrach. In general, the only people in the Valatian Empire that Ram found it regrettable to part from were these women and Serena, who was in a complicated position due to her relationship with Roswal. Later, she would also like to show her gratitude to Rem's friend Katia. Ram, what are you doing here? Ram, Ara Meiselder, simply watching your sister's love affairs from afar. Meiselder, ho, that's a nice hobby, let me see. With that, the strong-eyed Meiselder saddled up next to Ram and leaned on the railing. Being Tarita's actual older sister, she watched below, squinting as she spoke with Flop. A slight glint of anxiety could be seen in her profile, causing Ram's light crimson eyes to also narrow. Ram, this isn't like you. Are you worried about your sister? Meiselder, don't say that it's not like me. Firstly, how long have you and I known each other? Only a few days. Ram, time is needed for Ram and you. Meiselder, ha ha ha, you're right. At Ram's question, the corners of Meiselder's mouth loosened, opening with laughter. Laughing, Meiselder slowly began to shake her head. Meiselder, the word worried feels weak, so let's say concerned. Ram, yes, but of course, you are the elder sister of Tarita. Ram, too, is always worried about Rem. If it had to be said like you would, there's always concern for Rem, Meiselder. But there's no question that Subaru's a good man, although his eyes are unfortunate. Ram, in regards to that, you and Ram will have to agree to disagree. Ram's voice dropped a little, and hearing this, Meiselder smiled. Looking sideways at this smile, Ram said, well then, as she once again lowered her gaze to the scene below. Ram, you doubt the humanity of that gentleman. Meiselder, no, Flop is also a good man. His looks are slightly too soft, but he's a sight for sore eyes. Surely Tarita, too, knows this. Her answer was both about his nature as a person and his looks, her phrasing subtly losing sight of the matter. In any case, it seemed like Ram could understand Meiselder's troubles, and it was not something that Ram could talk on as an outsider. Even if she was a blood sister, she would not be able to dictate what to do to the others involved. It was quite a situation, as if the younger sister did not know her older sister's heart. Ram, more and more, there is much to like about you, Meiselder. Meiselder, is that so? If you were a man, I think I would have made you my husband. As older sisters, both of them had much to say about their younger sisters' love lives. And so, they sat next to each other, both physically and emotionally, Ram and Meiselder, looking down at the continued exchange between Flop and Tarita. Flop, listen, Miss Tarita. I may have said this before, but I'll dare to say it again. Flop held his hand out towards the sky, and as if to grasp those distant white clouds, or even the incessant falling rays of the sun, he opened and closed his hand. Flop, if you have a goal, a dream, and you talk big about achieving it, you gotta seize the opportunities that come your way without hesitation. This unexpected connection with His Excellency the Emperor was exactly the kind of chance worth risking one's life for. Tarita, so, regarding that marriage between His Excellency the Emperor and Medium, is Medium really okay with it? Flop, of course, is what I would like to say. However, as you can imagine, there was quite a heated argument when it came to the marriage. I would say it was the biggest argument my sister and I have ever had. But Tarita. But flop. If I prioritized revenge on the world over the happiness of my immediate family, I'd really have my priorities all wrong. Which is why I didn't make a proposal that Medium would earnestly reject. Tarita. As Flop's expression gently softened, Tarita lowered her almond-shaped eyes. The much-talked-about marriage between Vincent Valacia and Medium O'Connell, proposed by Flop and accepted by the Emperor, was a well-known fact among the parties concerned. If anything, rumors had spread widely even among the common people. Spreading the news about Vincent taking an Empress consort had most likely been Bastet's or Serena's strategy. Despite the lingering afterglow of victory over the great disaster, reports of misfortunes continued to pour in from all over the empire. Now more than ever, people needed hope. A celebratory event, one that concerned all the citizens of the empire, would be ideal for that. Ram, a shrewd man in a shrewd country. Just how much Flop had taken into consideration at the time of his proposal, Ram could not tell. However, since he had made the decisive move at the right moment, he must have calculated some ways ahead. And this was true for Vincent, who had accepted, and for the senior officials, who had agreed after the fact. The saving grace, as Flop said, was that Medium, who had been used as a political pawn, did not hate Vincent. Considering all that, Flop's proposal had been a cunning one. It would serve as a good example for a certain internal affairs minister who hid behind a facade of villainy, trying to fool himself as if applying a bitter medicine. As Ram watched the exchange, glancing at the profile beside her, Ram, speaking of which, do you have any feelings for Emperor Vincent? Miselda, that's a foolish question, Ram. Abel's good looks go without saying. But as per the people of Shudrak's customs, it's our tradition to bring the groom back to the forest. Since I can't bring Abel back, he's nothing more than eye candy to me. Ram, I see, Miselda. No, that's not right. Abel is both eye candy and a comrade in arms to me. Ram, I see. Ram nodded quietly to Miselda, who crossed her arms and declared so. With all doubts cleared, the two spectators refocused on the conversation between the two below. Both were frustrated, and Flop assured Tarita that he was not forcing Medium to do anything. Tarita kept her eyes downcast and remarked, Flop, you're amazing, Tarita. You're able to consider both your goals and the people around you and take action accordingly. When you need to make a decision, you don't hesitate. Truly, you're admirable. Flop, that's a very funny thing to say, Miss Tarita. Tarita, huh, did I say something funny? Flop, yes, you did. Because the reason I could muster up the courage to make such decisions was that I followed your example, Miss Tarita. Tarita was blindsided by Flop, who pointed a finger at her with a snap. So shocked she was, to the point of all thought arresting. As proof of that, she reflexively twisted Flop's outstretched finger and pinned him against the wall. Flop, ouch, ouch, ouch. Tarita, I'm sorry. I was so startled that I just reacted reflexively. Flop, no, no, no. It was my fault for being careless. As expected, a Shudrak chieftain has a different level of training. I need to learn more from you, not just your mindset. Tarita, mindset. Flop, yes, mindset. That's what I admire most about you. Waving his twisted arm, Flop smiled at Tarita. However, she looked bewildered, not understanding what he was smiling about. Flop, seeing her reaction, gave her a wry, endearing smile. Flop, when something bad happened to Miss Miselda's leg, you unexpectedly had to take over as chieftain. You must have been worried. I'm sure it was painful. But you made your decision and took on the challenge with determination. Seeing you like that taught me the importance of not shying away from important decisions. Tarita, Flop. So I wanted to give you my thanks. That's one of the two reasons I called you here. As for the second reason, Flop held up one finger on his left hand, then another on his right. Tarita's eyes widened at his words, haltingly muttering the second reason. At Tarita's murmur, Flop theatrically lowered both of his hands which had their fingers raised. Flop, today won't come ever again. Tomorrow isn't guaranteed. This war made me realize once again what I thought I already knew. I'm grateful to the kind person who brought that flame into these eyes, to the kind person who made this moment possible. And Tarita, Flop, Miss Tarita, I like your way of being and thinking very much. To put it more plainly, I would love to be with you. So how about becoming Tarita O'Connell? Tarita. Flop. Never let a chance go by to get what you want. I'll fully put into practice everything I've learned from you. Smiling and winking, Flop's words were unmistakably a marriage proposal. For Tarita, it must have been as shocking as the sky falling. Yet, at the same time, it was probably as joyful as flowers blooming on the ground. As a woman herself, Ram felt the need to applaud the blessing that had been bestowed upon her. However, Tarita. But I am, Ram's light crimson eyes narrowed at the sight of Tarita's anguished expression. The root of Tarita's reaction had, oddly enough, become clear during her earlier conversation with Medium. As per Shadrakian custom, the groom must be taken back to the forest village. However, as the brother of the future Empress Consort, Medium, Flop would likely have many more responsibilities and tasks to fulfill in the imperial capital. To give them all up and leave Medium at the imperial capital, that would be truly irresponsible. Tarita could see this too, so her hesitation crushed her joy. It had been her succession to the position of Shadrakian chieftain that gave Flop the courage to propose. It had been the spark that brought their hearts together, but it had also become the obstacle that prevented them from being together. Tarita tried to confront this absurdity with a strong, strong sense of responsibility, but then... Maiselda, don't hesitate, Tarita. Tarita. Ah, sister. Frozen in shock, Tarita's eyes widened at the sudden voice that came like a surprise attack. Until then, she had not noticed that Ram and Maiselda were on the walkway above them. She exchanged glances with her sister, who was gripping the banister tightly. Seeing her sister's behavior, Maiselda let out a small sigh, then swung up her right leg, which from the knee down was a wooden prosthetic, and slammed it onto the banister. And then Maiselda, a chieftain who has to choose between her duties and a man isn't fit to be chieftain. In all the battles I've fought, I've learned how to fight on one leg. If you're in such a sorry state, you should give up the position of chieftain, Tarita. Wah, W. Wait a second, sister, that S, Maiselda. No way, I won't wait. The Shudrak have no need for a pathetic-looking sister like you. Saying this firmly, Maiselda took her leg down from the banister and turned her back. Walking heavily, the differing sounds between her left and right steps were heard as she departed along the walkway. Ram sighed as she watched Maiselda's back as she left. Ram, is that your way of encouraging her as her big sister? Maiselda, she's not the kind of woman who'd understand unless I told her. Ram, soon you will find yourself in the same position. Ram, disgusting. To the statement she did not want to hear, Ram replied with a grimace. And so, thinking it would be rude of her to stay behind, Ram was about to follow Maiselda when, Flop, Miss Maiselda, I'm deeply grateful. Is there anything I can do to repay you? In place of the stunned Tarita, Flop called out to Maiselda, who had just made a big decision. Without turning around or stopping, Maiselda waved her hand. Maiselda, it has been decided. A strong, robust man with a handsome face will be sent as an envoy to the Shudrak village. This way, the covenant between the imperial capital and our people will be maintained. Flop. Ha. I understand, Miss Maiselda. No, sister-in-law Khan. A resolution was reached between Maiselda and Flop without first consulting the parties involved. Ram also understood that the ignored party would make a decision soon. Tarita, HK. That was because Ram, who was trailing behind Maiselda, could clearly hear Tarita's footsteps hit the ground as she ran towards Flop. Ram, are you sure it is okay to on your own decide on returning to being the chieftain? Maiselda. Ha, if there's something one disagrees with, all they have to do is take it away from me. But Maiselda cut off her words and turned her piercing gaze straight ahead. Following her gaze, Ram realized the reason why. At the end of the corridor, two women from the Shudrak were waving their hands, Kuna and Holly. They greeted Maiselda, and then with a wave of their hands, pointing down the corridor with their chins, Kuna. How is it going? Has Tarita finally started behaving? Maiselda. Yes, my younger sister is a handful. Holly. But well, there's nothing to be done about it. After all, she's the chieftain's sister. Kuna. Well, until we all talk about it, the chieftain is Tarita. Well, it doesn't really matter. I also have no objection to Maiselda returning as chieftain. I think the others would probably agree too. When Kuna and Holly each gave a knowing smile, Ram got a glimpse of the love between Tarita and her people. With that understanding, Ram clasped her arms around her elbows and though unexpected, Ram's peeping efforts were well worth it. Holly, just hearing that makes it sound pretty bad. Kuna, without the chieftain here, it would have left a terrible impression, wouldn't it? What an absurd thing to say. Harley and Kuna launched a volley of criticism at Ram's words. Ram shrugged her shoulders as Miselda, who was right by her side, softened her gaze slightly and looked up at the sky with gentle eyes. While gazing up at the clear blue sky, so clear it was almost revolting, Miselda, her soul sister, ever since Merieli died, Tarita has been depressed. You guys probably understand how much that hurts, right? Harley, yes. Kuna, I guess. Miselda, the time has come for that to change. I consider it a blessing that Tarita has earned this victory. Those were words that Ram did not understand, reserved for the three Shadrakians. It might have been a relationship unrelated by blood, but that Kuna and Holly's relationship also fell into that category, could be presumed. Given the strong bond between these two, it was not difficult to imagine how significant the bond that Tarita was said to have lost. Besides, Ram also knew very well that the things one lost could never be replaced. Ram, the Empire had been victorious, but in exchange so much had been lost. Even close to Ram, the wounds suffered by Rem, Emilia, and Subaru were significant. However, simply staying by their side and continuing to talk to them was not a guaranteed cure for such wounds. Such an undeniable notion could only be cruel and unjust. Miselda, to the vow of our forebearers and the pride of their ancestral spirits, gratitude. Kuna and Harley, gratitude. To Tarita, who had found the only method to overcome these circumstances, Miselda, Kuna, and Holly gave their blessings in the way of the Shadrakian people. Following the girl's example, Ram closed her eyes and joined in the prayer. And then she thought that there was no means of saving the hearts of all those who mourned the lost. Such absurdity. Ram, gratitude. So she declared her own vow and pride, one different from that of the Shadrakians. The wheels of the wheelchair turned with a rattling sound. It was a sound they had grown accustomed to, but there were occasional clunking noises mixed in, caused by remnants of the mayhem, fragments of crumbled debris and cracks in the corridor that had yet to be fully repaired. Feeling uneasy about letting Katia go to such places alone, Rem had taken it upon herself to push her wheelchair. Katia. So, it seems that his work protecting His Excellency the Emperor was highly appreciated. He said that as an independent general, he will be given the role of protecting the Emperor at his side. Rem, is that so? That brother of yours, Katia. You look like you've got something to say. No, never mind. You don't have to say it. What you're thinking, I'm probably thinking the same thing. Without turning around, Katia grasped her own pigtail hanging over her shoulder, her voice trembling as she spoke. Rem had not said much, but Katia's guess was probably correct. Thus, she decided to keep her thoughts about Jamal to herself, as requested. Whatever the case, Katia had sent off her blood brother despite her anxieties. His safe return must have been a great relief, even to the stubborn Katia. Indeed, having him return safely was what mattered most. Rem, Priscilla-san. Suddenly, as her mind was left wandering, Rem was struck by a wave of sentiment that tightened around her chest, causing her to utter those words. As Rem cast her pale blue eyes downward, her mind was filled with the image of a beautiful woman wrapped in vivid red flames, the Sun Princess, who had kept Rem by her side for only a brief period of time. Priscilla, with her unwavering presence, radiated the heat she wore and incinerated everything, drawing the curtain on herself with a grace that was unmistakably her own while keeping others at bay. The words exchanged in what she did not expect to be their final conversation were ones she could never forget. However, Rem, you said I have a heart of diamond, but I don't understand. After seeing each other for the first time in days, during what would also turn out to be their final conversation, Priscilla had praised Rem for who she was now. Rem, too, had been able to take it in stride at that time. But now she was no longer sure, because Priscilla was gone. Katia, hey, Rem, is it all right for you to stay with me? Rem, eh? Suddenly, Rem was startled as the movement of the wheelchair she was pushing came to a halt. Looking down, she saw that Katia had grabbed the wheels, forcibly stopping its movement. Doing such a thing must have hurt Katia's slender hands. Rem, Katie, Katia, it's fine. Right now, my hands don't matter. Rather, what matters is you. Rem, me. Katia, even if you're not here with me, you'd still have your sister, people who know who you were before, and even that noisy guy, Rem. You mustn't. Staring at Rem, Katia's words grew gradually faster until she fell silent with an hum. Rem interrupted her and shook her head, grateful for the thoughtfulness. Certainly, the presence of Ram, as well as Frederica and Petra, would be a source of support for Rem, but not even they could fill the void left by Priscilla's absence. The days and moments Rem had spent with Priscilla were never known to them. And as for the last person Katia mentioned, Subaru Rem, I don't want to rely on that person now. Katia, you mean he's unreliable? Rem, no, I don't want to rely on him. I don't like it. To be just another one of his many goals. Katia, Rem's response surprised even herself as she spoke over Katia's question. Katia's eyes, too, widened at Rem's answer, which was understandable. Even Rem herself had not fully grasped her own feelings until she had spoken them aloud. Once she did, they became clear to her. Rem, it seems like you only see my shortcomings, Katia-san. Katia, I don't think that's the case. And if we're talking about shame, I have my fair share too. Actually, don't make me think about that, and don't remind me. Just thinking about the trouble I cause others by merely being alive makes me want to suffer. Considering Rem's feelings, she likely refrained from saying, want to die. At Katia's imperfect yet considerate compassion, Rem's lips curled slightly. She felt supported by Katia's mere presence, as Katia would say things like that without being overly concerned or excessively comforting. That was precisely why she had asked if Rem could stay with her. Rem, being by your side is calming, Katia-san. You always screech loudly and catch my attention right away. Katia, is that a compliment? Are you trying to compliment me? If so, you have no talent for praising others, you know. Rem, intending to express her sincere gratitude, was a bit taken aback by Katia's glare. And just like that, Rem and Katia found themselves walking through the fortress. Hearing someone say, "Oh, Tilda," Rem looked up. There she saw a young man with grey hair, smiling broadly and waving at them. Rem was clueless as to who this person was, but Katia let out an ah of recognition. Rem, do you know him? Katia, I wouldn't say that, but I know he's a slacker. Rem, a slacker. Young man. Why, Tilda, wait, that's not a very nice way to remember me. Well, at that point in time, it wasn't entirely inaccurate, though, was it? The young man, not particularly hurried, leisurely corrected Katia's impression of him. As he approached, Rem tightened her grip on the handles of the wheelchair, wary of him. Upon seeing Rem's reaction, the young man raised his hands and stopped in his tracks. Young man, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who would harm anyone. I'm just a pathetic man who's lost his only talent and is now slinking away in low Tilda spirits. Katia, slinking away in low spirits. Where are you going? Slacking off again. At a time when everyone is struggling and supporting each other in every way possible. Young man, I told Tilda you that's not the case. Thu, Tilda, I do agree with you about the current situation. With a wry smile, the young man looked behind him at the fortified city that was still in the early stages of reconstruction and spread his thin arms wide to either side. Young man, up until now, I've had my sights set too high. From now on, I plan to keep my feet firmly on the ground and live my life by focusing Tilda on what's right in front of me. Katia, I don't get it. What kind of declaration is that? Young man, it's me being respectful, miss. I wasn't Suyo Tilda if I get the chance to meet with you, but perhaps it's a final, stylish gesture from the stars. Katia did not drop her puzzled expression at the young man's vague expressions. On the other hand, while Rem remained cautious, it was clear that this young man had no malice or hostility toward Katia. On the contrary, just as he had said, there seemed to be a genuine sense of respect toward Katia. It was unclear if this had anything to do with Katia calling him a slacker, though. Young man, miss, you've saved the Valetian Empire. The brightness of the rising sun and the activities of the people you see from here are all things you snatched from my commandment. Katia, are you making fun of me? Young man, no, Tilda, it's really not that at all. I've been doing many things according to my commandment, but nothing His Excellency the Emperor or General First Class Keisha did ever surprise me. What I mean, Tilda, is that you're the only one who did. Katia, I really don't get what you mean. It just feels like you're holding a grudge because I called you out for slacking off. But as the young man gave a wry smile in response to Katia's answer, she paused. Then she mumbled a bit, pointed at Rem behind her, and continued, Katia. The reason I was there was because I was dragged along by Rem, and besides, it was at the Prime Minister's mansion that I met this girl in the first place, and then tarred. Tilda, anyway. Katia, who had been pointing at Rem, now pointed sharply at the young man. Then, Katia, I don't get all big-headed when I get compliments, regardless of whether I understand the logic or reasoning behind them or not. In the first place, saying a woman with bad legs is amazing or special is very much questionable. I can't do anything on my own. Everything, it's all thanks to other people. Rem, K. Katia-sen, isn't that a bit much? Katia, huh? I'm still having you push my wheelchair right now, aren't I? If the wheels get stuck in a hole in the floor even once, I'd end up a pile of bones right there and then. Rem was overwhelmed by Katia's loud and brazen declaration, as she recognized that this exquisite mix of self-deprecation and trust in others was what made Katia's way of thinking so appealing. Young man. Heh, ha ha, ha ha ha, Tilda. As Rem was in thought, the young man started to laugh hysterically, holding his stomach. Katia's shoulders jumped as she responded with a W, what? In a fluster, but Rem somehow understood why the young man was laughing. Sandwiched between Rem's vague understanding and Katia's lack thereof, the young man used his finger to wipe away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. Young man. Ha, Tilda, it's been so nice talking with you. If you told me that something like that could have cast aside my commandment, I wouldn't know what to say. Katia, I don't understand why you're so satisfied on your own, young man. I'm sorry, but Tilda, you'll have to ask someone else to help you with that. This is goodbye. Rem, where will you be going? Rem could not help but ask the young man who had shouldered the small bundle at his feet. Even though she did not know his name, nor did she have any reason to stop him, she did not want the young man who had praised Katia to be unhappy. In response to Rem's question, the young man pointed towards Mount Gildray, where the fortress stood. Young man, for now, I'm leaving the Empire. We'll Tilda then, take care. Neither Rem nor Katia could find the words to stop the young man who had answered only that and turned his back to walk away. They could only wish him good fortune as he cheerfully began his journey. The reason he could walk so confidently with his back straight was thanks to Rem, Katia, and many other people, but most of all, it was thanks to her for paving the way for the future with her dazzling way of life. Rem, it's all thanks to other people. Katia, W, what's the matter? Do you have a problem with something? I know I probably went a little over the top with what I said. Rem, no. I thought it was very good and very much like you, Katia-san. I don't want to make the mistake of thinking that I can stand all on my own either. In response to Katia's intermittent glances, Rem rubbed her legs. As she watched this gesture, Katia, with downcast eyes, Katia, at some point you started walking normally again. Rem, it seems to be because the mana that should have been flowing through my body wasn't doing so properly. It might also be effective on your legs, Katia-san. Katia, I'll be fine. My brother or someone else will push my wheelchair for me. Besides, Katia, you'll still be the one pushing me for a little while longer, won't you? Rem's eyes widened slightly when Katia timidly said this, but then she softened her gaze and nodded with a gentle yes. Both Rem and Katia knew well that, for a little while longer, would not be very long at all, and their exchange was built upon that understanding. She was sure that her separation from Katia would come soon, when Rem would have to return to the place she hailed from with Subaru, Ram, and the others who had come to retrieve her. It would be a painful experience. But parting ways with Katia and the people of this land was a parting that left hope for a reunion. Teaching her the pain and bitterness of farewells that were not of that kind, it was her last act of consideration. Or was it maliciousness, Priscilla-san? Priscilla, Rem, follow thy own heart. For although your heart may ripple, those ripples shall never be unseemly. As Rem muttered to herself, the last words Priscilla had spoken to her flashed through her mind. The ripples of her heart likely referred to the weakness within Rem that would always, and forever, rise to the surface like bubbles, trying to disturb her peace. But still, she did not want to be the kind of person who desperately wished to reject and distance herself from them. Because Priscilla, the woman who illuminated Rem's life like a flame for a short while, who never mistook the truth, had said that Rem's ripples were not unseemly. So please, forgive this heart for rippling at the reality of your disappearance, until the day those ripples subside, and I can remember you without tears. Arc 9, Chapter 4, Dunderhead. Human translated by. Archbishop Machine translated by. Archbishop proofread by. Archbishop #750 Archbishop Elimin 7 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by. Vinicay and art sauces, pabo bingo. Madeline. Upon finding Madeline Eschart walking brazenly through the fortress, Emilia called out her name as her eyes widened in surprise. Then halting her gait upon hearing that call, the young girl turned her head of black horns and contorted her lovely face as if she had eaten something bitter. At that reaction, as Emilia gestured with her hand to show that there was nobody else around them, Emilia, you don't need to make such a face. After all, I'm the only one here. Madeline, that isn't friggin' encouraging or anything. This dragon is making this friggin' face because it's you. Emilia, is that so? But why? Madeline, did you friggin' forget that you're the one who made it snow a ton and fought a bunch against this dragon and Mesorea? How the frig could I be left with a good impression? As her golden irises sharpened, Madeline raised her voice. As Madeline snapped at her like that, Emilia nodded with an "I see" as she reflected on their relationship. Indeed, across both the fortress city and the decisive battle for the imperial capital, Emilia had clashed against Madeline twice. They were both present in the imperial capital during the battle against the great disaster, but they did not meet again there. Come to think of it, this was the first time they were exchanging words in a calm manner like this. Emilia, then the last time I saw you, Madeline, was when I froze you into a block of solid ice. Madeline, so it really was you after friggin' all. I couldn't move my body in the slightest. It was so freezing cold and dangerous. You're friggin' outrageous. Emilia, sorry. I was going to unfreeze you properly afterwards, but Madeline escaped with Mesorea, so. Madeline, don't friggin' blame it on this dragon human. Madeline bore her sharp fangs and had such vigor that it seemed like she might suddenly try to bite her. Emilia was a bit surprised at her liveliness, but at the same time, she felt relief. After all, she had heard that Madeline and Mesorea had become allies of the great disaster at one point. Emilia, but you supported our side in the end, Garfield told me. Madeline, that friggin' tiger person half-beast, huh? Emilia, yes, he's my reliable ally and sort of like a little brother. He's really strong after all. Madeline. As Emilia puffed out her chest with a hum, Madeline fell silent with a complex expression. It was not as though she doubted Emilia's words. Rather, her silence held a different significance. For example, it gave off a sense of something close to frustration or embarrassment. Emilia, Madeline, you're going to continue on as a general of the Empire, right? Madeline, HK, you got a friggin' problem with that. Emilia, no, not at all, that's not what I mean. It's just, I heard that Mesorea had gone home, so I was thinking about how Madeline didn't do the same. Shifting her gaze away from Madeline as they spoke, Emilia looked to the sky outside the fortress. An exceedingly rare dragonkin, Madeline, and the cloud dragon, Mesorea Emilia did not know of the relationship between the two in detail. But if they loved each other dearly, then their relationship could be viewed as something close to that of the one between a spirit and a spiritual arts user. If that was the case, Mesorea was to Madeline as Puck was to Emilia. To make the decision to separate from such a companion could not have been an easy feat. Emilia, I've also experienced similar feelings. For me, I wasn't given the choice to go together or not. That's why I think Madeline is really brave for making her own choice. Madeline, of friggin' course. Don't friggin' lump this dragon in with you, human. Emilia, you might be right, or maybe not. You're a dragonkin, but does that make you strong enough to endure the painful feelings of parting with a precious companion? Is that how it is? Madeline, friggin' unpleasant woman. Being told so by a bitter face, Emilia clutched her chest with a soft grunt. An unpleasant woman, she had never been verbally abused with such words, so she had a fresh feeling of bitterness. Recently, she had not been referred to as a half-devil as frequently, and to begin with, it no longer hurt her feelings to be called so. Only the woman who would so boldly call Emilia a half-devil was no longer anywhere to be found. Emilia, Madeline, don't go friggin' silent all of a sudden. It's a friggin' disrespect before this dragon, you know. Emilia, MHM, yeah, I'm sorry for making you feel lonely. Madeline, tilde. With her indulgence in reveries being halted, Emilia apologized, to which Madeline's face went red. With her face reddened, she tried to say something for a moment, and after taking a deep breath, she stared straight at Emilia, and then Madeline. Talking with humans is friggin' exhausting, but that's especially friggin' true for you. Emilia, well, I think that's definitely because you're nervous about talking to me. Subaru said that before. Though it was frustrating that there was nothing she could do about it, from what Subaru had told her, it seemed that Emilia caused tension in the people she faced. Subaru was always playing it off as various reasons, such as empt, but it was probably because of the fact that she was a royal candidate or because she was a half-elf. Emilia, that's why I'm relaxing my cheeks as much as I can so that doesn't happen. Since she could not change her position as a royal candidate, her half-elf lineage, or her silver hair and amethyst eyes, which resembled the Witch of Envy, she wanted to at least keep a gentle facial expression. Trying her best with those thoughts, Emilia inquired of Madeline with a well. Then Madeline took yet another deep breath, and Madeline, when talking to you, this dragon gets the feeling that staying here might have been the wrong friggin' choice. Emilia, that's all right. We'll be leaving the Empire in a few days, so, Madeline, it doesn't, friggin' have anything to do with whether you're here or not. Being yelled at in short bursts, Emilia's eyes widened. Before her, Madeline placed her hand on her hip, and as if in return for earlier, looked towards the outside of the fortress. Madeline, this country, it's the land for which this dragon's darling, Ballarot, staked his life to protect. Emilia, indeed. At Madeline's whispered words, Emilia briefly nodded. She had heard that the undead by the name of Ballarot had done a great job. That when the sky had been enveloped in a tremendous light, he had been present amidst the clouds that blanketed the sky of the imperial capital. Emilia had been fighting Sphinx, who had turned into the spitting image of Echidna, so she had been unable to avert her attention there. Therefore, she had no clue whatsoever about what sort of person Ballarot had been. Emilia, it's really unfortunate that I couldn't say thank you to him. Madeline, don't friggin' make eyes at this dragon's darling. Emilia, make eyes. Madeline, even if he didn't receive any thanks for it, this dragon's darling friggin' accomplished his duties. Until the very end of the end, he didn't let this dragon tag along in the things he wanted to do. Hearing Madeline's fragile, somewhat lonely tone of voice, Emilia narrowed her amethyst eyes. The feelings that Madeline kept bottled up in that tiny body of hers, Emilia felt like they were ones she was familiar with. Or rather, she was indeed familiar with them. After all, Subaru would also sometimes decide things all on his own without consulting Emilia. Emilia, but that isn't because he doesn't think he can count on me or because he doesn't like me, but because he treasures me, so it's a really bad quality to have. Madeline, you, Emilia, it's a matter of being valued dearly. That makes it hard to get mad at. It's a little unfair. If one was not valued, and was instead thought of as undependable and unpleasant, they would want to try their best to improve that impression. But since Emilia was already viewed in a good light, it was challenging to want to do anything more about it. Emilia, that's why it's unfair. Really, just what are girls like us to do? Madeline, unfair. Receiving Emilia's words, Madeline cast her eyes down as if pondering something. Though she did not know Ballarot well, Emilia more or less felt that the irritation that Madeline harbored towards him was close to what she herself felt towards Subaru. Alas, even if their troubles were similar, the answer that Madeline had arrived at was something distant to Emilia. After all, Emilia, I can't stay behind in this country, the land that Priscilla protected. Staking one's life, if it were to be put that way, then Priscilla was undoubtedly one of the people who had accomplished that. Emilia's friend, whose passing still did not feel real despite several days having elapsed. Madeline. It would have been nice if their relationship could have developed enough for them to call each other friends. Priscilla had passed away before such a thing could come to fruition, so right now, Emilia just one-sidedly wanted to call her as such. However, just before fading away, she had appeared before Emilia and Anastasia as they were conversing, and they all had a pleasant chat for a short, while Emilia would look back on that with regret for a long, long time. That peaceful, gentle time they had shared, they ought to have been able to continue on with it from here on out many more times, for much more time, in much more depth. Emilia would end up dreaming of such unattainable hopes. And then, as Emilia pictured what lay beyond the faded dream, suddenly, Emilia received a tug at her arm and, unable to hold her ground in the slightest, was pulled down. As Emilia almost tumbled over, her head was gently caught by Madeline's shoulder. There was a noticeable height difference between the two, and yet Emilia's head was leaning upon Madeline's shoulder. If their positioning had been just slightly off, Emilia's head would have been pierced by one of Madeline's horns. Emilia, Madeline, people will get startled by these kinds of things, so you shouldn't do them all of a sudden. Emilia made such an attempt to scold Madeline. However, Madeline, don't friggin' cry. Emilia. At that comment, Emilia blinked, and then upon Madeline's shoulder where her head was leaning onto, she noticed that droplets of water were trickling down and staining it. For a moment, she did not realize what those were, but from Madeline's words, she came to an understanding. They were tears. For what and for whom those tears flowed was abundantly clear. Emilia, I had thought we could become friends. Madeline, Emilia, I ended up getting along with Anastasia-san and could also make proper conversation with Felt-chan and Crush-san, so I thought that Priscilla would surely be the most stubborn. I finally got to a point where I could chat with her, with Priscilla, so I thought that from here on even more, Madeline. Emilia, I thought that I could come to like Priscilla. I wanted to like her. As if catching up to her falling tears, her words began to well up with emotion. While she had always been bold, while she had sometimes been quite mean, while she had worn an expression that seemed to know everything for reasons Emilia did not understand, she was the owner of a truly kind heart. Priscilla, who had displayed many faces of such good and bad aspects, was a person Emilia wished to have dearer thoughts of. Spanning a long time, she had wanted to nurture such feelings. As such feelings of regret and lament spilled out of Emilia, Madeline, this dragon will Emilia, Madeline, this dragon will friggin' protect it for you. Suddenly, Madeline caressed the head of Emilia, who was shedding tears upon her shoulder, and spoke thus. At those words, Emilia was taken aback, her eyes still moist. As the sides of their faces were touching, they could not see the others' faces. Emilia's face was a teary one, but what sort of expression was Madeline making? Without her expression being seen, Madeline continued. Madeline, the Empire is the friggin' country Balleroy protected. This dragon has a friggin' reason to protect this land. The reason for your tears also lived and died for the sake of this country. Then, Emilia, then, Madeline, this dragon will friggin' protect it with them. Unlike humans, that should be no friggin' challenge whatsoever for this dragon. Emilia had come to believe that it was always crucial to look each other in the eye when having important conversations. That was the absolutely fundamental rule when having an important conversation. However, at this time, Emilia thought that it was for the best that she, with her teary face, and Madeline, who was boldly declaring those words, were in a situation where they could not see the face of the other. There were definitely valuable, important words that could not be said if one was looking into another's face. There were definitely words that could only be conveyed because one was not looking into the recipient's face, and that seemed to be precisely why Madeline was able to say the words she had just said. Emilia, really, thank you. Madeline, things just happened to friggin' align. I didn't do it to friggin' be told thanks. Emilia, yes, but I still want to say it. Thank you, Madeline. At Emilia's repeated declaration of gratitude, Madeline could be heard snorting her nose. Whether that was because she truly found it irritating, or if it was to hide her abashment, was something Emilia could not tell due to not seeing her face. Such joy could also be found in conversations where the other party's face could not be seen. The opportunity to cherish such childish things resided with herself. And then, Emilia, oh, look over there, Madeline. Madeline, ugh. Then a deep and important emotion welled up in her heart. Upon catching sight of a small figure walking along the path directly opposite the fortress, Emilia had been so surprised that she grabbed Madeline by the horns and turned her head in the same direction. Ignoring Madeline's cries, Emilia's consciousness was drawn towards the figure. It was a small boy with pink hair, Priscilla's servant, Schult. Emilia, Schult-kun. When she caught sight of him, Emilia felt a tight, painful knot in her chest. Priscilla's death had devastated Emilia, as she had been envisioning a future with her. However, the grief of those who had loved Priscilla dearly would be beyond compare, even though she knew that comparing one's sorrows and misfortunes with those of another would only make her feel lonelier. Emilia, HK. Madeline, hey, you. As soon as she realized this, Emilia kicked off the floor and started running towards the corridor where she could see Schult. Madeline's panicked voice called out to her from behind, but Emilia did not stop. Without a moment's hesitation, Emilia ran through the fortress and turned down the opposite corridor. Emilia, Schult-kun. Schult, Emily Sama, is that you? Schult turned around, his small, thin shoulders trembling at Emilia's powerful voice. Emilia could not help but gasp as she faced the young boy directly. He had neat, clean-cut clothes, and his fluffy pink hair was well-groomed. However, even so, the redness of his eyes and the fatigue in his tired, pale expression could not be hidden. However, instead of crying in his room, he decided to go outside. Emilia, you came outside. That's really. Emilia wondered whether she should continue the sentence with the words amazing or great after that. She rushed over, unable to sit still, but struggled to choose the right words to say. What was it that Schult needed right now? Sympathy, encouragement, or Schult? There is no need for you to apologize to me, Emily Sama. Emilia, Schult. Emily Sama, you have fulfilled your promise. When Schult, having lowered the corners of his eyes, murmured as he hung his head, Emilia began regretting her attitude. Schult saw through Emilia's indecision and hesitation to apologize. Before the battle against the great disaster, Emilia had promised Schult that she would definitely bring Priscilla back and let him be reunited with her. Emilia had not been able to do that. It was Priscilla herself who had fulfilled that promise. But for that, she must not apologize. If she did, everything that Schult had worked hard for and the words that Priscilla had said to him would all be a lie. Don't be so down. Emilia. So Yuta Carter-chan was together with Schult-kun. Suddenly, Emilia noticed the presence of a girl peering up from below Yuta Carter, who had appeared beside the two of them. She was the same age as Schult and a close friend, and it seemed that she did not stay with the other Shadrakians, but rather with Schult. In response to Emilia's words, Yuta Carter nodded slightly. Yuta Carter, Meh and Tar are busy. Sue and R look like they're in trouble. The only one who can stay with Shu is U. Emilia, yes, I see. Thank you for not leaving Schult-kun alone. Yuta Carter, you're welcome, M. When Yuta Carter thrust her fist out at Emilia, she noticed that her gesture reminded her of one Subaru had made, so Emilia made sure to match her fist with the one that was being held out to her. Then Emilia turned to face Schult again, and Emilia, aren't you supposed to be resting in your room? Schult, I have already had enough rest. By nature, I am small and weak, so I have hardly done any work at all. So now, I want to do lots of things. Yuta Carter, Shu is working very hard. Whose soul will surely be at peace? Schult, yes. Emilia. Emilia was surprised that Yuta Carter had said that so naturally, and that Schult had nodded in agreement. Yuta Carter then tilted her head and asked, what's wrong? To the surprised Emilia, Yuta Carter, life goes in circles, whether it's prey, people, enemies, or allies. That's how U and the others think. U's mother and Shu's poo too go in circles. I'm sure they do. Emilia. What happens after going around in circles like that? Yuta Carter, they'll be reborn, in a different form as prey, as a person, as an enemy, as an ally, or as something else entirely. But that's how it is. The souls of the dead were said to cycle through the world and then return again. Emilia found this way of thinking hard to understand. However, it felt better than the idea that once someone died, everything simply ended. When a person died, the ard that was in their body would depart and be dissolved into the mana of the world. Even if that was the case in reality, if there were to still be a form or a trace of that person left while the ard dissolved, then. Emilia, would that be the books of the dead? As she thought back, Emilia remembered that she had experienced for herself the proof of what Yuta Carter had told her. Inside Pleiades' watchtower, in the library housing the books of the dead, which recorded the memories of the dead, the traces of many people from this world were firmly preserved. The fact that these could be preserved was proof that time had been set aside by someone to transcribe them into books from the souls of those who had departed. Emilia. For the first time, Emilia felt a strong fixation towards the books of the dead. Unlike the time when Subaru's memories had disappeared inside that tower, this was a fixation towards the books of the dead themselves, in the truest sense of the word. Emilia also had people who had parted ways with her that she would never forget. People like Fortuna, Juice, and others she would never be able to see again, even if the ice melted in the great forest of Ilior. 1. Although it was sad to say goodbye to Fortuna and the others, it had been a definite ending. That was what made Emilia harbor such fixation, the sorrow of not being able to overcome that grief. If possible, she would like to know what she was thinking in her final moments, and whether she was hoping to see the same things as Emilia in the future beyond that light-hearted chat had she not spoken to Madeline. The parting with Priscilla, the proper way to deal with that hard-to-swallow reality. If they were not given time to worry over those things, she would have surely thought so. Schult, I was found by Priscilla Sama. Priscilla Sama chose me. Emilia, Schult Khan. As he faced the silent Emilia, Schult tensed his cheeks and slowly lifted his bowed face while speaking haltingly but with a certain passion. The boy continued, his round eyes welling up with tears. Schult, Priscilla Sama truly loved beautiful and marvelous things. That Priscilla Sama chose me. If I were to be worthless, I would disgrace Priscilla Sama's name. Emilia, Schult, I cannot allow that. Indeed, Emilia's eyes widened at how Schult answered with all the strength he could muster. Perhaps it was an illusion or a mistake in perception. For just a brief moment, she felt as if a dazzling light had appeared in Schult's eyes. It was the same as what Priscilla, who lived like a flame, made her feel. That was the moment Emilia felt that Schult had defined his own life. From this point on, Schult would probably face many hardships in life, but Schult would not give up or be discouraged or intimidated. His reason for that not to happen, that flame he kept close, he decided to nurture in his heart and use it as fuel so that his energy might never wane. Emilia, there are still so many things I can't do by myself, and even though I'm studying as hard as I can, there are still so many things I don't know. Schult, Emily Sama. Emilia, I know it's really selfish of me to say this, because even now and into the future, I'm the kind of person who will always rely on everyone around me to make up for my shortcomings, to support me, and to help me. But let me say it anyway. Schult. Emilia, I will continue to lend my support to you, Schult Khan. I will definitely stand by you. Emilia placed her hand on her chest and told the little boy directly. Whether or not she had kept her promise to bring Priscilla back, pitying him who lost someone so important, this was Emilia's resolution after discarding all such reasons. It was a sign that she wanted to support Schult's attitude and way of being. Schult, thank you, Emily Sama. For a moment, Schult took some time to consider Emilia's words before slightly relaxing his lips and replying. Despite the fact that Emilia had made a self-serving promise, she was glad that she had said it, even if that response made her feel like she had to apologize to Roswell and Otto later. Emilia, thank goodness you said that. I have to tell the others about this. Are Al and Reinhard's father around? In reality, now that Priscilla was gone, the immediate issue was what would happen to the Bariel domain in the kingdom of Lugunica. However, it would be difficult to fully discuss this while in the Valatian Empire. Especially Al, who, like Subaru, had been present to witness Priscilla disappear. Emilia, Subaru. Uttering Subaru's name, Emilia found it very frustrating that she had her hands full. Before Emilia and the others reunited in the Empire, Subaru and Rem had already made contact with Priscilla, and as they had spent time together that Emilia and the others did not know about, they must have been hurt more than Emilia. In truth, she wanted to stay by their side, even if it meant enduring her own pain and sadness. Emilia, but now that I'm finally ready after talking about this, Subaru and Rem, two people who had also suffered heartache, she could talk things over with them. As Emilia made up her mind, Schult continued, well, Schult, Al Sama is still in his room. And as for Heinkel Sama, we had just gone to get him some water. Saying that, Schult looked over to Utakata, who stood by his side, as she held an empty water jug. It seemed like they were planning to head straight to Heinkel after filling it up. They had come to quite a long pause by having this conversation, so Emilia was about to go back to attending to her original plans, and just when she was about to open her mouth to declare so, suddenly, hearing a low groan from within the passage, Emilia lifted her head. Then, meeting the eyes of an unthinkable person, she blinked in surprise. Present there was someone who had just come up as the topic of conversation a moment prior. Schult. Heinkel Sama, have you decided to come outside? In a loud voice, Schult called out, the one to whom he had exclaimed being Heinkel, his red hair disheveled, the stubble on his face unkempt. In all likelihood, he had not been keeping himself well groomed ever since that, and had been in a state of exhaustion since the battle against the great disaster had ended. He had horrible dark circles around his eyes, and it was apparent that he had not been sleeping. Only those sunken blue irises housed an odd glint as he looked towards them, nay, towards Emilia. Schult, I will bring you some water immediately, so. Heinkel, Emilia Sama. While he said that, Schult admirably attempted to support Heinkel's staggering body. But without even looking at Schult, Heinkel had called out Emilia's name. Frowning at his attitude, Emilia nodded with a yes. Emilia, hey, you look quite pale. As Schult said, you should drink some water and rest. If you aren't eating either, I can go bring you some food. Heinkel, no, none of that stuff matters. No, it really doesn't matter. More importantly, Emilia-sama, there's something I'd like to discuss. Emilia, HK. In an attempt to have him calm down, Emilia tried to touch Heinkel's shoulder, but as she did so, Heinkel grabbed her hand. She was startled by the strength of his grip, and Heinkel brought his face close to Emilia as her throat clogged up. Then, as his eyes, the same blue hue as Reinhard's, greatly wavered, Heinkel, won't you let me? Would you not allow me to humbly serve you, Emilia-sama? No matter what, I will be of great use to you in the royal selection. Emilia W., what are you saying? Saying that so suddenly, aren't you a servant of Priscilla? Heinkel, I will be useful. I can become a force of deterrence. In order to win the royal selection, there's a competitor that you need to have withdraw no matter what now, isn't there? As long as they remain, nobody else has a winning chance. But if you have me, then Reinhard won't be a problem, Emilia. HK. Seeing Heinkel's blood-curdling state, Emilia was at a loss for words. Emilia, who had recently begun to think that moving to solve problems before she could think about them was a strong suit, was silenced by Heinkel's attitude of deluded conviction. It was a terrible sales pitch for his own horribly inconsistent self, but if that was Heinkel's way of facing the fact that Priscilla had passed away. Emilia, I think it's really sad. Heinkel, I understand, but it's the truth. You can't win against Reinhard if you don't have me. That's why Miss Priscilla welcomed me. Yes, indeed, the fact that Miss Priscilla did so is a guarantee. Emilia-sama, let us work together to clear away Miss Priscilla's regrets. Emilia, if there was even a sliver of lamentation for Priscilla in those words, Emilia would have listened to him. But she felt no such feelings towards Priscilla within Heinkel's appeal. If they had been present, Schult would have been seen making a sad expression. Therefore, Emilia bit her lip before Heinkel, and Emilia, that's Eno, Madeline, shut the frig up. The very next moment, a powerful punch was thrown in front of Emilia, furiously striking the jaw of Heinkel from below, who had been just in front of her. Crying out with a momentary "co," Heinkel fainted and collapsed onto the floor spread-eagled. The force of that blow had been enough to separate the head from the body of an average person. Emilia, Madeline, it's just that this guy here was friggin' despicable. You shouldn't friggin' sympathize with a guy like this. Shaking the hand that she had punched Heinkel with, Madeline spit those words out with displeasure. After Emilia had hastened to Schult's side, Madeline had slowly followed, silently watching the situation unfold, but it seemed that this was where she had run out of patience. Schult, Heinkel-sama, are you all right? Madeline, don't friggin' wail like that. It's aggravating, but this friggin' human won't die even if this dragon hits him at full strength. I just friggin' knocked him out. As Schult leaped at the passed-out Heinkel and worried over him, Madeline spoke. But even if she said that, it was natural to worry over that level of force. However, it was not as though Emilia did not understand why Madeline had done such a thing. Emilia, Madeline, this dragon will friggin' protect the Empire. However, I don't intend to friggin' protect things other than that. Hurry up and take that friggin' good-for-nothing human back home with you. There won't be a friggin' next time. Emilia, got it. Emilia understood that Madeline's words, spoken with her anger stifled, were her way of coming to a compromise. Thus, Emilia crouched down beside Schult and looked at the fallen Heinkel. His jaw had been struck with such vigor as to have him completely lose consciousness, so Emilia softly put her hand on his head. Emilia, I'm not very skilled at this, but I'll provide a little treatment before you go to the healing room. Activating her healing magic, she took care to make sure that there would not be any after-effects from Madeline's blow. Next to Emilia as she did that, as Schult worried over Heinkel, Schult, Emily-sama, Heinkel-sama, he worked very hard indeed. Emilia, Schult, Heinkel-sama, he's also mourning what happened to Priscilla-sama. It seems he had some sort of agreement with Priscilla-sama, and well, he was always trying his absolute hardest. Emilia, don't worry. It's all right. Schult, and indeed. As Schult bowed and cast his gaze downward, Emilia did her best to smile. Even if just a little bit, it would be good if that could serve as some consolation or encouragement for Schult. Then, as Utakata, carrying the water jug atop her head, looked with wide eyes at Emilia as she healed Heinkel Utakata. You're so admirable." At the calm words uttered by Utakata, Emilia slightly gasped. They were just the impressions spoken by a young girl without any conjecture, and they caused Emilia to realize. She was no longer just another person mourning Priscilla's death, but she had gained the qualifications to be there for others who were also mourning Priscilla's death. And even though that was something she had wanted so desperately when considering Subaru and Rem, Emilia, Priscilla, you dunderhead. The time of Emilia merely looking back on her extremely mean-spirited friend had come to an end, and to the extent that it made her body tremble from the inside, it was a lonely, fleeting moment. Translation notes. 1. You may be wondering, considering Beetlejuice is translated as it is, why is the nickname used by Fortuna, Emilia, Beatrice, and Echidna translated as Juice and not Juice? That would be because there is an intentional difference in the Japanese. The juice in Beetlejuice is written Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, whereas the nickname translated as Juice is written Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, which also happens to be the transliteration of the English word juice. Arc 9, Chapter 5, 931 hits. Human translated by Archbishop Anan. Machine translated by Archbishop Doe. Proofread by Archbishop Hash 750, Archbishop Eliman 7 Grimps. Japanese to English checking by Vinnicayan Archbishop Art Sources Mikan. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the rooftop of the great fortress, which stood out with a noticeably strong presence within the fortified city of Garkla, where the aftereffects of the fierce battle with the great disaster lingered. The rooftop had been designed to accommodate a significant number of soldiers for archery in times of emergency, but having such a large number of people, having over 100 present at once, was beyond any initial expectations. The sight of these robust men huddling together suggested that they could possibly be subject to some kind of punishment, potentially imposing a gloomy atmosphere both inside and out. However, there was no such sense of despair in their actual expressions. Their faces carried a serious and earnest light, and beyond the gazes of the men numbering over 100, there was a vast, open space. And in that space, Pithu was a black-haired boy spitting out the blood that had collected in his mouth onto the floor, its sound wet. His face was smeared with blood from his nose, his eyelids were swollen, his head was swaying unsteadily back and forth, and his body was in such a battered state that one could tell at a glance the severity of his injuries. It was a wonder that he could even stand, but the boy put his hands on his knees, stepped hard on the ground once more, and looked up. A blow smashed squarely into his face, right across the nose, sending the boy flying backward in the most spectacular manner thus far. Fly and fly he did, then rolled, ending up sprawled out on the ground. Exhausted, with his arms and legs flung out, it was clear that he could not stand up due to the accumulated damage. Boy, not yet. However, what came to betray that perception was none other than the boy sprawled out on the floor. Slowly sitting up and further dirtying his mouth with the fresh nosebleed that flowed out, the boy yet managed to rise to his feet and exhale deeply. And then, boy, HK. The boy was once again violently struck by his opponent's raised fist. This is my way of making amends, so please don't interfere. Had she not been told that beforehand, she would have rushed out immediately. However, she suppressed that urge, bit her lip, and respected his feelings. That was what Beatrice could do for her partner, Natsuki Subaru, at this moment. Subaru, HK. The sound of a hard impact echoed, and Subaru's face was knocked to the side, causing him to groan. He steadied his swaying body and, gritting his teeth, faced forward. The next punch landed on his nose, making him arch backward. Though he reeled back, Subaru, not yet. With blood dripping from his nose and his eyes bloodshot, Subaru forced these words out. Hearing this, the man donning a skeleton tattoo, who had been punching Subaru for more than 20 blows whites, contorted his fierce face and raised his fist again. And again, blood splattered from Subaru's nose as he was hit, staining the rooftop of the great fortress. This had happened multiple times over the past few days, and had been going on for over an hour just today. Beatrice, Subaru. At first glance, it seemed like a duel between Subaru and whites, but such a one-sided beating could not be called a duel. Standing there, Subaru continued to take White's punches head-on, and Beatrice was not the only one watching. Over 100 people had gathered around the rooftop of the great fortress. They were all members of the Pleiades battalion, with whom Natsuki Subaru had allied in this empire, likewise witnesses of this duel. Indeed, this ritual where Subaru was taking such a one-sided beating was Sparker. The dear girl, Tanza, muttered beside Beatrice, who was gripping the hem of her skirt. As they watched the same scene, Beatrice felt a terrible sense of irritation looking at Tanza's profile and her emotionless, dark eyes, because it felt like she was being implicitly told that Tanza understood the feelings of Subaru, who had taken on the ritual called Sparker, better than Beatrice did. Because, after all, Betty doesn't understand why Subaru has to do this. In fact, Subaru had voluntarily imposed this ritual of one-sided beatings on himself. Being asked to witness it as his way of making amends, Beatrice could only stand there, enduring the pain in her chest, wanting to at least fulfill his wish. The death of Priscilla Bariel had become a wound for many who knew her. Those for whom the wound turned out to be shallow suffered because of the very shallowness of their wound, while conversely, those who had been deeply and painfully gouged were preoccupied with tending to their bleeding and painful wounds. And sadly, Beatrice was the former, while Subaru was undoubtedly the latter. Beatrice. When starting this Sparker, Subaru had declared that this was to make amends. Subaru, who had met the gladiators with a shrunken body due to infantilization, had lied about his true identity, hiding and deceiving them using the course of events and the calculation of gathering allies as reasons, thus dragging them into the center of this conflict. Considering the fierceness of that battle and the significant role the battalion had played without it, the damage might have been greater or the fortified city might have fallen. So, for the end of saving the empire, Subaru's judgment and choices had been correct. It was just that Subaru himself could not forgive it, and thus sought punishment for it. Ew. On the hand of Beatrice, which was gripping her skirt, a small hand was placed. Upon looking, Beatrice came to notice that the one reaching out her hand was Spiker, peering at her with concern. Her large eyes filled with sadness. She anxiously looked at Beatrice, whose hands were painfully clenched. Beatrice felt pathetic for making even Spiker worry about her. Beatrice and Spiker were the only ones present unrelated to the Pleiades battalion. Beatrice earnestly wished that all of Spiker's concern and worry could be directed towards Subaru instead. Beatrice, I'm sorry, I suppose. Spiker, oh my. I stopped by because I was wondering why there were so many figures on the rooftop, and it turns out it's boss's Sparker. Despite appearances, he's quite diligent, isn't he? To get beaten up every single day. Beatrice. Just as Beatrice squeezed Spiker's hand back, a person with a nonchalant voice and demeanor casually put a foot on the rooftop fence, showing his face at the Sparker scene. He made it seem as if it were as easy as skipping most of a staircase with a jump, but hopping up to the rooftop of a near 100-meter tall fortress was no easy feat. But then again, for the kimono-clad swordsman for the Blue Lightning Cecilis segment, such common sense did not seem to apply. Tanza, Cecilis Sama. Balancing himself on one leg atop the fence, Cecilis made a visor with his hand as he gazed over the Sparker, and hearing Tanza's call, he gave a gentle smile. Cecilis. Hello, hello, Tanza-san. It's a somewhat fresh and odd feeling for the line of my gaze to differ from Tanza-san's like this, isn't it? This current form of mine is the original standard, and the child form that I'd had until now was just a temporary state. But since my acquaintance with Tanza-san was longer in that form, so it feels quite strange now, don't you think? Tanza, indeed. Even if the height of your body's line of sight has changed, the height of your mind's gaze remains the same, so to be quite frank, my impression of you is quite unchanged. Cecilis, ha ha ha, nice joke. Clapping his hands and smiling at Tanza's blunt response, Cecilis proceeded to shift his gaze towards Beatrice. Receiving those blue eyes, Beatrice frowned, and then, Cecilis. Boss's partner looks to be quite discontent. Beatrice. A matter of course, in fact. There's no need for Subaru to do this sort of thing, I suppose. Cecilis, let's stop talking about whether it's necessary or not. If we were to switch over to an extreme conversation regarding the value of life or lack thereof, it's quite possible it could become a conversation that's not the slightest bit tasteful. Even if this may not be necessary, there is a reason behind it. Even if it can't be found within yourself, it's certainly within boss. Beatrice. Cecilus. Well, in reality, I do think he's taking it far too seriously. All this to wholeheartedly apologize and gain the forgiveness of all the members of the battalion who he continued to deceive all the way from the Gladiator Island. That said, the members of the battalion are all hot-headed gladiators, so this ended up being a suitable method. Yapping away fluently at full speed, Cecilus ultimately pointed at the worn-out Subaru. It was odious, but there was nothing incorrect in what Cecilus had pointed out. As he said, Subaru making amends by being punched repeatedly by whites was atonement towards the Pleiades battalion. The members of the Pleiades battalion, 931 people in total, a purification via 931 punches. By embarking on that endeavor under whites, who was serving as the representative of the battalion, this was the right Subaru had levied upon himself to satisfy the members of the battalion. It was Sparker. Cecilus, regardless of being split over several days, it's still 900 hits, isn't it? If struck that many times, even I'd die. Though to begin with, I've never even considered a situation in which I'd be punched in a defenseless state, so it feels a bit like the premise would never come to fruition. How far along is he now? Tanza. The total over all the days so far is 256 hits. Cecilus. I see. It's so far away that I might faint. Hearing the total count thus far from Tanza, Cecilus declared so without malice. One might have wanted to speak out against his flippancy, but doing so would result in a meaningless competition. Giving up on rebutting him, Beatrice gripped Spiker's hand and focused her worry on Subaru. For the duration of this sparker, Subaru had forbidden Beatrice from using healing magic on him. Therefore, she had been heightening her mana so that as soon as today's sparker was over, she could rush over to him as fast as possible and heal his wounds. Cecilus. In Beatrice's stead as she thought so, a weighty, stern voice called Cecilus's name. Folding his four burly arms, as the large man who wore a frightening expression as Gustav looked towards Cecilus, who was standing atop the fence, and the scenery behind him, Gustav. I do not know if I have the jurisdiction to ask about this in my capacity, but what of General First-Class Erikia? Cecilus. It's not really something that I need to keep a secret from you, Gustavsen. The seat of the governor of the Gladiator Island will soon be entrusted to somebody else, while you'll be taking up an important post in the imperial capital. Isn't that so? So that should mean you'll have the chance to meet me every once in a while, since I also generally live in the imperial capital. Well, right now the imperial capital is in that condition, so it's a bit of a problem to say whether I live there or not, but Gustav. Cecilus. Or how rude of me. We were talking about Anya, right? As before, she's still having difficulty maintaining the balance between her mind and body. Even at the best of times, she's taken in an enormous spirit that puts her slender body on the verge of bursting. A steady heart's absolutely essential in order to exorcise that, but since the princess sister who propped her up passed away, she's been quite unmanageable. Gustav, I can only imagine the heartache and pains. However, the duty which only you are capable of fulfilling is tied to the survival of the Empire. Not only the hopes of me in my capacity, but the hopes of all citizens of the Empire are being placed upon you. Cecilus, what are you saying, Gustavsen? It's a tad unpleasant. Gustav, M.H., Cecilus, and the leading actor of this world, you know. Bearing the hopes of somebody, as well as of the entire Empire, is an everyday occurrence for me. It's a matter involving Anya. I'm not gonna cut corners. Cecilus was composed as he responded so, but the difficulty of what he had just so casually described was exemplified in a visible format. Engraved behind Cecilus, upon the vast wasteland beyond the western rampart visible from the roof of the fortress, were vestiges of a natural disaster that had just occurred. It was evidence of Cecilus, who had come here wearing a nonchalant expression, suppressing the emission of power from Arikia to prevent her from exploding, since she had taken in the extraordinary power of a great spirit enlisted among the four greats. If left unattended, the swell of power was capable of becoming a second great disaster. Having said that, it was difficult for those shallow of heart to remain near Arakia in her current state. Therefore, even if the Empire was searched far and wide for that great duty, none but Cecilis would be capable of performing it. Cecilis, regardless of whether it's desired of them or not, people won't stop in their tracks. The only people allowed to come to a stop are those who are dead, and the living have no choice but to keep moving forward. At their roots, Anya's hardship and the struggle of Boss's purification are the same. They may be painful to witness, but they ought to be welcomed. Beatrice, you're speaking like it's somebody else's problem, in fact. Cecilis, somebody else's problem is quite the boorish way of putting it. It's a matter of this being Boss's duty and his climax. Having said that, I guess this is as far as he goes for today. Closing one eye, Cecilis muttered in response to Beatrice. At his words, Beatrice gasped an A, and as she snapped back around, Whites' fist simultaneously knocked Subaru down to the ground. Whites, ha ha, it's over, HK. While breathing heavily, Whites lowered the blood-stained fist that had punched Subaru. To those words, the unconscious Subaru gave no response. Exclaiming, Subaru! Beatrice rushed to Subaru's side and began to activate healing magic with great haste. Once Whites made sure of that, he began to turn around, but Beatrice, wait, I suppose. I will treat your hand as well, in fact. Whites, ain't no need. Prioritize Schwartz over me. Beatrice, I cannot do that, I suppose. Spiker. Hearing the call, Spiker cut around in front of Whites and spread her arms open with an ooh. As Whites could not push Spiker out of his way, Beatrice activated healing magic without a moment's delay. At the sensation of his wounds gradually being healed, Whites turned around and glared at her. But even if he was a man whose skeleton tattoos gave off a fiendish impression, the pained contortions of his face were of no intimidation to the great spirit Beatrice. Oh, oi, Tanza, how many hits is he at now? Tanza, 258 hits, Hein Sama. So, 673 remaining. Still a long way to go, present beside Beatrice and the others, the lizardman inquiring to Tanza with a quavering voice was Hein. At his question, Tanza informed him of the count, and the bearded Hydra shook his head in gloom. Then Hein looked over the surroundings with a hey, Hein. I mean, ain't it enough already? He's taken this damn much, and we've all fully understood his feelings. Whites, go off and mumble that nonsense in your sleep, lizard bastard. If I was just gonna quit halfway, then why the fuck do you think I undertook this duty? Hein, why do you mean, why? Ain't you the one who's most worn out over all this? I haven't gone that far. Extending his long tongue, Hein's voice quavered, and a vein began to bulge out on Whites' forehead. However, as he tried to press Hein, Tanza stopped him, saying, "You are undergoing treatment." Instead, Hydra took a deep breath and looked towards Hein. Hydra, to be frank, I agree with your point. Certainly, I was shocked by the reveal of Schwartz's identity, and I did feel somewhat deceived, but, Whites, Schwartz rescued all of us from the island. What else do you fucking need? Hein, then nobody wants to do it. So then why, Gustav? That is because it is something called for by Natsuki Schwartz, nay, by Natsuki Subaru himself. So long as Tanza, or the contracted spirit, do not put a stop to it, I approve of this conduct, as the official. As Gustav interjected into the conversation between Hydra, Whites, and Hein, his words weighty and stern. The gladiators in the surroundings each responded with gestures and words that were close in their sense of heat. Of course, among them were likely people who were enraged and unable to forgive Subaru's conduct. But Spiker, yow, crouched down opposite Beatrice. Spiker was worriedly looking at Subaru with his swollen face and languid demeanor. If one could look at the state of those girls, and at the figure of Subaru pitifully throwing himself into atonement without thinking anything of it, they would not have even been able to enlist in the Pleiades battalion to begin with. Tanza, right now it is necessary for Schwartz-sama. He needs to prove to himself that he has not come to a standstill, even if that happens to be through pain. At Tanza's comment, a conclusion was given to the problem initially raised by Hein. Receiving that, Whites clenched the fist that had been healed by Beatrice. And Whites, I'm gonna continue. Even if it breaks my fist, I'll follow him for the remaining 600 punches. Cecilis, wonderful, how truly wonderful. That's precisely how you're supposed to use your time in the spotlight, Whites said. Whites, Cecilus, ha, what's with this odd atmosphere? For a moment, everybody present widened their eyes at Cecilus's interjection. Whites, who had been especially caught off guard, stared at Cecilus, and Whites, I never would have thought that you'd remember my name, Cecilus. It certainly is true that I'm quite forgetful, but I do at least remember the names of actors who are worth remembering. Whites, HMPH. White snorted at Cecilus as the latter shrugged his shoulders, and then, once again, looked down at the fallen Subaru. He looked at the face that, while likely overlapping with the impression of the young Subaru seared into his memories, would still take some time to clearly fully merge together. And then, Whites, I leave the rest to you. With those words, Whites departed from the rooftop with large strides. Following him, the other men, as well as Idra, who was dragging the reluctant Hyain along with him, also exited from the rooftop. Finally, Gustav nodded at Beatrice and the rest who still remained there, and Gustav, in my capacity, I shall also be on my way. Natsuki Subaru in the end, the name Schwartz feels more fitting. I entrust him to you. Beatrice, that goes without saying, in fact, only you ought to remember, I suppose. Gustav, and what might that be? Beatrice, if Subaru is Schwartz to you, then he won't be upset if you keep calling him that, in fact. There's no need for the special nickname between you all to be lost out of unnecessary concern, I suppose. Gustav, you have my thanks. Giving a deep nod, Gustav slowly departed. With that, the gladiators who had been ascertaining the sparker simultaneously took their leave, and Beatrice breathed a sigh upon the rooftop that had instantly become deserted. Then, glancing up at the kimono-clad girl to her side, Beatrice, it's fine for you to also go along with that bunch, in fact. Tanza, even without your concern, I am quite fine as is. Unlike everybody else, it is no strange matter for me to remain here. Beatrice, you also have the worry regarding your master, I suppose. She's also suffering, in fact. Tanza, that comment had not been made in the vein of sarcasm or harassment, but for a moment, Beatrice regretted that it had ultimately ended up coming across that way. The comment had caused Tanza's cheeks to slightly stiffen. Her master, Yorna Miss Higgia, was one of the people who had sustained a grave wound at the death of Priscilla through an absurd binding on her soul. Among many reincarnations, a past version of herself had been the mother of the deceased Priscilla. In other words, the parent-child duo of Yorna and Priscilla had each experienced complex bereavement. Tanza, thank you for your concern, Beatrice Sama. However, Yorna Sama is fine on her own, that is, Beatrice. Tanza, that is what she said, so, as Tanza cast her eyes down, Beatrice realized that she had misjudged her. Tanza was not satisfied with Yorna's words. Even so, just like how Beatrice had decided to watch over Subaru's act of making amends, she had decided to respect Yorna's wishes. It would have been difficult for outsiders to surmise Yorna's emotions while insisting that she would be all right by herself. However, Beatrice felt like she understood at least a part of it. Though different from reincarnation, amidst the long time Beatrice had lived, she had seen many lives pass on. Before Subaru had taken her out of the forbidden library, it was something she had come to instinctively avoid. Because of that, Beatrice had responded with a very insincere attitude to those who had attempted to face her, something that she had now regretted. Unlike Beatrice, who had never learned from that, Yorna might have come to know and learn that through her own experiences. Even so, Subaru, ugh, Spiker, Yuo, Subaru, Spy, Car, aha, I'm. Suddenly, Subaru's eyelids quivered, and his black eyes slowly opened. Spiker's eyes lit up upon observing this and pounced on him, causing Subaru to blink several times in response. Seeing this, Beatrice sighed, noting that his memories before he fainted seemed to be missing. Beatrice, those guys aren't here anymore, I suppose. I'm in the middle of casting healing magic, in fact. Subaru, right. I see, yeah, I'm so tilde sorry. My bad, Biko, I always end up making you worry. I really am useless without you. Finally understanding Beatrice's explanation, Subaru slapped his face with both hands. As the sound echoed, Subaru sprang up to his feet. However, his momentum caused him to nearly stumble forward. Spiker, Subaru, oops, sorry, Spiker, thanks for being a witness. You did a good job not rushing in. I thought you would punch Whites without thinking. Now that I think about it, it was quite a tightrope walk. Spiker, oh yeah. Subaru, the real danger was Tanza. Now that you mention it, that's true. Tanza cares a lot about me. From that perspective, Whites could have been in real trouble. As he spoke, Subaru took Spiker's hand, who had supported him when he nearly fell, and began to dance with her on the spot. Although the swelling on his face had reduced considerably thanks to the healing magic, his lips were still cut, and his slightly swollen eyes were still a concern for Beatrice, who would have liked to continue treating him a little longer. Tanza, my honor is at stake, so please do not make such arbitrary comments, Natsuki Subaru-sama. With a sigh, Tanza prodded Subaru, who was dancing with Spiker. Subaru made a sour face and replied, Subaru, haven't your words become thornier since I returned to my original size? And it actually stings quite a bit when you call me something other than Schwartz-sama, so please stop. Tanza, I apologize, Natsuki Subaru-sama. Natsuki Subaru-sama is a guest from the kingdom, so I cannot afford to be disrespectful, Natsuki Subaru-sama. Subaru. Tanza tilde Subaru, holding Spiker, looked saddened by Tanza's distant response. Beatrice found it hard to watch his overly cheerful demeanor, which was meant to hide his true feelings. Seeking to make amends to the Pleiades battalion, Subaru would act cheerfully in front of Beatrice and his close companions. It was likely all to avoid worrying those around him, but Beatrice. It might be counterproductive, I suppose. Trying to be cheerful when he wanted to cry and making everyone laugh when he was hurting. Beatrice loved that aspect of Subaru, but only when his sadness and pain didn't exceed his tolerance. No one should bottle up their need to cry or their pain like this. Subaru, Biko, why the cute face? Beatrice. Betty is always cute, in fact. More importantly, since the treatment is still ongoing, why don't you sit still, I suppose? Subaru. I'd like to say I don't want to trouble you, but I need to be in tip-top shape, and I haven't even climbed half the mountain yet. All right, bring it on. Nodding, Subaru sat down cross-legged with Spiker on his lap, his face full of determination. Beatrice resumed her healing magic on Subaru, glancing at Tanza, who only shook her head silently. She too was unsure of what to say to Subaru. Then Cecilis. Boss, can I have a moment? Cecilis, who had been watching the proceedings, called out to Subaru without any regard for the tension among those concerned about him. Hearing him, Subaru looked up at Cecilis perched on the fence. Subaru. Oh, if it isn't Big Ceci, you've seriously just grown bigger without looking awkward at all. Cecilis, I could say the same for you, boss, but your growth has only made your fierce eyes look more prominent. It was cute when you were looking young, but now it's simply a deadly weapon. Subaru, you say whatever you want, you're alone. She's not with you. Cecilis, if you mean Anya, she's lying in a crater. Thanks to the stone's power, she became incredibly tough, so I had to suppress her 100 times or so. She won't be getting up any time soon. But more importantly, as he spoke, Cecilis jumped off the fence and landed in front of Subaru. Greeting him, Subaru and Spiker tilted their heads at the same angle. Seeing their reactions, Cecilis grinned. Cecilis, you're heading back to the kingdom soon, right? Before that, how about showing us a good punch to His Excellency's face? So I took Boss here to see His Excellency. Boss was so excited about wanting to beat up His Excellency all the way back at Gladiator Island, so I wanted to be present to witness it. Be gone at once. Cecilis raised his hand and smiled as he entered, but Vincent, busy with his affairs, dismissed him while looking down at his paperwork. It was a natural response for the busy emperor, but Cecilis, perhaps the most stubborn man in the empire, would not back down regardless. He pouted his lips in dissatisfaction with a tilde, proudly sitting his behind on the emperor's desk while the latter was working. Cecilis, don't you think you're working too much? Of course, I understand that the work of military officers is to be done in emergencies, whereas the work of civilian officers is to be done in emergencies and non-emergencies alike with no breaks. Vincent, so you intend to persuade me? If I were to take you up on your sweet talk, what would you expect me to do as I excuse myself from my work? Cecilis, please let boss beat you up. Vincent, be gone at once. Cecilis, Bootilda, His Excellency is a workaholic. Don't you think so, most honorable Empress Consort? Me? At Vincent's curt answer, Cecilis, leaning back on the desk, called for reinforcements. The one who responded to his call was Medium, who was playing with Spiker on the office's couch. She brushed Spiker's long, blonde hair as she groaned. Medium. I also think that Abel Chin's working too much, but I know that the work he's doing is important, so I can't say much. Also, I don't want to see Abelchin and Subaruchin fighting. Cecilis, it wouldn't be a fight so much as a one-sided beating of His Excellency. Isn't that Sparker in a sense? Vincent, remove your rear at once. Cecilis clenched his fists, his excitement brimming over. Vincent closed one eye, sighing as he tried to pull out the papers lying under Cecilis's behind. Then, turning his black eyes towards the entrance of the room, Vincent, how long do you intend to stand there? You are an eyesore. Jay, that's well. Medium. Subaru-chin, bring Beatrice Jan and come sit in front of me. Subaru, invited by Vincent's cold voice and Medium's contrasting warm voice, awkwardly sat down on a couch in front of Medium, in the middle of the room. Beatrice, holding Subaru's hand, sat down with him, and Medium gently placed a cup of tea on the table. Medium, here you go, coarse tea. Vincent, albeit temporary, this still is my office. Are you serving coarse tea to the Emperor? Medium, Big Bro taught me that it's all about courtesy. I don't know anything about etiquette myself, so I'm just trying my best to be polite, Tilda. Saying this, Medium poured another cup of tea for Vincent, who had one on his desk as well. Vincent did not particularly complain about the rising steam, and Beatrice was able to confirm by her own taste that there was nothing wrong with the tea she had brewed. Next to Beatrice, Subaru frowned as he began. Subaru. Man, how should I put it? Abel and Medium-san are really going to be a married couple. Medium. Eek. Subaru. What was that squeal just now? Medium. Tilda. I'm still a little embarrassed by how that sounds. Medium's face flushed, and she gave a small whine. But Beatrice could see that, although she was confused about the situation she found herself in, she did not reject it wholeheartedly. In all honesty, Beatrice was not very familiar with Vincent's personality. However, since Subaru had been lambasting him so often, paradoxically, he was likely someone like Otto or Julius, both of whom had many commendable aspects. Beatrice, otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving Medium in your care, in fact. Subaru, that's true. Flapsan being tempted by money and status is so unlike him. Cecilis, oh dear, they're really dissing you, Your Excellency. It sounds like boss saying there's nothing good about you besides your position, honor, and wealth as the Emperor of Valatia. Vincent, are you all trying to anger me and stop my work, thereby destroying the Empire? If so, it had to be said that their efforts were succeeding. With so many interruptions and physical hindrances to his paperwork, Vincent had no choice but to halt progress on his tasks. Then, giving up on retrieving the documents from under Cecilis's rear end, Vincent instead fixed his dark eyes sharply on Subaru. Vincent, I have heard of your repeated eccentric behavior with the escaped prisoners from the Gladiator Island under the pretext of making amends. Subaru, I thought you'd say it was pointless, but calling them escaped prisoners doesn't sit right with me. All of them are, Vincent. They were sent to Jinnenhive for a reason. They are considered escaped prisoners, and rightfully so. They took advantage of the Empire's chaos to break out and wield their military power to wreak havoc. Subaru, so what do you plan to do with them? Subaru stiffened his cheeks at Vincent's threatening words and glared back at him. For a moment, a sharp tension filled the space between them. However, Medium cut through their stares with a hand chop, telling them to stop. Medium. Abel-chin, if you say something mean like that, Subaru-chin will misunderstand. Vincent, the escaped prisoners from the island shall be granted amnesty for their hard work regarding this incident. This was also petitioned by Gustav Morello, governor of the Gladiator Island. Prompted by Medium, Vincent quietly announced the fate of the Pleiades battalion. The sudden crisis of the battalion initially brought up by Vincent was directly handled by the latter, leading to intense emotional fluctuations. Subaru, trembling with anger, glared at Vincent. Subaru, why, you sure enjoy toying with people over already resolved issues. Cecilis, I feel you deeply. His Excellency has that tendency. Now that I think about it, Keisha also used to do such mean things often. Is this just something that intelligent people commonly do? Beatrice, speaking of resolved issues, you spoke of getting back at the Emperor, Cecilis, but Subaru has already handled that on his own a while ago, I suppose. Cecilis, what? Cecilis's voice cracked, and Beatrice stuck out her tongue in response. It felt refreshing to finally break his arrogant pace. However, Cecilis then pondered. Cecilis, I'll have to hear the details later to soothe my shock at missing such an interesting event, But now I'm curious. If that's the case, why did you let me bring you to His Excellency, boss? You could have just brushed me off like Tanza-san did, so why? Subaru. Well. In response to Cecilus's question, Subaru hesitated to answer, glancing at Vincent. Even without seeing his reaction, Beatrice could tell what Subaru was thinking. Over the past few days, Subaru had been actively interacting with Beatrice and the Pleiades battalion, but there were a few people he could not bring himself to face. Vincent, Yorna, and the members of the Priscilla camp. Given Subaru's excessive sense of responsibility, it was only natural that he would feel this way about them. However, Subaru did not think it was acceptable to leave things as they were. Therefore, it was convenient for him to be brought here by Cecilus under the pretense of being forced to. Because this way, Vincent, you've finally shown yourself before me, no, before me. Subaru, Abel, Subaru's dilemma, his hesitation, and his various emotions. They were apparently all too clear to Vincent Valesha, known as the Wise Emperor. Subaru was certainly overwhelmed by his sharp gaze. However, funneling strength into the hand he had linked with Beatrice's, Subaru resolved himself to clash directly against that pressure and opened his mouth. Subaru, Abel, I'm sore, Vincent. A moment ago, you had chastised me over bringing up a resolved issue. Subaru, Vincent. But if you were to ask me, it is you who continues to touch upon resolved issues. After having the wind knocked out of his sails, Subaru blinked upon being told thus. For a moment he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind those words. However, the instant he understood them, Subaru's expression underwent a sudden upheaval. It became a jumble of anger and sorrow. To be precise, it was fury. Subaru, a resolved issue. What the hell do you think you're saying? Vincent, currently that is the bulk of the problem that weighs upon you. If such is the case for your atonement towards the gladiators, then the same applies to your attitude concerning myself and Yorna Miss Higgia. More than anything, Subaru, stop. As Vincent attempted to continue, Subaru stood up from the sofa and tried to fiercely approach him to make him cease his words. But in front of Subaru as he tried to do so, a third party intervened. It was Cecilus. Having removed his buttocks from the desk, he stepped in front of Subaru as the latter tried to approach the Valetian emperor and hindered his advance. Subaru, don't get in my way, Ceci. Didn't you want to see me punch Abel? Cecilus, indeed yes, that's right. But that was a matter of wanting to see a sparker between boss and his excellency. I'm not interested in seeing a dull, impulsive match. Subaru, HK. Both had returned to their original heights, and they confronted each other in positions that were no longer that of children. But in this standoff between Subaru and Cecilus, Beatrice did not experience her usual feeling of wanting to take Subaru's side. Rather, she supported Cecilus. No, she supported Vincent, who met Subaru head-on with words that he needed to hear. His phrasing was nothing but harsh, and even though there were plenty of other ways to put it, deliberately choosing words that went along with blood and pain was loathsome. But Vincent, Priscilla's death is already a matter of the past. Subaru, Abel. At that assertion, Subaru's voice became potent with rage, and he glared at Vincent. But receiving the gaze from beyond Cecilus, Vincent made not even the slightest of movements. The ones to stiffen their expressions at Subaru's pitifulness were those of the female faction, Beatrice, Spiker, and Medium. Subaru, Priscilla she was your sister, wasn't she? And yet you're Vincent. Indeed, she was my sister. Clever and impudent since our younger years, she ultimately lost her life without ever having remedied those aspects of her personality. Just like Keisha's, Priscilla's loss has certainly borne a wound within myself. I shan't hide it. Slowly shaking his head, Vincent placed his hand over his chest as he spilled those words. Thereupon, behind his pride as emperor, it was clear that Vincent had concealed his own worry towards his sister and anguish regarding her passing. Subaru lamented the fact that he had yielded such things within Vincent, and that was exactly why he had not shown his face until now, not knowing what he ought to say. However, Vincent, this is something that belongs to me. There is no room for your involvement. Subaru, Vincent, there are things between me and Priscilla. Do you seek the right to place your fingers upon even that? Subaru, and no, that's wrong. That isn't the case. It isn't the case, but at Vincent's eloquence, Subaru's anger was doused as if with water, and unable to find the right words to say, his gaze began to wander. As Subaru did so, Vincent still did not halt his speech. Likely that was a questioning that could not have taken form without the time cultivated between Subaru and Vincent within the Empire, time unbeknownst to Beatrice and the others. Vincent quietly continued with the following. That was Vincent, Natsuki Subaru. In the end, what words did Priscilla speak to you? Subaru. Vincent. If they were words of malediction, then I shall undertake that which was left within you. However, if that is not so, then they are the fruits of the relationship between you and Priscilla. Subaru. Vincent, take the parting gift bestowed onto you by my sister and make it into your very flesh and blood. That is the resolution to the issue. What words ought he to say? What ought he do to atone? Such various questions and misgivings, the impatience of being unable to remain at a standstill, and the self-punishing thoughts of needing to suffer were the foundation of Subaru's actions over these past few days. And Vincent declared that the very genesis of that foundation was conflicting. Subaru, Priscilla said. Vincent, she said. Subaru, she said that I was a true knight. Vincent, in that case that is the entirety of what Priscilla has bestowed upon you. It was a great service, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. At that phrase, Subaru's expression crumbled. The expression dominated by indignation and sorrow was washed away, and sprouting out from behind were emotions of vigor akin to water ceaselessly overflowing from a boiling pot. Emotions that he had deliberately not been facing ever since the dawn in which he had witnessed Priscilla's death. Beatrice. Subaru, Subaru. Trice, I'm. Beatrice. It's all right, in fact. Betty fully, Betty and Emilia and everybody else fully understand, I suppose. Nestling close to Subaru's side as he stood stock still, Beatrice grabbed him by the hand and nodded. At Beatrice's words, Subaru could not bear the overflowing tears as his face contorted. And then at last, for the first time since that morning, Beatrice was confident that her voice had finally reached Subaru. Beatrice, I'm sorry, in fact. Suddenly, immediately after witnessing Subaru fall to his knees, the kneeling Subaru embraced Beatrice from the front. At the frail strength of that clinging embrace, Beatrice gently hugged Subaru in return. Cecilis, now it may be different than punching His Excellency, but with this eye got to see a fine climax. Beatrice, some things are better left unsaid, I suppose. Cecilis, apologies. After speaking that unnecessary comment, Cecilis made a gesture of shutting his mouth with his finger and winked. In the back, Medium, who was hugging Spiker, was moved by Subaru's tears and also began to cry. Then, as Subaru buried his face into Beatrice's chest as he sobbed, he was unable to see something that Beatrice witnessed. Vincent, the figure of the Valetian emperor, who had caused Subaru to collapse, wearing a slightly pleased look on his face. Beatrice, who had only been acquainted with him for a short while, also understood. This was a face that Vincent Valetia, known as the Wise Emperor, seldom showed to anybody. Esteeming the person who shed tears in his stead during his dearest sister's final moments. Such was the kind of expression it was. Arc 9, Chapter 6, Departure. Translated by Anon Archbishop Vinnicayan, proofread by Archbishop 750 Archbishop Eliman 7 Archbishop Grimks Art Sources Magician. With those blue eyes, they came to witness numerous choices. Born from an empty, barren space, that ego was drawn towards a splendid light. Basking in that warmth, it slowly began to outline the shape of its own form. Initially pushed aside, an innate tenderness prevented them from being kept away, and gradually their presence came to be tolerated. Before long, rather than being merely tolerated, a hand was proactively extended to them. Now recognized as a new being, they were bestowed with a new name. Rejection and compromise, conflict and acceptance, trust and reliance, then permission and forgiveness. He came to make numerous choices. Countless choices, innumerable choices, limitless choices, each were a product of his very own will. And sometimes from up close, sometimes from far away, sometimes transcending all physical and spiritual distances, they bore witness to it all. Not all of those choices, however, led him to the place of his longing. Even then, he did everything in his power in order to continue choosing. With nothing and no one to rely on, they looked at that figure as their example. Even if the culmination of their strenuous efforts were to lead them to a sorrowful outcome, they would continue moving forward. What was so strange about admiring that likeness and way of being? They, too, must make their own choices. His rejection and compromise, his conflict and acceptance, his trust and reliance, as well as his permission and forgiveness, as someone fortunate enough to have experienced those things, they wanted to walk the same path. Be it errors or grave mistakes, this body had committed far too many of them, not to mask, cover, forget, or overlook these everlasting scars, but to ensure that they would remember them, not for the purpose of being right, but trusting in that desire to be righteous, the very same way he chose his path, in order to ensure that Natsuki Subaru's decision to choose them might not become a mistake. Never did I expect you to be the one who had requested a conversation with me. Not a physical, but an emotional strain was required to push that door open. On the other side, a man with raven-black hair sat at an imposing desk, sifting through a large stack of papers, and spoke those words. With those sharp black eyes, he too had made many choices, and it was by choosing the one path he could amongst many that he now held his current position. All of it was the result of the man's own choices. And thus, black-haired man, as you can see, I am busy. That. Medium O'Connell spoke on your behalf, which is why I have taken some time, but I cannot spare much more. If there is something you desire, I shall provide it if it is commensurate with your efforts. However, cutting off his words there, the man looked up from the stack of papers towards them. Many thoughts and ideas ran through the pitch-black eyes of the wise ruler. And so, fixedly staring through the one who stood at the door, he opened his thin lips, and black-haired man, I have no words to offer regarding his current state. I cannot make any effort to visit him, nor should I, that is, unless it is what you wish for. Being asked that, they shook their head. There was something they wanted to ask of the man in front of them, but it did not concern the one he spoke of directly. There was most likely nothing they could do for him at that moment. The same went for the others around him. Therefore, their reason for having come here lay somewhere else. Certainly, he would have chosen to stand up once again. That they came here was in preparation for when he would stand up again, so that when he chose to rise up, they too would be in a position to make a proper choice, black-haired man. Then, what is it that you desire? Being stared at by the man's black eyes, they met that gaze with their own blue eyes, and paused for a moment. Most likely, within this vast empire, those who witnessed the most of his choices were their own blue eyes, that kind girl's pale blue eyes, and the black eyes of the man before them. Hence, they spoke to him who understood the weight of choice. And, ooh, thus, that life born from an empty ego set forth to make a choice of her own. On the day that Subaru and the rest of the Emilia camp were to depart from the Valatian Empire, it had been raining since morning in Valatia, which usually had endlessly long stretches of sunny days. Subaru. Really, I hate the Valatian Empire. Seeing the climate of the empire, which could not even send them off in high spirits, Subaru's lips spilled that out, unable to grow accustomed to this country from start to end. But then again, though he hated the Valatian Empire, the people he had encountered in this country had not been so bad. Rather, that could have been called the worst aspect of the time he had spent in this country, but Husband Kun, I truly am indebted to you. Please be well in the kingdom too. Subaru, what are you saying, Flop-san? I'm the one who's indebted to you, and even now that debt continues to increase. I haven't even done a single thing to return the favor. Flop, ha ha ha, you mustn't say such foolish things. Just how much fortune do you think my sister and I shared thanks to the things you did for us, Husband Kun? Both Medium and I have found spouses. It's a matter of great celebration. Saying that, Flop firmly struck his own slim chest. While Subaru was busy losing heart, Flop had displayed his manliness by magnificently succeeding in courting Tarita, so Subaru found himself feeling a mix of surprise and respect. Since Tarita, who originally was only attracted to good looks like her older sister, Maiselda, seemed to have been charmed by Flop's humanity, Subaru was glad to hear that everything had come together quite well. Towards both Flop and Tarita, Subaru was not but thankful. Flop, Husband Kun, you have my gratitude. Subaru. Even so, being embraced by Flop from the front, Subaru's breath was taken away. As Subaru unconsciously tensed his body, Flop spoke in his usual tone now, in a voice filled with more emotion than usual. Flop. That day, when you appeared before me in medium, carrying wife-san as she was seated, I thought it was an unbelievably fateful encounter. And it appears I wasn't mistaken. Under a distant sky, I'll be wishing happiness upon you and the people who are precious to you. Subaru. Ah, Flop. If you ever come to the Empire again, I want you to contact me whenever. Conversely, if I ever happen to go to the kingdom, I'll definitely be counting on you. I'd absolutely love to get your help. After letting go of Subaru's body, Flop O'Connell smiled as he always did, radiating as brightly as the rays of the midday sun. From their very first encounter to this farewell, his presence, which had not once lost its cheerfulness, caused Subaru's heart to tremble greatly. The first person he had met in the Valatian Empire was the Veiled Emperor, followed by the people of Shadrach, who had continued to fight alongside them across the whole journey. However, the people that Natsuki Subaru had been most blessed to encounter within the Valatian Empire were undoubtedly the O'Connell siblings, Flop and Medium. He now truly felt that once again, very, very strongly, Subaru. Yeah, I'm thankful to you as well, Flop-san. I love you. Including his highest tier of gratitude within the Valatian Empire, Subaru responded with a smile. I think you should stop saying, I love you to everyone so lightly. It makes everything you say seem frivolous. Subaru, no, I don't say it to just anyone, only to those I truly love. Is that so? To Emilia-san and Beatrice-Jan too? Subaru. I tell it to Biko morning, noon, and night, but it's a little harder to say to Emilia-tan. Ah, but I might. V said it to Nisama. Ha! Subaru. Sorry, that was in the heat of the moment, but I meant it. With her light blue eyes glaring sharply at him, Subaru shrank back, apologizing profusely. Despite having just shared a tearful farewell with Flop, the sudden shift was jarring. Nonetheless, Subaru managed to keep his eyes dry, even after the emotional goodbye to his friend. Subaru, a man can't cry that easily. A man can only cry in front of others 3 times in his life. Is that so? Subaru, yeah, that's right. Shouldn't you be asking what those 3 times are? Your expression seemed like you were begging to be asked, which was unpleasant. Subaru, isn't that a bit too harsh? Subaru raised his voice in protest at the extreme statement, prompting Rem to sigh. Yet, despite this casual banter with Rem, Subaru felt a sense of relief. For the past few days, the tension between Subaru, Rem, and their companions had been palpable, largely due to Subaru's issues. He had probably, most likely, undoubtedly caused them considerable worry, so he was determined to change his attitude and make amends through his actions moving forward. Subaru, how about you, Rem? Did you have a proper conversation with Katia-san? Rem, I can't say it went perfectly, but yes, she said she'll send letters. I'd like to send one as well, but I'm not sure what to write. Subaru, it's a letter to a friend, right? I guess maybe something along the lines of updating each other on your current situations, asking how are you doing, and stuff like that. But I've never exchanged letters with friends myself, so I'm not sure. Rem, would something so trivial be okay? Subaru, I think so, yeah. Subaru answered Rem's uncertainty, brazenly imagining Katia's thoughts. She was Todd's fiancée, and as someone who had witnessed his final moments, Subaru had not had the chance to properly sit down and talk with Katia. Even so, Katia had stayed with Rem after her kidnapping and became her friend, and for that, Subaru felt nothing but gratitude and goodwill toward her. Subaru believed that what Katia expected from her correspondence with Rem was not for some exciting dramatic stories to be shared. Subaru, what's important is the proof that you're connected, that you care about each other. I think what's crucial is conveying that even if you're not within arm's reach, you still have a place in a corner of each other's minds. Rem, Subaru, did that sound weird or creepy? Rem, no. For once, I actually agree with you. Rem slowly shook her head in response to Subaru's hesitant question. Then with a soft smile, she continued, Rem, as you said, it's not something to be anxious about. If I were in Katia-san's position, I wouldn't expect anything special from her letters. Just knowing that her letter reached me would be enough. Subaru, exactly. Rem's reply and nod made Subaru smile back at her and give her a thumbs up. Although Rem ignored that gesture, she walked beside Subaru without any sign of discomfort. Considering how their new relationship in the Empire had started, this dramatic change was nothing short of miraculous. Subaru, And so, having said their respective goodbyes, Subaru and Rem walked side by side toward their destination there too. Someone awaited with whom they had to exchange farewells. The one with whom Subaru and Rem both needed to talk was Subaru Speaker. Spiker, you, EU. Spiker turned around at the call, her face lighting up as she saw them. Her golden hair, tied up behind her head to look like a tail, swayed as she fiercely sprinted towards Subaru, and Subaru spread his arms wide to catch her, ready to embrace her. Whoa, Subaru. You went to her. Next to Subaru, who had struck out, Rem caught Spiker as she leapt into her arms. EU, Spiker cooed, rubbing her cheek against Rem at first. Rem was surprised, but she then smiled warmly, stroking Spiker's head in response to the affectionate gesture. Watching the two, Subaru sighed and clasped his hands behind his head. Subaru, you're still clinging to Rem, huh? If I did the same thing, I'm sure I'd get a really nasty look from Rem. Why are you suddenly stating the obvious? Subaru, see. This is what I'm talking about. Spiker, help me out here. Spiker, Subaru. See, even Spiker is giving me that look. Wait, is she angry at me? Spiker, are you siding with Rem? I'm all alone here. Still clinging to Rem's waist, Spiker glared sharply at Subaru. Seeing this, Subaru slumped his shoulders, and Rem was astonished, wondering what he was doing. Subaru could not help but scratch his head and feel oddly reassured by the interaction between Rem and Spiker. Subaru. Thinking back, the tumultuous days in the Valetian Empire had begun with Subaru, Rem, and Spiker. Up to this point, they had walked alongside one another with a rock-paper-scissors-like power balance where Subaru was weak to Rem was weak to Spiker, and Spiker was weak to Subaru. The relationship between the three of them had changed shape before they knew it, and today would mark yet another change. After all, Subaru, you don't want to be separated from Rem, do you? Why don't you forget about staying in the Empire and come back to the kingdom with us? Spiker, ooh. Subaru, oh, so you've finally come around. Yeah, I agree. The Empire sucks. Rem, she's shaking her head. Please don't try to twist Speaker-chan's will. Rem glared at Subaru with narrowed eyes, making him stiffen his cheeks and go silent. Spiker, resting her back against Rem, nodded vigorously with a serious look on her face. Her expression made it clear that she had no intention of changing her mind. It was a decision that Subaru found incredibly difficult to accept. Spica had decided to stay in the Valetian Empire. She would part ways with Subaru and the others returning to the kingdom, remaining in the empire to fulfill a certain duty. This was the plan that Spica had discussed with those around her and ultimately chose as her path moving forward, during the time when Subaru had been engrossed in the Pleiades battalion's Sparker. Subaru, you want to stay in Valetia and send all the undead revived by the great disaster back to Ard Lagna through star eating. The idea itself is something I want to support. I truly do. Countless undead had been resurrected by the witch, Sphinx, and utilized as the spearhead of the great disaster. Even after the great disaster had ended, those who had not been destroyed had fled, yet remaining within the empire. Spica had decided that it was her duty to completely devour every last one of those undead. However, Subaru, unlike before, the undead can't revive infinitely anymore. Even without star eating, defeating them should be enough to get rid of them. You don't have to do this, Spiker. Spiker, Subaru. Then the souls used to resurrect the dead won't return to where they belong, you say. Well, I suppose you intuitively understand that better than I do, but are you sure about this? Spiker. Subaru tried to persuade her, but Spiker firmly nodded, her face showing her unshakable resolve. They had gone through this exchange nearly 10 times already, with Subaru trying every possible approach to change Spiker's mind, but he had yet to achieve the result he desired. What frustrated Subaru was that Abel, who had been consulted about Spiker's decision, took advantage of the fact that Subaru had his hands full with the Sparker and had managed to completely convince her. Of course, even if Subaru had been consulted during his narrow-minded state, he doubted he could have engaged in a positive and constructive discussion for Spiker's sake. But still, Subaru. I can't stand it. I can't stand how he always gets everything to go his way behind the scenes. Ram, I don't think it's fair to make it sound like everything is Abel-san's fault. This is Speaker-chan's decision, and she first consulted Medium-san about it. Subaru, I know, but still, It's hard not to feel frustrated. Rem slowly shook her head at Subaru, who could only speak from an emotional standpoint. However, Rem's expression also could not hide the loneliness she felt, as she too, just like Subaru, had been one of those deeply involved in discussing Spiker's future with her. It might have sounded presumptuous to say this, but Spiker had become a significant part of the current Rem, whose memories had yet to return. In truth, separating from Spiker was likely much harder for her than for him. And yet, Rem, why is it okay for you and me to act on our own thoughts and desires, but not for Speaker-chan? She's been worrying about us all this time. Subaru, Rem, gently stroking Spiker's head, Rem showed respect for the girl's significant decision. Unlike Subaru, who could not accept it, she had already made up her mind to see Spiker off properly. He admired her resolve, and he understood Rem's point of view, of course. Subaru. But it's still painful, even if he was told he was a poor sport, a sore loser, overprotective, meddlesome, or creepy. It would not change the fact that it hurt. Spiker's decision was undeniably impressive. But if Subaru were to be honest, while he wanted the souls of the dead used in the great disaster to find peace, he was more concerned about not wanting Spiker to do something dangerous. In his currently heartbroken state of mind, Subaru wished he could put all his loved ones in a box and carry them with him everywhere. Subaru, but neither Spiker nor Rem would fit in my box. Rem, why are you talking about boxes all of a sudden? Subaru, boxes don't matter. What's important right now is Spiker, not some boxes. Right. Rem, but you're the one who talked about boxes. Abel-san is taking this matter seriously too. That's why he's going to assign the two strongest people in this country to accompany Speaker Chan. Subaru. But Sessa is just strong and nothing else. He'll have a bad influence on Spiker's education. Subaru loudly insisted that Rem's rebuttal was not a valid one. When Spiker had decided to embark on a journey to hunt down the undead, Abel had suggested that she be accompanied by Cecilis Segment and Arakia. Certainly, having such powerful companions would alleviate any concerns about Spiker's safety in situations where combat power would be needed. Subaru. But that's all. The demerits of their personalities outweigh their strengths, and it feels like Abel just pawned off a problem onto Spiker. Rem, you're overthinking it. Arakia-san, the spirit she absorbed, was the source of the power to resurrect the dead. According to Abel-san, that gave her the ability to sense where the fleeing undead are hiding. Subaru, I have trauma from Arakia too. She got me so many times with her water. Sess, who seems like he can communicate but actually can't, and Arakia, who looks like she can't communicate and really can't. Now I'm really starting to get anxious. Spiker, I can't let you become a beast tamer. Subaru's words were abruptly cut off. It was because Spiker, who had separated from Rem, suddenly jumped into Subaru's chest. Caught off guard, Subaru reflexively caught her light body, and as he looked down he saw Spiker gazing up at him. And then Spiker, you. With that single word and Spiker's smile, Subaru found himself unable to continue speaking. Subaru, Abel, that fucking bastard. He went and talked things over with Spiker while I was busy. He really is a sneaky, dirty scumbag. Rem, that's going too far. Let's just say he's underhanded, cunning, and has some flaws in his personality. Subaru, hey, isn't it pretty much what I just said? Rem, it's not like I want to be separated from Speaker-chan either. Subaru complained in a weak, rasping voice filled with resentment, and Rem, hiding the tremble in her own voice, responded. Realizing that Rem's feelings of loneliness were being transmitted to him, Subaru swallowed his own weakness. Then he pulled Spiker closer in his arms, and hugging her tightly, Subaru, listen, don't rely on Abel or Sessa. If you run into trouble, turn to Medium-san and Flop-san, let them help you write letters too. Spiker, ooh, Subaru. It's important to have a purpose and a goal, but don't push yourself too hard. Take it slow at your own pace. Rushing and doing something reckless is the most dangerous thing. That's my golden rule. Spiker, ooh, Subaru. There's no strict deadline or fixed date for this. So neither you nor I can say exactly when, but even so, I'll be waiting. Spiker, ow. Subaru, you've decided how to use your power properly. I'm proud of you, Spiker. I have to learn from you too. He truly, sincerely thought so. Spiker had chosen to use the terrifying authority of gluttony correctly, according to her own will. Using that power, she would help heal the deep wounds inflicted upon the Empire. This was Spiker's way of breaking away from her abhorrent past, from Louis Arneb. Spiker, UL. Subaru was not sure if his heartfelt admiration had reached her, but Spiker quickly spun around, slipped out of Subaru's arms, and grabbing his hand, started to pull him along. Dragged by her momentum, Subaru was forced to walk. As she pulled Subaru along, Spiker extended her free hand to Rem. Spiker, EU, Rem. Yes, Speaker-chan. Called with a smile, Rem took Spiker's outstretched hand. With Spiker in the middle, holding both Subaru and Rem's hands, the three of them started walking together. Despite all the time they had spent together, they had never walked like this before, side by side. Honestly, Subaru had not thought such a thing would ever be possible. But on this last day in the Empire, they were doing it. Spiker, ooh, in high spirits, Spiker swayed her body as she leaned on Subaru and Rem's hands. Over Spiker's head, the gazes of Subaru and Rem met. And then, out of nowhere, they both burst into laughter. Subaru, PFFD, Rem, hee, Spiker, oh yeah. The three of them, including Spiker, laughed as they walked toward the meeting place. This was the end of their story in the Valatia Empire that the three of them had started together. The girl in question shall part with the troublesome title of Sin Archbishop. It ought to be an adequate weight off your shoulders, too. Subaru, you. As Subaru, who had been loading the dragon carriage with the luggage, of which there was far too little when considering the number of events that had happened since laboriously rushing all the way to the Empire, patted Patrash's neck. His Excellency the Valatian Emperor declared so, with a self-important expression. After taking the trouble to come out and bid him farewell, the undiminished snideness in his attitude was awe-inspiring. Subaru, I'm begging you now, don't immediately get decapitated by a rebellion and let the government change. I'm tired of running about everywhere in order to save your ass. Vincent, fool, your efforts are no longer required. You had better return to the kingdom at once. Subaru, this bastard. Vincent, there ought to be a duty you ought to fulfill. In that you absolutely must not err. Subaru. It was a snide remark that Abel spoke as naturally as he breathed, but his words were also pregnant with nuance that was not so terribly meager. He was a bit worried about whether an emperor who required such difficult-to-understand subtleties to be picked up on would be able to manage the empire properly from here on out or not. But Subaru, well, I guess you'll be fine if you have Medium-san and the others. Having heard the prophecy of the forthcoming great disaster and the would-be lost emperor, Abel had devoted his official and personal days to that purpose without sparing time for personal affairs. That warning had come undone, and from here on, Abel would spend his days as Vincent Valatia, who, for the first time, would be acting as an emperor who was not tied down by anything, no longer spending his time preparing for the great disaster. At the outset, he might have been at a bit of a loss, but surely he would grow to be able to take those in his surroundings into consideration. As proof of that, Vincent, regarding the peril on this occasion, that girl shouldered a great duty. In addition, she has promised to endeavor to clear away anguish in the empire hereafter. She shall be bestowed with prestige that rivals her ill repute. Subaru. Having backed Spiker's decision to remain the empire, those were Abel's true intentions. Their story in the empire had begun with the trio of Subaru, Rem, and Spiker. As the first one to have intervened in that story, this was quite a characteristic way for Abel to pay Subaru back. No matter how many words he exhausted, the fact that Spiker's past self had been the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony would not change, and for that fact, there were many people who would reproach and reject her. They could not deny people who harbored such negative emotions regarding the matter, nor was it something they should do. Even so, if the individual girl known as Spiker wanted to affirm her existence, to affirm that she lived, if she wanted that to take form, she had no choice but to build it up. No choice but to build up a great renown that exceeded her ill repute, such that Spiker would be allowed to live as Spiker. Vincent, remember this, Natsuki Subaru. The sword wolves of the sacred Valatian Empire never forget the wounds they bear. Whether those are wounds of abhorrence or of friendship, this remains true. Subaru, Abel, Vincent, if you have anything to say, have at it. You and those who share in your path are equal to the pack of sword wolves. Through that comment, Subaru felt that Abel, that Vincent Valatia, a man who would absolutely never bow to others, nor permit the act of playing up to him, had revealed his heart of hearts. As Subaru experienced a quiver from the very foundation of his heart at that sensation, Abel nodded Vincent. It was a great service. Along your journey, and then from tomorrow onwards, stride forth with firm steps upon the ground. Subaru, you too. Geez, I'm not gonna lend you a hand even if you fall over. Vincent, fool. Upon his mouth, as he spoke ill of Subaru, was present a smile that was certainly distinct from that of ridicule. Witnessing that, turning his back, Subaru faced the dragon carriage and began to tread forth. As Subaru walked with the gaze of the Emperor upon his back, Emilia and the others awaited him beside the dragon carriage. Gazing at the faces who had shown up to see them off, standing upon the path towards it, at the figures of the Pleiades battalion who were naturally among them, Subaru slightly gulped down his breath. Subaru, the sparker that had begun with Subaru's entreaty, his act of making amends to 931 people. Despite Subaru pleading that it had yet to be completed with the 673 hits that still remained, none of them had lent him an ear. All of them were now lined up here, meeting the gaze of Subaru, who was all bark and no bite. Subaru. Ah. The lined-up Pleiades battalion all raised up their arms in succession, and their brusque hands decorated Subaru's path like a hanamichi. Understanding the intention behind that, Subaru lifted his face. So as to not let the things welling up in his eyes start to spill out, he endured, and then, Subaru, I love you, all of you. That which had caused Rem to get mad at him before, Subaru shouted out again as he broke out into a sprint. With the many hands reaching out from left and right, Subaru moved to overlap his own hands. With a clap, the sound of hand striking hand rang out and persisted ceaselessly in quick succession like the sound of rainfall. It was not just hands clapping against hands. There were also some hands that struck Subaru's body. Being pushed and jostled and knocked about by those who knew Natsuki Schwartz, while likely forgetting about the 673 hits that remained, assisted in Subaru's sparker. In my capacity, I have enjoyed myself quite a bit. 4 large, bulky hands clapped him on the back. Thanks to you, the mere son of a miller got to live the dream. With a man who was far more stout and supple than his appearance might suggest, he struck hands. Goddamn it. Thank you, Schwartz. Against the tail of the lizardman who cried out with trembling tongue and tears in his eyes, he bumped his fist. Never forget, we're your comrades. While passing each other, receiving a powerful fist to the side of his face, he clutched his jaw and nodded with a got it. And then, Schwartz-sama. Making it through after being jostled about by everybody, he proceeded to the kimono-clad girl who awaited him at the end of it all. Together with Yorna, who was likewise clad in a kimono, they had been waiting for Subaru. Coming to a halt before those two, Subaru first locked eyes with Yorna. Subaru, Yorna-san, thanks for everything. Also, Yorna, you do not need to give any sort of apology. The matter of that girl is a matter between her and myself. Subaru, Yorna, additionally, you may come visit us at any time. For you, we shall give a warm welcome. Seeing the mistress of the demon city give a gentle smile, Subaru nodded deeply with a yeah. Then he once again turned to face the girl standing along with Yorna. Tanza, Subaru, you called me Schwartz-sama again just now, didn't you? Tanza. For me, that is the name I am most accustomed to calling you by. Subaru. For me, too, it just doesn't feel right unless you call me that. A smile emerging on his face, Subaru crouched down before her. Before, their gazes were at the same height, but now their heights would not align unless he bent his knees like this. Now that they had returned to this height difference, he had wanted to speak to her with the same line of sight. After all, in the Empire, Tanza was Subaru's unwavering, indispensable benefactor. Subaru, next time without a doubt we will not lose. Tanza, what? Subaru, that's the magic spell you cast on me. Because I had that, I didn't give up. Blinking her large, round eyes, Tanza searched her own memories for those same words. However, no matter how hard she searched, she would not be able to find them. After all, the humongous debt of gratitude that Subaru would never be able to repay no longer existed anywhere outside of Subaru. That was fine. Whether that had occurred in this reality or not, it was fine. That unfading gratitude and joy was certainly present within Subaru, therefore. Subaru, I love you, Tanza. Tanza. If you keep going in such a manner, you will most certainly regret it, Schwartz-sama. Subaru. Rem told me something similar. If there had been more time, you two probably would have gotten along well. In exchange for that, would I die from your cold stares? Tanza, could you not get so fired up like that, and could you not die all on your own? Besides, I believe that your attitude of treating this like a lifetime farewell will end up strangling you later, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, HM. What's that supposed to mean? Tanza, you will find out before long. As Subaru tilted his head, Tanza would not tell him the answer. Only, she lightly clapped her hand against Subaru's proffered one, and after contributing to the sparker like her other comrades in the battalion, tenderly clutching his hand with both of her own, Tanza, thank you for allowing me to stay in your care for a period longer than initially anticipated. Please be of good health. Subaru, that long valediction, there's a shorter way to phrase it, you know. Tanza, I will not say it. Please return to your home. Parting hands with the cold Tanza, Subaru wryly smiled and used his hand to give her a pat on the head. Subaru took the fact that she did not shake him off and her attitude, which left a bit of a mystery, as parting gifts from her. And then, ooh, before him as he turned around, Spiker was waiting for him alongside Rem in front of the dragon carriage. He had already spoken at length about being unable to let her go. Even so, once more, he was about to try to convey his feelings of wanting to take her home with him, but at Spiker's embrace, all of that was obstructed. Tightly hugging Spiker as she pounced on him, Subaru patted her on the head, and then looking up, Subaru, I'm really counting on you to take care of Spiker, Cecil. Cecilis. All right, boss. Hearing this response from the guarantor who, though reliable, caused inexhaustible worry, Subaru ultimately performed the final high five with him. After doing so, he turned around. The faces lined up there, looking over all of them, Subaru took in a large breath. And then, Subaru, may we someday meet again, everyone. Victorie, Pleiades, Victorie. As Subaru thrust both of his arms to the sky and shouted that aloud, the voices of the Pleiades battalion resounded. At that vigor, those who did not know of the battalion's customs were greatly perturbed, and conversely, the members of the battalion laughed and cried very much. That ridiculously noisy scene unfolded. Vincent, to the very end, you remain an enormous fool whose irreverence knows no bounds. Indeed, to the extent that the Valetian emperor would make a comment, the scene of a ridiculously boisterous farewell unfolded. Subaru, I wonder if Spiker will be okay. Can she manage without us? You've been worrying non-stop, I suppose. There's no need to be so concerned, in fact. That girl is thinking much more clearly than Subaru is right now, I suppose. In the dragon carriage on their way back, Subaru rested his chin on his hand and stared out the window, while Beatrice, sitting on his lap, tugged at his cheek and scolded him. Subaru pursed his lips at Beatrice's reprimand, but he could not argue back. In fact, she was right. As Beatrice said, Spiker had a more realistic outlook. Taking her past as a sin archbishop seriously, Spiker had taken action to shake off that infamous title. Even though it was the sin of another, her, she did not remember. You treated Speaker-chan very coldly for a long time, so she had the chance to understand her position. Oh, I see. Although the circumstances were what they were, Barusu is still as narrow-minded as ever, even toward a girl who is so attached to him. Subaru. Ugh. Across from them, the Oni sisters were holding hands side by side and delivering scathing remarks with their sharp tongues. These remarks pointed out Subaru's past actions, leaving him with no room to argue. While it was heartwarming to see the sisters so in sync, it was hard for him to smile. Personally, I am reassured by her decision. In the first place, if we were to bring her with us, she would need to be locked in a box for crisis management. Subaru, is it just me, or does your box seem to serve a different purpose and feel much less comfortable than mine? Who knows? Either way, the Empire and the Anastasia camp are in collusion on this matter. I think this was the best possible outcome. I don't really get the complicated stuff, but if she finishes dealing with all the zombies, she'll be able to come back from the Empire, right? If so, let's hope she gets it done quickly. Garfield's straightforward attitude about looking forward to Spiker's return was something Subaru appreciated, especially compared to Otto's strict realism. Garfield probably had his own feelings of dislike toward the Sin Archbishops, but Garfield, my amazing self, also fought Captain, and the rest of y'all and tried to kill ya. Like double-dipping the Vinera, it can be a good thing to get a second chance, right? Subaru, You've got a big heart. Unlike a certain someone, Otto. Let me tell you, Natsuki-san and Garfield's so-called big hearts are more like irresponsibly wide open, if you ask me. Subaru and Garfield bumped fists as Otto yelled in a loud voice. It had been a while since Subaru had heard Otto's voice with such energy. Finally free from the heavy responsibility of saving the Empire, Subaru was starting to feel like his old self again. Of course, that did not mean his worries about his companions or about being separated from Spiker had lessened in any way, but we're in this together, after all. Emilia spoke softly to Subaru, who had narrowed his eyes in thought. When Subaru turned toward the gentle touch of her hand, he found her soft amethyst eyes looking at him with such tenderness that his chest tightened. No one had asked Subaru if he was all right now, if the depression had passed, or any of the usual questions. He was feeling down, he was hurt, and he did not know if he would ever be okay again. They understood Subaru's feelings without needing to ask. Subaru, thank you, Emilia, for coming to save me. Emilia, MHM. Subaru, thank you, everyone, for coming to save us. Subaru expressed his gratitude to Emilia and everyone else who had crossed the border and entered the land of carnage that was the Valatia Empire to help him and the others. Everyone responded to Subaru's thanks in their own way. Subaru. There were some things he had lost, things that had slipped through his fingers, disappearing into a place beyond his reach. It was her way of life, true to herself. Never once did she, or anything else, go as Subaru or anyone else wished, until the very end in every possible way. Maybe that was why, even though he had so many regrets, Subaru, right now, I can't remember anything but your smiling face. He mourned her, she who had etched her fearless and prideful self into Subaru's memories. That was Natsuki Subaru's way of mourning her, a mix of heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the one who had spent her final moments in conversation with him. And Subaru. While blessed with companions who stood by his side, Subaru was concerned about the other dragon carriage heading towards the kingdom, the camp of the late Priscilla, and those who were left behind. While Roswell, who was riding in that carriage, was likely providing consultation regarding the future of the Bariel domain held by Priscilla, Subaru's mind was focused on another issue. That was Subaru, Al. Al, who had been there during Priscilla's final moments, holding her until the very end. While Subaru was engaged in Sparker, and Abel was throwing himself into his work to honor his sister's memory, many tried to fill the void left by Priscilla's absence. But Al had continuously secluded himself in his room. He had been so devastated by his loss that it seemed he might simply vanish. Now he was on his way back to the kingdom. The reason Al was returning to the kingdom was, Al, bro, I got a request. I happened to overhear something about the Sage's Tower. That in the tower, the records of the dead could be read, and there's a book I wanna read. Subaru, Priscilla's Book of the Dead. Subaru felt conflicted. Would obtaining that book trample upon the wishes of Priscilla, who had departed so nobly? Yet, having witnessed Al and Priscilla's farewell, and knowing the despair that followed for Al, Subaru wanted to help him. And so, Subaru, is it okay if I ask for your help again, Shola? Making the pilgrimage to that tower at the edge of the Sea of Sand once more was the only way Subaru felt he could support Al without relying on return by death. Arc 9, Interlude, Katia Orsley. Human translated by. Archbishop Machine translated by. Beloved Archbishop proofread by. Archbishop #750 Archbishop Grimks Japanese to English checking by. Archbishop Art Sources. Tengeru Rakaroka. The defeat of the witch, Sphinx, at the imperial capital of Lupugana spelled the ultimate downfall of the great disaster. The large-scale implementation of forbidden arts devised by the witch was interrupted, and the dead who had been brought back to life by that twisted magic were all forced to remain in the land with a limited lifespan. Those who had been resurrected against their will and forced to submit to the witch's plans took the opportunity to turn themselves to dust and return to the whereabouts of the soul. But naturally, there were many who did not choose to do so. Even if they had lost their lives and had become undead, they were still people of the Empire who knew the law of iron and blood. Even if they had been revived through means beyond reason, so long as they could once again wield their swords, there would be many determined to uphold their will, regardless of whether they had life or not. Indeed, The same fighting spirit was present among the forces surrounding the fortified city. However, in reality, the battle surrounding the fortified city of Garkla was settled almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the great disaster, and the undead who had narrowly escaped being destroyed were forced to scatter and flee. Just why had the hosts of undead abandoned the fight and chosen to flee? It was due to the collapse of the front line caused by the absence of their commander, which led to the abandonment of the battle. The people of the empire, who did not fear death, would not deem it acceptable to squander their lives in a battle that was sure to be lost, even if they were members of an undead army. As for why such a situation as the absence of a commander occurred, how could such a ridiculous turn of events ever come to fruition? Palladio spat out as he pulled at his own green hair, turning his gaze away from the crumbling formation. This should have never happened. It should have never happened, but it had. All due to the absurdity that was at work in everything surrounding Palladio. Given the role of commander of the great army of undead that had been sent to the fortified city, Palladio sought to fulfill his duties as a respected member of the Valetian imperial family. However, Palladio's strategies were constantly thwarted by the common people of the city, and the incompetence of the undead who did not follow orders properly compounded the difficulties, leading to a dire situation. Of course, he had no intention of giving up. However, the liabilities accumulated through absurdity began to distort, and eventually Palladio found himself in the unfortunate situation of having to flee. Nay, this was no matter of fleeing. This was an honorable withdrawal, strategic preparation, in order to achieve victory. Otherwise, it would not have made sense for someone of the Valetian imperial family, who had borne the blood of the esteemed Evil Eye tribe, to have been subjected to such a fate. Palladio, what the hell is the Witch of Greed? Is this the ultimate result of all the grandiloquence meant to impress me? What flashed through Palladio's mind was the loathsome entity who had first collapsed amidst the accumulated liabilities. It was the anger towards the white-haired witch who, having joined under Palladio's command and nearly turning the tide of battle, had irresponsibly abandoned her role and then vanished. Everything up until her unleashing a decisive move to annihilate the fortified city by casting a spell to cause a star to fall from the sky had been fine. However, that had been nullified by interference from the imperial capital, and to make matters worse, it was followed by a fierce counterattack from those harboring flames in their eyes. As far as Palladio's evil eye could see, all the living who had been holed up in the fortified city, even the helpless refugees, were imbued with flames, carrying weapons, and pushing back the undead. It had occurred immediately after that. The Witch of Greed vanished into dust without even attempting to resolve the situation. Yes, that is right. I am Sphinx. In the end, it was infuriating that the witch, who had disappeared without even glancing back, had left those words behind. Why did the witch leave with such a satisfied expression? He could not understand a single thing. On top of that, Palladio was then left at a disadvantage. Palladio, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. While spewing out curses as if he were vomiting blood, Palladio fled the plain and took refuge in the forest. Around the time the Witch of Greed disappeared, Palladio understood that something unusual had happened to the undead. They who ought to have been able to resurrect ad nauseam had lost their ability to resurrect, rendering the immortal army non-functional. Battles had a certain flow to them. This was true of any battle, even more so for a major war that would determine the future of the empire. Therefore, Palladio, sensing the change in the flow of the battle, immediately abandoned his position, taking only a few attendants with him in order to withdraw from the battlefield and make the best decision to prepare for a second attack. Therefore, this was not an escape. It was strategic preparation in order to secure victory. Palladio, today you can go ahead and think you've won. Vincent Prisca. However, that was not more than a temporary conceded victory. In this manner, Palladio would make his getaway, make his comeback, and if he achieved an undeniable victory with his next move, one that could not be overturned by any means without the help of the witch, then this fleeting moment would be over. Next time for sure, he would place the Valetian Empire under the rule of a rightful emperor. For that purpose, Palladio had his evil eye. He, having been bestowed with this eye of the heavens, would definitely assume the seat of Emperor Palladio. With that conviction in his heart, Palladio attempted to use the power of his evil eye to ascertain the road he ought to take, and then he realized. Before he could notice, not even a single member of the entourage that ought to have been accompanying him could be found. Palladio, what? Oi, oi, where did you all go? You bastards, did you leave me behind and disappear somewhere? That rage of Palladio's was immediately painted over by a sensation akin to being doused with cold water. For a moment, Palladio had suspected that his entourage might have irreverently abandoned him and fled. But in that case, there was no explanation as to why Palladio's evil eye had not perceived their fleeing backs. In that case, the reason why they had disappeared was plain and simple: they had died. Palladio, HK. Feeling the sensation of goosebumps on his bloodless, undead body, Palladio promptly drew his yang sword. Serving as proof of the Valetian imperial family, it was the destiny of those who possessed the qualifications to become emperor, manifested in the form of a sword. Palladio. The arm that had grasped it was chopped off at the elbow, and Palladio collapsed onto the ground. Palladio, WWHWA. Unable to grasp just what had occurred, all three of his eyes widened. Immediately after, a shock ran through his remaining arm, causing him to lose both arms that were necessary for holding a sword in an instant. That this was the result of a surprise attack brought about by an axe, Palladio understood. But that was the extent of his comprehension, that alone and not more. Palladio. Why? The evil eye that made Palladio special, the eye of the heavens, why had it not perceived that surprise attack? He did not understand, did not understand, did not understand. That moment, a possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. In the past, Palladio had once heard a story about a foolish race, one that had committed an irredeemable sin, provoking the wrath of the most fearsome emperor of the Valetian Empire, causing them to be engraved as beings treated as abhorrent within the law of iron and blood, their existence no longer acknowledged. Within the empire, the mere act of living was regarded as a crime warranting death for these repulsive beast people. Palladio. Why? I won't wait. That cold, ruthless impact removed Palladio Mainesque from the stage for the rest of eternity. That was the decisive blow that caused the hosts of undead surrounding the fortified city to lose their commander, beckoning the collapse of the front that resulted in the complete and utter defeat of the great disaster, hidden on the underside of history. Making the wheels of her wheelchair creak, Katia was overwhelmed by the vastness of the room she had been allotted. Katia, Nexan did say that because he became a special general, even I, as his relative, would receive special treatment. But this is just too much. Looking around the spacious room, Katia's shoulders slumped at the thought of what was to come. She had heard that, due to the effects of the great disaster and whatnot, it would take a long time for the imperial capital, where she had originally resided, to be restored. So, for the time being, the refugees from the imperial capital were required to disperse and reside within the fortified city and the surrounding towns and villages. Among them, being treated much better than the others, was Katia, her own brother being Jamal, who had, through various coincidences, gained a position at the side of the emperor, Vincent. However, Katia was not of a disposition that sought a luxurious lifestyle, and although all sorts of luxuries had been prepared for her, she was nothing more than a girl with weak legs and poor sociability, and thus did not possess the confidence to fully revel in them. That was why she altogether relinquished most of these privileges. Katia, that lot who keep creeping closer bit by bit, are really annoying. To sum it up, the Aureli family was more or less on the fringes of the imperial nobility, and Katia did hold the position of being the daughter of an aristocrat. Their household did employ servants, and she was not reluctant towards being cared for by them. However, unlike before when they were just a declining noble family, Jamal's current position was quite different. Perhaps, because of this, many were trying to curry favor with Katia in order to get into Jamal's good graces. Because she did not care in the slightest about such trivial assumptions or external factors, the sense of distance between her and Rem was indeed quite comfortable for Katia. Katia, well, there's no point in talking about a girl who's no longer here. For Katia, who was aware of her own difficult and troublesome personality, Rem, who was surprisingly sharp-tongued and unhesitant to plainly state what people did not want spoken, was a good match. To put it bluntly, she was Katia's first friend. Even so, Rem, along with the man and elder sister who had come to retrieve her, had ended up having to return to the kingdom of Lugunica. As the day of their parting drew near, unable to bear the sight of her looking so lonely, she had ended up promising to exchange letters with her, but she had not the slightest inkling of what to write in a letter. Katia. But even so, my days don't have any prospects of changing for the better. Only recently had there been turbulence. But otherwise, Katia's day-to-day was fundamentally flat and monotonous, with nothing special taking place, just time that felt like a slow crawl towards death. Even if she were to write a letter to Rem in such a situation, she felt like she would not be able to write anything worthwhile. Then, before she could pen down something appropriate, their affection would deplete, the frequency of the letters would diminish, and sooner or later they would completely stop. Such a pessimistic future, this picture was vividly emergent within Katia's mind. Katia, I can't take it any more, really, I just want to die already. As soon as she was by herself, being tormented by an overwhelming feeling of loneliness, Katia's mood continued to sink. By nature, Katia was pessimistic about everything and had a strong tendency to blame herself. Only she had had someone by her side to hold her back from dwelling upon such things. Until yesterday, that was Rem, and before that, Katia, idiot. Truly a stupid, stupid, stupid idiot. Gripping the wheels of her wheelchair firmly, Katia softly muttered in detest. He had rudely stepped into Katia's world against her wishes, and though she had refused to draw near to him, he had overbearingly pulled her clothes, and after whispering all sorts of intimacies she had not wanted to hear, had selfishly disappeared. Being reminded of that complete and utter fool had become extremely, extremely painful. Katia. Ah, no, no, I don't want to cry. Feeling the sensation of something hot slowly welling up behind her eyelids, Katia groaned. Rather than having to experience such misery, she should have died protecting Rem in the midst of the turmoil of that great disaster. If that had happened, although Rem would surely have called her an idiot, she would have remained as a thorn deep within her heart, kept unforgotten. She would have also averted being disliked, even more through clumsily written letters. Dead people were unfair, for after death, there was nothing more that could be said against them. Therefore, Katia refused to tolerate such unfairness and spoke ill of the dead. Katia, idiot, stupid idiot, stupid, stupid idiot, idiot. Such attempts at seeking revenge or venting anger upon them would only backfire. To continue speaking ill of someone who had died, so long as one continued speaking ill of them, it would mean none other than the fact that they were continuing to think about that person. As a result, not only did those tears well up, but even her nose had begun to feel irritated and sting. Surely, if she were to look into the mirror, an unbelievably clumsy woman with a bad attitude sitting in a wheelchair would be visible. Katia, no more, I don't want to see anyone. Blurting that out, Katia spun her wheelchair around and steered it towards the bed. Although it might have been bad manners, she wanted to collapse onto the bed without undoing the braids in her hair or changing her clothes, and just lie there until she starved to death. Of course, she was not capable of starving to death. After all, once hungry, she would surely give up on starvation and eat something while sniffing her runny nose the same as ever. Even so, being in this kind of mood, the idea of wanting to sob while thinking about someone, Katia. Who is it? Just as she was about to move her wheelchair towards the bed, there was a knock at the door from outside. Although she felt like it was bad timing, she was hesitant to ignore it and head for the bed. Presently, everyone was in a difficult situation with delays in communication and problems arising in various places. Katia throwing a trivial tantrum here might have prevented someone from getting something done on time. Manifesting the earnestness that was at her core, Katia headed toward the door. For a moment she was unsure of what ought to be done, knowing that she must have had a terrible look on her face, but it was truly for just a moment. Not caring about what anyone might think, Katia reached for the door. And then, Katia, yes, who is it? Having said this, Katia slowly opened the door and Katia, from her slender throat, a weak, raspy breath escaped. Thank you for your hard work, Escort General Jamal. Jamal, yeah, you too. The Imperial soldier gave way with a firm salute, and Jamal's mouth twisted into a smile as he returned the gesture. The title of escort general that he had been addressed by referred to a special rank of general created specifically for Jamal, who had been recognized for his contributions fighting by the side of Emperor Vincent during the recent Great Battle. 1. The role was a prestigious one, serving as Vincent's personal bodyguard. To Jamal, who originally aspired to be a general in pursuit of the Aureli family's prosperity, this was a desired position. Now, Jamal could prove himself superior to those who laughed at him for not knowing his place, and most importantly, he could provide a good life for Katia, who could not survive without the support of those around her. Katia, who was passive about everything and did not recognize her own worth, would dislike such arrangements by Jamal, but she was still precious family to him, them being a lone brother and sister. Despite what she might have said, he knew Katia would not be able to refuse. Jamal, damn it, even though she said this kind of meddling from her older brother really wasn't needed. Expressing his frustration, which he had no outlet for, Jamal's footsteps moved towards Katia. Ever since Jamal's promotion to escort general, Katia, as his relative, had also received treatment that was different from that of ordinary imperial citizens. For the time being, it was just a temporary residence until the reconstruction of the imperial capital progressed. But given the hardships they had been through, he wanted to make sure that Katia lived comfortably without any inconveniences. The girl who was Katia's friend, who had been staying with her for a while, had ended up returning to the kingdom. Right about now would be a reasonable time for Katia to grieve. Jamal, and once she's done with that, I'll bring out the booze and meat I've been saving. With that said, Jamal shook the bottle of liquor and the bag of high-grade meat he had retrieved from the stockpile with his authority as a general and thought about how to comfort Katia. Slurping down first-rate alcohol while sinking his teeth into a perfectly grilled thick cut of meat. That was Jamal's way of dealing with grief. Jamal, Katia, you there? It's me. Knocking on the door, Jamal called out to Katia, who was supposedly in her room. Katia had a hard time going out on her own, and thus spent most of her time holed up in her room unless she had something going on. So she should have been doing the same at that moment. However, there was no response from inside the room, and Jamal furrowed his brows in suspicion. Jamal, you sleeping or something? Oi, I'm coming in. Since it was not unusual for Katia to sulk and sleep like she was dead, Jamal opened the door without worrying and stepped into her room. In the bedroom, which was still bare without much of a lived-in impression since she had just moved in, Jamal looked around, suspicious of the fact that there was no sign of anyone around. Jamal, Katia. Sure enough, there were no figures present in the bedroom as he peeked in. As a matter of fact, Katia could not be found anywhere in the room, and in the moment that Jamal wondered if he might have missed her going out, which was unusual, he noticed a letter that had been placed on the desk in the bedroom. Jamal. The letter, which had initially been outside of his awareness, intensely captured Jamal's attention. There was nothing strange about the letter itself. What was peculiar was what had been placed next to it. Present there, still vivid in Jamal's memories, was a bandana worn by a certain man. Jamal, HK. He eagerly reached for the letter, tore open the seal messily, and glanced over the contents. Written there was the fine handwriting of the weak Katia, accompanied by a strong, contrasting handwriting, a marriage registration. Jamal, that fucking bastard. The moment Jamal realized the intent of the marriage registration, such a curse escaped from his mouth. Contrary to his harsh words, he could not hide the relief and joy he felt, as well as the complicated feelings of a brother who had his cherished younger sister taken away by an odious friend. Jamal, ha 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 ha. To top it all off, Jamal put his palm to his face and started laughing hysterically in front of the letter. He laughed and laughed and laughed so much that tears streamed from the eye covered by his eye patch. That it was one of the few times tears of blessing were shed in an empire that had seen so many tears of farewell would not be recorded anywhere in the history books of the empire. However, it was a fact that here on this very day, a marriage had taken place between a vanished noblewoman and a scoundrel who had taken her away. And to that, a lone general gave his blessing. After this, the whereabouts of Katia Aureli became unknown. However, the fact that this was not something to be pessimistic about was evidenced by the unceasing arrival of letters to her only friend, and by the absence of a single hint of sadness or unhappiness in the words therein written. Translation notes. 1. Jamal's title of Escort General, Chinese letter, is a pun on Divine General, Chinese letter, with both being read as Shinshu. However, Jamal's title more refers to how he is close to Vincent as his personal guard. Arc 9, Chapter 7, Reunion at Sandwind. Translated by Vinicayan Machine. Translated by Archbishop Eliman 7 Dachesam. Proofread by Eliman 7 Archbishop Grimks. Japanese to English. Checking by Vinicayan PLN 7 Art Sources Magician. Nearly 3 months had passed as of Subaru's last stop in Murula, the nearest town to the Ogria sand dunes. Originally, they were supposed to stop by on their way back from the Pleiades watchtower, but due to the incident at the tower, Subaru was transported all the way to Valatia, and their itinerary was blown away with it. That said, this would have been the second time in 3 months that he had visited this dilapidated roadside town. Welcome to Sand Wind. When Subaru and the others went through the entrance, they were greeted by the owner, who looked displeased as he polished glasses. As Subaru recalled being greeted the same way last time, he brushed off as much sand as he could at the entrance. Even so, he could not get it all off, so he decided to accept the shopkeeper's bad mood as unavoidable and sat down at the counter. Shopkeeper, what would you like to order? Subaru, milk, cold. Milk, warm, I suppose. Milk. I would also like it warm. At the bar, the owner's face became increasingly grim as one customer after another ordered milk. Even so, he did not complain or swear, but simply started heating the milk, showing that he was a customer service professional, no matter how much he hated it. While the shopkeeper worked, Subaru removed the cloth from around his mouth with a puha sound. Subaru. Phew, even though we avoided sand time, because of what happened last time, the sand-laden wind is still blowing around. I underestimated it a bit. While he said this, Subaru used his fingers to dislodge the sand from his mouth. Next to Subaru, the girl who had also lowered her sand-proof cloth nodded and said, "That's right. Even though you told me in advance, Subaru, my hair is already completely caked in sand. I'll have to brush it properly later. I'll do your hair too, Beatrice Jan." Beatrice, you've been told many times before, in fact. Betty's appearance can be reset with a snap, I suppose. Forget about Betty and concentrate on yourself, in fact. Well, I know that, but you have such luxurious hair, Beatrice Jan, that it's worth taking care of, so I just wanted to do it. Subaru, I totally get it. Playing with Biko's hair is a bit of an adventure. When it came to the topic of Beatrice's hair, Subaru was the one who maintained her signature drill twin tails by combing and tying them up every morning, and so he was quite opinionated on it. As Beatrice said, it did not really need any maintenance, but it was more of a feel-good thing. In reality, Beatrice, with her hair being treated as an attraction, puffed out her cheeks. Beatrice, Betty's fashionable hair and adorable cheeks aren't playthings, I suppose. Subaru, we didn't say anything about cheeks, but they are a land of squishiness too, Biko. They feel really good to touch, don't they? Upon the appearance of an enthusiastic supporter, Subaru laughed heartily with a "that's right," before he casually lifted Beatrice, who was sitting next to him, and sat her on his lap. Beatrice stiffened in surprise with a Mayu, but it was too late. Being too slow to escape, Beatrice's cheeks were pinched by 2 different sets of fingers from both sides. Beatrice, hey, come on, stop it, in fact. We are in public, I suppose. Show some self-control, in fact. Subaru, oh, Biko used to be so shy in public, but now she's grown up. She used to be so shy. She even tried to follow me into the toilet. Beatrice, that was at the very beginning of our contract, I suppose. It was a year and a half ago, in fact. The way you two are so close hasn't changed much since then, but I can understand why Beatrice Jan is so clingy with Subaru now. She had put her head on Subaru's left shoulder as she said this. Subaru was surprised by the light touch, and the girl, who had met his eyes, giggled with a hee-hee. She was a girl at the peak of her need for affection, yet always trying to act grown-up, making it difficult to spoil her. Subaru thought her unusual attitude was endearing, and while caressing Beatrice's cheek with one hand, he used his other hand to pat the girl's head. Shopkeeper, hey, your milk is ready. What's with this scene? Subaru, oh, it's here. All right, Biko, get back to your seat. Beatrice, saying to get back or whatever, when Subaru was the one who dragged Betty in the first place, I suppose. It's so maddening, in fact. With a cup of steaming milk in the shopkeeper's hand, Subaru smiled wryly at the man's dumbfounded expression and returned Beatrice to her seat as she accepted the cup of warm milk. And when Subaru was finally served the glass of cold milk he had ordered, shopkeeper. Oh, now I remember. You're that guy who went into the sand sea with that pretty girl before, right? Subaru. Oh, you remembered. That's right. I was the guy who got the milk that time. Shopkeeper. I heard that someone reached the Sage's Tower. It seems that many people from the royal capital will soon be heading there. Subaru. Shopkeeper. Did you manage to reach it? The shopkeeper's quiet voice was tinged with a hint of expectation and excitement. Subaru, having just taken a sip from his glass of milk, glanced down at the shopkeeper's leg. He had one prosthetic leg, and he was probably one of the people who had attempted to conquer the Sand Sea in the past. At that time, the shopkeeper gave Subaru and the others, who were heading for the tower, some friendly advice. In response to the experienced person's question, Subaru grinned and gave a thumbs up. And then, Subaru. Yep, I went to the tower and met the sage. A noisy, overly familiar and cute sage. I've got a bit of personal business to take care of, so I'm going to make a second attack. And that was his reply. A journey to the Ogria sand dunes, or rather, a return to the Pleiades watchtower. It was a journey initiated due to Al's request, one who had lost his beloved master, Priscilla Bariel, in the Valatian Empire. Al's goal was to view a Book of the Dead at the Pleiades watchtower, to read the book of the deceased Priscilla and connect with her thoughts. Subaru could not bring himself to refuse Al's heartfelt plea to do so. Subaru. Priscilla would be totally pissed, though. Upon closing his eyes, he could only remember Priscilla's smiling face, that, and her prideful demeanor. Subaru understood that doing so was contrary to Priscilla's beliefs, to the extent that her angry and contemptuous gaze naturally came to mind. However, he could not help but think about it from the opposite perspective. If Subaru did not have return by death, or if return by death was not even possible, and he had found himself in the same situation of losing someone important, much like what had happened to Priscilla. In such a situation, would Subaru be able to refrain from wanting to know the final thoughts of that someone? In the face of that question, he felt that reason and idealism would be meaningless. Of course, Subaru had no intention of reading Priscilla's Book of the Dead. He did not feel that he was qualified to do so, nor did he think it was something he could bear to read. Therefore, he could not assert with certainty whether Al had it in him or not to read it. That said, if anyone were qualified to do so, it would have been either Abel, Yorna, or Al. That was why, Subaru. I want to respect Al's feelings of wanting to read the Book of the Dead. I'm going to accompany him to the Pleiades watchtower. That's all I can do for Al and for Priscilla. It was easy to imagine that Priscilla would not want her Book of the Dead to be read. But at the same time, if Priscilla knew how badly her death would have shattered Al's heart, leaving him in such despair that he could not stand up, she might not have objected to him reading her Book of the Dead if she understood that it would be the means to overcome it. Subaru, who had witnessed Priscilla's final moments, who had seen her vanish into the morning light, felt that there was significance in the exchange between Al and Priscilla. That being said, just so you know, Ram isn't coming along. Rem needs to rest properly after having finally returned. If you want to work yourself to death, do it alone. Apart from Ram, who immediately declared this upon hearing Subaru's opinion, there were naturally many who opposed Subaru going to the Pleiades watchtower with Al. Among those who objected particularly strongly were Otto and, surprisingly, Emilia. Otto, I agree with Ramsan's opinion. And it is not just Remsan. You too must have been drained by your time in the Empire, Natsuki-san. I can only imagine the physical strain and constant tension. Why not take it easy for a while? Emilia, I really understand Subaru's concern for Al. I also know that Al is hurting. But even though the tower isn't to blame, Subaru was sent all the way to Valatia last time, right? If Subaru goes there again, I'm worried he might get sent to a place like Gustico or somewhere else next time. Otto's opinion was pragmatic, while Emilia's came from a place of anxiety. Both opinions were based on concern for Subaru, and it did not feel right to dismiss them. However, the fact that it was crucial to reach out to Al at this very moment was the decisive factor, and so Subaru resolved to head to the tower. In reality, all he could have done was bow his head in deep apology for that matter. Otto, Garfield, could I ask you for a favor? Garfield, oh, sure thing, Otabro. Just like you said, I'll stick close and keep my eyes on the captain. Emilia, Beatrice, hold Subaru's hand tight. Make sure you never let go. Beatrice, no need to be told, in fact. Betty also wants to avoid feeling regret like she did when Subaru and the others were sent to the Empire, I suppose. While Subaru struggled to find the words to persuade them, Arto and Emilia, who were supposed to be standing in his way, entrusted the matter to Garfield and Beatrice, respectively. When Subaru looked at them in surprise, the two of them shrugged their shoulders, and Arto, after hearing about Alsan, I expected it would come to this. However, Emilia Sama and I have to go to the royal capital to report on Priscilla Sama's situation. So, Emilia, I was telling Beatrice and Garfield that I wanted to go too. I really want to go with you, but weighing her position and emotions on the scale of her mind, Emilia firmly decided to play her role. As a candidate for the royal selection, she had to report her decision to accept Abel's request to intervene in the battle against the great disaster in the Valatian Empire, and that in that battle Priscilla had lost her life. The kingdom of Lugunica would surely be greatly stirred upon hearing that. The royal selection could also experience significant developments due to the loss of a royal candidate. Nevertheless, Emilia, what I think you want to do for Al, Subaru, is something only you can do as the last person Priscilla talked to. To look after Al, upon seeing Emilia's sincere amethyst eyes, Subaru felt dryness in his mouth. He was very, very sorry that the kind Emilia and Arto had taken up his burden in order for things to turn out how Subaru had wanted. Truly, Subaru should have gone to the royal capital with Emilia, both as her knight and as someone directly involved in the events of the Valatian Empire. And yet he was spoiled by everyone's kindness. Excuse me, I am coming with you this time. While Subaru, moved by the warmth of the situation, was on the verge of tears, Petra raised her hand and spoke up. Of course, the journey to the Pleiades watchtower would be long. During the trip and at the tower, someone would have to look over everyone. Volunteering for that role, Petra, her cheeks flushed red, spoke energetically. Petra, this time I will be useful. Frederica Nisama and Ram Nisama, please take care of the mansion and Emilia Nisama. Frederica, why yes, you are really fired up. Petra, yes, since I am always left behind, I decided this time I would go without any hesitation. Even though Frederica was surprised by Petra's brave and explosive display, she still accepted it. From Subaru's standpoint as well, if Petra was going with them, then he had no complaints. With this, the members going to the watchtower were decided, and so Subaru turned to Rem for the last time. At last, having returned from Valatia to Lugunica, he wanted to slowly attempt to regain the old memories of the past at Roswell Manor, though it was different from the previous manor, filled with memories of Rem Subaru. Again, the fact that you're gonna make progress without me is crushing. But Rem, that was the case when I reunited with Nisama as well, but please don't be disappointed over that. So, are you really going? Subaru, yeah, I'm going. I can't leave Al alone, you understand? Rem, I understand. That's why you're a coward. Subaru's eyes shot wide open upon hearing that. I went too far, Rem said, as she bowed her head in response to Subaru's reaction. Rem, please return safely. Until then, I'll try to remember as little as possible so you won't be disappointed. Subaru, no, I don't want to selfishly get in the way of what you want to do, Rem. Well then, that's impossible, because I'm sure there's nothing you do that doesn't affect me. She pressed on his chest while saying so, and Subaru was unable to say anything. Staring at the silent Subaru, Rem stuck out her tongue slightly. With a mischievous expression, as if to say she had got him, Subaru was even more unable to say anything. This was Rem's, and everyone else's, encouragement to push Subaru forward, and no matter how much time passed, Subaru, still unable to grow up, understood that. And thus, on this day they arrived once again at the town closest to the Ogria sand dunes. Subaru's chest ached as if sobbing as he thought of everyone who had sent him off, and of the tower's keeper with whom he had parted ways after he first challenged the tower. In front of that Subaru, the shopkeeper cast his eyes downward upon hearing the report of their arrival at the tower. Subaru, Unk. Shopkeeper. Apprehensive about the shopkeeper's reaction, Subaru called out to him, but it was to no avail. Subaru then glanced at Beatrice, seeking to confirm whether he had made a careless remark. However, Beatrice shook her head sideways at Subaru. Beatrice, it's nothing major, I suppose. You've just got a milk mustache below your nose, in fact. Subaru, you should have said that sooner. I was showing off over here, you know. Petra, it was very cool. Also pretty cute as well. Subaru, Emilia Tan's the only one I think fits that image. Cute and cool, that was a fitting description for Emilia when she was in elegant spirits. Ordinary people could only ever embody cuteness or coolness, but she was a beauty beyond miracle who combined both. Be that as it may, shopkeeper, is that so? Is that so? Setting aside Subaru, who frantically wiped his upper lip, the shopkeeper, overcome by emotion, mumbled those words under his breath. Staying that way, he wiped the area around his eyes with his fingers, and then vigorously slammed his fist on the counter. Shopkeeper, very well, you did great. Today is my treat. Subaru, for real. Then I was looking to buy provisions for crossing the Sand Sea again anyway, so just give me all of the food in the bar. Shopkeeper, don't get carried away. Subaru thought so. Saying such, Subaru joyously laughed together with the shopkeeper, who got into a truly great mood. However, the smiling shopkeeper, upon examining the girls Subaru brought together with him, gave a puzzled look. Seeing that the one who must have left an even stronger impression than Subaru himself, Emilia, was not there, the shopkeeper must have had his doubts. That was understandable, but, Subaru, unfortunately that girl isn't together with us today. She did return safely, though. Shopkeeper, is that so? If she's safe, then all's fine, but this seems like an even more unreliable party than last time. Beatrice, Betty will have you know that she was one of the party members last time as well, I suppose. Due to being busy with caring for the ill, there was no way to show up, in fact. Petra, I am an actual first-timer, but I'm not going to fall behind Emilia Nisama. Subaru, ooh, that's some self-confidence. How reliable. Subaru, who had not managed to pat her head earlier, reached his hand out to the girl, who proudly puffed out her chest, only for his outstretched hand to be suddenly caught by hers from below. Then the girl, Petra, looked straight into the eyes of a surprised Subaru. Petra, Subaru, did you just try to pat me? Subaru, I did, but did you not like that? Petra, I don't mind, but can I ask you something? Subaru, you pat the heads of Emilia Nisama and Rem Nisama as well. Being asked such by her serious voice, Subaru repeatedly blinked his eyes, and he pondered on whether he patted Emilia and Rem. Come to think of it, there were occasions where he had patted Rem's head before, but if he were to try to do so with the current Rem, he risked having his arm twisted. Furthermore, even just thinking about patting Emilia's head was difficult. Subaru, no, for various reasons, I don't really pat the head of those two. Petra, then you can't pat mine either. Subaru, is that so? Petra, that's right. His hand flung off, her head abruptly turned away. Subaru was left in shock. To think that Petra of all people would go through such a rebellious phase was, to Subaru, completely out of the blue. Then, seeing Subaru in that disheartened state, Beatrice said, good grief, I suppose. And while shrugging her shoulders, Beatrice, in that case, you may pat Betty's head, in fact. Just for now, you may pat as much as you please, I suppose. Subaru, ugh tilde, please let me pat Biko's head as much as I want forever. Beatrice, hee, that will depend on Subaru's manners hereafter, in fact. Make sure to pat more carefully from now on, so that Betty won't mind letting him, I suppose. Subaru, that's quite the high bar, but I'll overcome it. To Beatrice's grandstanding attitude, Subaru focused his attention on his fingertips, then moved his hand towards her. At Subaru's soft touch, Beatrice let out a gasp with a whoa. Beatrice, and now this is quite, it's not bad, rather it's good, I suppose. To think you hid so much potential, in fact. Subaru, how naive, Biko. Time apart fosters love, you know. Petra, I truly feel the same way. Time apart really does that, doesn't it? Subaru, Petra-san, isn't there some, like, pressure going on here? While Subaru patted Beatrice's head with his guard-like touch, Petra's sharp gaze pierced through him as she moved her chair half a step closer. However, Petra feigned ignorance with a is there tilde towards Subaru's question. Seeing Petra's attitude, Subaru flinched nervously. Shopkeeper, well, I get that this is quite the pleasant group you've got there. But is this really fine? Just because you succeeded the first time doesn't mean you get to treat the second like it's a walk in the park. Subaru, yeah, I know. The biggest threat, the scantily clad sniper, isn't there anymore, but even then the sand, wind, and witch beasts are still well and strong. Come to think of it, that advice that Unc gave us last time about the birds who fly towards the tower, it was really helpful. Shopkeeper, that's great, you understand the obstacles then. So, what are you gonna do? Subaru, I'll be meeting with the countermeasure. If a challenger were to conquest the Ogria sand dunes, three obstacles would stand in their way. One was the sand wind, which grew terrifically stronger during sand time. Another was the sand sea, which was inhabited by ferocious witch beasts. And the last was Shola, though sadly that worry had ceased to be. Thus, as for the witch beasts, which were the most likely to become the main obstacle in the challenge against sand time, which they had no choice but to take on. Geez, this place is jam-packed with sand, as all were Tilda-wise. Hearing a dissatisfied voice accompanied by the sound of sand getting brushed off coming from the entrance, Subaru, and the rest of the group turned towards the one they had been waiting for, so as to have her in their field of view. The one standing there was a young girl in a black dress with her hair braided into 3 strands. Upon noticing the gazes of Subaru and the others sitting together at the counter, she widened her eyes for a moment before giving a mischievous smile. Hey, oh, Oni-san, you managed to get here safely. Petra-chan and Beatrice-chan too. Nice to see the both of you, we tilde LL. Saying such, the girl Meili Portrout waved her hand as a small scorpion suddenly jumped out of her hair, wiggling its tail in sync with the movement of her hand. In that manner, Meili and the small crimson scorpion welcomed their long-awaited reunion with Subaru and the others, as well as their return to the kingdom of Lugunica. Seeing Meili's entrance, Subaru smiled towards the shopkeeper on the other side of the counter behind him and said, Subaru, that girl right there is our greatest ally in conquering the Ogria sand dunes. Shopkeeper, a young man with a few screws loose and 3 little girls. Perhaps the sage's tower wasn't as far away as I thought after all. Scratching his cheek with one hand and patting Beatrice's head with the other, Subaru pondered on the dumbfounded shopkeeper's remarks as being only natural towards a group like his. Arc 9, Chapter 8, How to Regret. Human translated by Archbishop. Machine translated by Archbishop. Elimin 7 proofread by Elimin 7 Archbishop. Grimks Japanese to English checking by Vinikayan and Archbishop. Art sources Lumin Magician. He tilde RD. That blue-haired one-san woke up, didn't she tilde? Oni-san, you were Ria tilde Ellie worried, so aren't you relieved no tilde W? Yeah, I can still remember the fresh feeling I had the moment Rem woke up. Even the part where I had my fingers broken afterwards is now a good memory. He tilde Y, Petra-chan. Has Oni-san gotten a little weirder since he got sent flying O tilde FF? Petra, well, a lot of things happened. It's a long story, but there was a time when he was cross-dressing, and even a time when he shrunk to about the same size as Beatrice-chan. Who tilde H? Meili, who had just joined them, leaned on the counter with her chin in her hand, wearing a puzzled look. Subaru wanted to complain about being treated like a deviant, but given that Meili had only heard a brief summary of what had happened to him in the Empire, her reaction was perfectly understandable. The connection between the presented circumstances and the events that followed seemed a bit unclear, which made Subaru feel like scratching his head in confusion as well. Subaru, well, if I explain it from the beginning, I can tell a story that actually makes sense. Beatrice, is that so, I suppose? Betty heard the whole story from the beginning too, but it started to become a bit difficult to follow when Subaru mentioned he had cross-dressed again, in fact. Subaru. Why that, though? It was the most logical thing to do. For some reason, the operation to capture the fortress city was not fully understood, even though the results clearly proved that having Subaru, Abel, and Flop dress up as women had been the best strategy. However, Subaru's sincere appeal did not seem to resonate at all with Beatrice, Petra, or Meili, who was drinking the cold milk she ordered. In any case, Meili, but Sty tilde LL, to go back to the tower right after returning. Oni-san, you're not going to get blasted off somewhere again and make Petra-chan lonely, are you tilde? Subaru. We've had that scary discussion plenty of times already. Well, not plenty, but we've talked about it. At least, I think the cause of the teleportation issue won't happen again. Petra. Somehow, that way of saying it makes me feel even more uneasy. Noticing Meili and Petra's worried looks, Subaru adjusted his hold on Beatrice. Meili had taken the seat Beatrice was originally sitting in. With Petra on one side, Meili on the other, and Beatrice on his lap, Subaru took a moment to consider his next move. In the first place, the event that caused Subaru to be transported to the Valetian Empire was a highly irregular incident that occurred at the Pleiades watchtower. At that time, just before the incident occurred, there was an irregularity in the green room of the tower. Speaker, who was believed to be Louis at the time, appeared. Amidst the confusion of handling the situation, things took a sudden turn. That was Subaru. The penalty for invoking return by death was applied incorrectly. That was what Subaru speculated. Previously, Subaru had attended Echidna's tea party in the sanctuary and confided in her about return by death. The outcome had been disastrous, not only due to Echidna's unpleasant response, but also because of the calamity in the real world upon returning from the tea party. He had, at the time, confessed the truth of return by death to Echidna, which triggering a penalty that covered the entire sanctuary in a black shadow, leading to a state of devastation. Subaru believed the situation similar. In summary, Louis Arneb, who had encountered Subaru in the Hall of Memories and learned about return by death, appeared in the green room for some reason. And that was what that black shadow, the Witch of Envy, mistakenly set out to eliminate. And as a result of the clash between the rampaging Witch of Envy and the divine dragon Volcanica, who had been tasked with protecting the tower, Subaru was blasted away by the resulting force field. Subaru. That's what I'm thinking, but beyond that, it's just speculation. Ultimately, the reason why Subaru was transported to the forest of the people of Shudrak in the Empire remained unknown. It was unclear whether it had been accidental or if it had been an intentional result by either the Witch of Envy or the Divine Dragon. However, considering the events that followed, Subaru did not believe it had been by the intention of the Witch of Envy. The Witch of Envy had lost sight of Subaru. That was, until Subaru called out to her on the Gladiator Island. It was there for the first time that Subaru called out to the Witch of Envy, addressing her as Sattler. Since then, although the nature of return by death had not changed, Subaru's perception of the Witch of Envy, who likely brought it upon him, had shifted slightly. That shift being Beatrice. Subaru, you have a troublesome look in your eyes, I suppose. Beatrice, turning around in Subaru's arms, pressed her fingers against his forehead as he remained silent and deep in thought. Subaru could not help but smile wryly at the sensation in her words. Subaru, it's a bit late to bring up the look in my eyes. Usually people talk about how scary my face is or something like that. Beatrice, Subaru, your face is full of charm once you get used to it. In fact, the impression of you having scary eyes is probably just nonsense from people who don't know you, I suppose. Petra, yes, Beatrice-chan, that's true. Right, Meili-chan. Meili, that's right, tilde GHD. I guess you and the Witchbeast-chans are just as cute in your own tilde wise, huh? Subaru, Biko and Petra are too soft on me, so Meili's opinion is probably more in line with general sentiment. I've been dealing with these eyes for 18 years. I don't expect anything else of them. In fact, it had already been proven by over a year of experience that even the standard Isekai trope of the reversal of beauty and ugliness was not something to expect. According to Subaru's aesthetic sense, beautiful people were beautiful, and Subaru's eyes were the most terrifying. Subaru, enough about my eyes. Anyway, it seems like there's no need to worry about me getting teleported again, so for now, there's no concern about me causing trouble for everyone by going to the tower. Meili, I see. Well, I don't really my tilde Indy. I've been fulfilling my duties properly while you were away after a tilde LL. Petra, duties, wait, does that mean? Petra's eyes sparkled as she looked at Meili, who gave a somewhat proud, smug smile. While returning from the Empire, Subaru had also heard what Meili had been up to in the kingdom. She had been negotiating with the high-ranking officials of the kingdom, leveraging her ability to safely guide others through the Ogria sand dunes to the Pleiades watchtower. In exchange, Meili had been seeking a pardon for the crimes she had committed in the kingdom and securing her future livelihood. Subaru. So, judging by your tone, Meili, you tilde P, I did I tilde T. I made those important old men. What were they called? The Council of Wise Me tilde N. I made them promise me my free tilde dam. Petra, you did it. You did it, Meili-chan. Meili, Kaya. With a triumphantly smug expression that could almost be used as a model, Meili proudly reported her success, prompting Subaru to widen his eyes in surprise. Petra, even more excited than Subaru, reached across him to grab Meili's hand. As a result, the two girls ended up holding hands over Beatrice's stomach. Subaru. I'll take advantage of the moment and gently put my hand in there too. Beatrice. It's a bit ticklish, but Betty will join in too, in fact. You did well, I suppose. Subaru and Beatrice added their hands to the mix, and the four of them ended up holding hands together in a show of camaraderie. The shopkeeper on the other side of the counter looked at Subaru and the others with a strange expression, but Subaru consciously ignored it, deciding not to worry too much about onlookers during this joyful moment. With their hands laid on top of each other, Meili said, Thank you, Tilda. In a small voice before continuing, Meili, anyway Tilda wise, my ability to control Witchbeast Chans is highly valued by the Kingdo Tilda M. I'm using it at your request, so make sure to show some gra tilde titude. Subaru, wow, that's quite the bold attitude. But it's fine, I don't mind a big mouth. And of course, I won't forget to show my gratitude. You've really done a lot of reflecting, haven't you? Meili, what do you mean by tha tilde t? Do you want me to push you down the stairs again? Though Subaru understood that Meili's words were just her way of hiding her embarrassment, the memory of his spectacular tumble down the stairs made every single one of his bones creak in recollection. However, what caught even more attention than Meili's slip of the tongue was, Petra, Meili-chan, what do you mean by that? What did you do? Meili. Ah, Petra. Hey, I didn't get a chance to hear the full story, but what happened at the tower? You apologized for not being able to stop Subaru from being teleported, but is there anything else you need to apologize for? Meili. You tilde M, Petra-chan. Your eyes are looking a little scar tilde Rai, Petra, Meili-chan. Meili, Iek. Petra's hands, still resting on Beatrice's stomach, gripped Meili's hands firmly, not allowing her to escape. Realizing this, Meili turned to Subaru with pleading eyes. Meili. Oh, Oni-san, he tilde LP. Subaru. Sorry, Meili. The Council of Wise Men might overlook your mistakes because of your rare abilities, but your friends are here to properly scold you. Friends like that are precious. Beatrice. Regrets don't come first, in fact. Lessons should be learned from them, I suppose. Meili, come on, Tilda. With those words, Subaru picked up Beatrice and slid his chair back, distancing himself from Petra and Meili. Petra immediately closed the gap with her chair, leaving Meili with no way to escape. Watching the two of them, Subaru and Beatrice drank their milk together. Beatrice, it was good that you were able to save Meili back then, in fact. Subaru, thanks. Beatrice expressed Subaru's feelings in a small voice. Subaru, filled with affection, gently stroked her head as he watched the endearing interactions between the two girls. Above the teary-eyed Meili's head, a small scorpion was clicking its pincers sharply. The duty that had been entrusted to Garfield Tinsel was a heavy one. The faith of his comrades resting upon his shoulders was something that Garfield understood to a painful extent. They were putting their trust in him, that if Garfield was present, then the members traveling to the Pleiades watchtower, composed of Subaru, Beatrice, and Petra, would not end up facing any danger. Thus, he wanted to respond to that faith. Garfield had resolved himself to respond to it. Garfield, yo, it'd be best for you to drink a lil water. The atmosphere here's all dry, 'cause of the sand gusts. You never know when your throat might get parched up. And with those words, Garfield called out to Al, who was seated within the dragon carriage. Inside the single-wagon dragon carriage pulled by Patrash, Al was hugging one of his knees. As he sat, he was the individual who could be called the reason, or origin, of this journey towards the Pleiades watchtower. The man who was formerly the knight of royal candidate, Priscilla Bariel. He had watched as his master disappeared before his very eyes, and in order to compensate for that sense of loss, he sought a book of the dead within the tower. Whether that was a good or a bad thing, Garfield did not know. Garfield. When Garfield had first heard about the books of the dead in the Pleiades watchtower, in complete honesty, he had thought he wanted to see those books by all means necessary. Because of the situation, they were busy with the priority of going to save Subaru since he had been sent to the Empire, so there had not been a place for him to discuss the topic in earnest, but he had certainly thought in such a manner. By nature, Garfield loved reading books about great figures from history. He had fond memories of reading books until they were completely worn out, back in Sanctuary. That included The Legend of Reed Astrea, a book describing the life of Reed Astrea, whom Subaru and the others had met firsthand. To hear that the lifetime memories of not only Reed, but of many great figures whose names had been engraved in history, were all lined up in the library that stored the books of the dead, was a matter that caused his chest to throb with excitement. The reason why Garfield was then slightly opposed to the thought of Al wanting to read Priscilla's Book of the Dead was a sensation stemming from some sort of logic. Did knowing the person make it all right to read it, or did knowing the person make it wrong to do so? It was not just Garfield who did not possess the correct answer to that, but also Subaru. Therefore, Garfield, until you do what you gotta do at the tower, you can't be collapsing on us. Hey. Gnashing his canines, Garfield tossed a canteen over to Al. It slowly drew an arc as it spun through the air, making its way towards Al. Al. Oh, my bad, bud. My throat was just about feeling parched. Catching the canteen with a light sound, Al skillfully raised the jaw of his helmet with his single right arm and gently brought the mouth of it to his own lips. Then Al gulped down the water quite quickly and gave a refreshed exhale of "Ah, Tilda." Al, Eep, that really brings me back to life. Really, you guys are always taking such good care of me. I'm grateful. Even though you ought to be frowning upon me for causing Bro's team to split up like this. Garfield, gimme a break. Don't you have any self-awareness? Al, well, it ain't like I ain't looking at my surroundings. I'd say that, at least more than that old man who disappeared to who knows where. I'm calm, real calm. Garfield. Al gave his answer while waving around the canteen that had been mostly emptied, to which Garfield flared his nostrils, feeling as if he had eaten a bitter bug. The topic of the missing person whom Al had brought up was Heinkel. As one of the members of the Priscilla camp, after her passing, Heinkel's mind had been quite perturbed. He had disappeared a few days before Garfield and the others departed from the Empire. Garfield had participated in the search, but tracing a scent through a town where thousands of people were entering and exiting on a daily basis was a difficult feat, and so ultimately they were unable to find him. Garfield. Emilia Sama also seemed to be super depressed. When Heinkel's whereabouts became unknown, Emilia had felt a terrible sense of responsibility. He heard that she had come into contact with Heinkel on an occasion Garfield and the others had been unaware of, and it seemed that he clung on to her quite intensely on that instance. After that, without getting the chance to talk with him again, Heinkel disappeared. To an extent similar to Emilia, Garfield was also disheartened. After all, he had inadvertently crossed paths with Heinkel many times, and they held out on the same battlefield together in the fight against the great disaster. Garfield, or you ain't you worried 'bout Pops? Al, HM. Yeah, I guess I'd say I'm worried about him, but that's 'cause both me and the old man are at a fine age. Fellow middle-aged geezers ought to worry about each other, right? Garfield, the fuck's it got to do with age? It's only natural to worry about your comrades. When you start talking like that, then you got Beatrice, Emilia Sama, and Nana Hooray all over 100 years old. Al, HM, I guess things get pretty confusing at Bro's place if you rank seniority by age. I do think everything you're saying's completely correct, bud. It's just, Garfield. What? Al. All things considered, my plate's also pretty damn full right now. Saying that, he raised the hand holding the canteen and lowered his head, leaving Garfield at a loss for words. Following that, he also began to get a bit embarrassed for pressing Al so emotionally. Just now, Garfield had been one-sidedly venting his feelings of powerlessness. In addition, Garfield, though, it's still different from Captain's. Narrowing his emerald green eyes, as Garfield checked the sharpness of his canines with the tip of his tongue, he discreetly examined Al's state and recalled what Otto had told him. Having witnessed Priscilla's death, Subaru and Al had sustained great wounds to their hearts. Everybody had received a shock from Priscilla's death. But the wounds received by these two had undoubtedly been the greatest, and so the way they faced those wounds was distinct when compared to others. Trying to make amends under the guise of Spocker, Subaru had himself beat down by the many comrades he had encountered in the Empire. That pitiful, reckless endeavor was repealed via the support and assistance of his surroundings, but whether it be equivalent or even greater, Al was currently in need of something. Garfield did not sense any issues within his responses during the time of this conversation, but before Subaru and the rest had proposed to accompany him, Al was initially going to force himself to head to the tower alone. That would have likely been an act tantamount to suicide, a fact Garfield was sure of, having heard about the severity of the Ogria sand dunes from his comrades. There was even the possibility that Al had fallen into such despair that he would not have minded losing his life en route to the tower. Subaru, I want to respect Al's feelings of wanting to read the Book of the Dead. I'm going to accompany him to the Pleiades watchtower. That's all I can do for Al and for Priscilla. Having noticed those perilous signs within Al, nobody stopped Subaru as he spoke that out. To not accompany Al was equivalent to leaving him to die at the Sand Sea. It was the consensus of the camp that there had already been enough casualties. Al, but you know, Aunt Bro and the rest out shopping. Would have been best for you to follow them, since you're the strongest, bud. If it's just the dragon carriage, then I'd be able to watch over it alone. Garfield, you really think we can just leave a guy from another camp here by himself? My amazing self-S here to keep an eye on you. Al, it's lonely to be treated as an outsider. Ain't we buddies who saved the Empire together? And that was also the reason why Al had lost everything precious to him. How to mourn, how to despair, how to regret. Such methods differed from person to person. Garfield, too, had an experience of being stuck completely helpless at a dead end, left only to despair. In order to get back on his feet, Garfield had borrowed the strength of Subaru, Ram, Otto, and everybody else. So now he wanted to be there for somebody else in that same position. Garfield. ID thought my amazing self could be there for Pops, too. The missing Heinkel, too, certainly possessed despair of his own. That such a thing had cast a great shadow over his life was something Garfield more or less understood. Precisely because he understood, he felt sorry for Heinkel, who had no choice but to shoulder everything on his own. It appears that the atmosphere in the carriage is rather stagnant, depressing. And just as Garfield had been thinking that, the door to the dragon carriage opened, and someone, appearing from outside, spoke those words. When Garfield turned around in surprise and came to notice that it was someone he knew, he let out a sigh. Garfield, don't fucking freak me out like that. Got me thinking it was something like the sound of Woozle's wind. Excuse my rudeness in asking, but considering your duty, would it not be a problem in and of itself that you are unable to cope with sudden situations? Inquiry. Garfield, ugh, that's a bit. Again, excuse my rudeness. I attempted to trip you up. Apology. Saying that, placing a finger on his lips as he winked, was a man with a slender face, meticulously trimmed navy blue hair, and a monocle over one eye clinned. This man, who cast an unfathomable atmosphere around him, worked as a servant for Roswell's relative Anna Rose Mylode, and was on poor terms with Garfield's older sister, Frederica. Moreover, this was the person with whom they had arranged to meet in Merula, the nearest town to the Sand Sea. Garfield, amazing. Ain't you Timon, just damn perfect. Where's that Maylie girl? Clint, she is accompanying me, certainly. As for my punctuality, it is not something that deserves praise. As a butler, I have simply fulfilled my duties. Garfield, you really think that any other butler's fucking able to do something like Tarkin, an entire dragon carriage from one end of the country to the other so easily? Garfield was fed up with Clint, who placed his hand on his chest with great humility. In bringing Subaru and Rem home from the Empire, Clint had fulfilled a very important role, on a level that he could even possibly be the MVP of the camp. It would seem that Clint could use magic similar to that of door crossing, which allowed one to cross through space, and through that, he had been very useful and versatile in making preparations for their journey to the Empire. The reason they had met up here was to retrieve Maylie, who was indispensable personnel for crossing the Ogria sand dunes. Clint, regarding Maylie-sama, I have sent her straight to Subaru-sama and the others. I have come to the dragon carriage to report on her arrival. Praiseworthy. Garfield, Thanks. By the way, did you not bring Emilia Sama or Artabro with you? Clind, my apologies. The payment made by the master was limited to the act of bringing back Subaru Sama and Rem Sama, who were sent to the Empire. Bringing Meili here was the least I could do as a favor. Sincerity. Garfield. Gotcha. If there's a reason, I won't ask you to do the impossible. Clind bowed deeply, and although his tone remained flat, there was a sense of consistent apology in his demeanor, and it seemed that he had reasons that were beyond his control. In the past, Garfield had a bad habit of losing all reason when he underwent beastification, but the reason he was able to overcome this was because he had been granted an opportunity to do so. He did not know if Clind's limitations were of the same sort or not, so Garfield refrained from saying anything presumptuous despite having had a similar experience. Garfield, well, not like our amazing selves are the only ones. Yo, Alsan, let me introduce you. This is one of our amazing selves, allies, Clind. He's real chummy with that Roswell bastard. Clind, while it is exquisitely chilly, yet quite difficult to deny, I thank you for the introduction. Having received that introduction, my name is Clind. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Bow. Realizing that he had ignored Al while they had been speaking, Garfield introduced Clind. Giving a slightly wry smile, Clind faced Al and greeted him. From Garfield's point of view, it seemed strange that Clind, who had been close with Roswell for a long time, would now deny getting along well with him, but Clind, Al Sama, puzzling. Aside from Garfield's thoughts, Clind frowned with skepticism. The reason was Al's reaction to Clind's greeting, in which he gave no response. Al. Maintaining his silence, Al stared intently at Clind's face. Of course, his expression was not visible, being that his helmet was on, but the atmosphere he was exuding something close to shock or bewilderment could easily be felt. However, Garfield did not understand the meaning of that reaction in itself. Garfield. Clind, do you know Alsan? Clind. No, forgive me, but I have no recollection of him. Al-Sama, have we met somewhere before? Verification. Clind shook his head and denied Garfield's suspicion. If Clind could not recall any such thing, then he was likely not mistaken. As previously mentioned, Clind could use special magic, but he also had outstanding abilities as a butler. He was the one who trained Frederica and Ram as servants, and he was also the one who had taught Subaru how to use a whip. He was perhaps not stronger than Garfield, but his mannerisms also gave the impression that he was no ordinary person and certainly possessed great power. If he had no memory of this, then it was probably true that, at least on Clind's side, they were not acquainted. And as for Al, never had any of that acquaintance. Without a doubt, this is the very first meeting between you and I, Garfield. So, the hell was up with that profound silence just now? Al, my bad, it's just kinda troublesome to memorize new things. You said you were called Clinsan. The name's Al. I'm indebted to Bro and to your allies. Clind, I am at your service. I look forward to working with you from now on. Perpetuity. Al, perpetuity is a bit long, but yeah, looking forward to working with you. Waving his hand, Al readily responded to Clind's light-hearted words. While watching the two of them interact, Garfield felt that Al's behavior was somewhat unnatural, but he missed the opportunity to mention it. Garfield, whatever, I guess. Now that Clind had brought Meili here, the real expedition into the Ogria sand dunes could begin. The witch beasts that swarmed the sand sea could be driven away thanks to Meili's power, but there were still many things to prepare for, such as the sand-time vortex of the sand wind that must be passed through in order to reach the tower. He heard that last time there had been a scene where Emilia and Julius, who had accompanied them on their journey, had displayed their abilities. Garfield, I'll give M hell. My amazing self will protect Captain and everyone else no matter what. Garfield roared, bringing his fists together before his chest. The sense of purpose surging up within him was proof of the determination that was erupting from the unshakable awareness that now inspired Garfield. Such was Garfield's determination, fervent with excited breaths, however. Very goody, a safe arrival. I'm relieved that nothing happened this tie tilde me. Saying those words, Meili hopped down from the driver's seat onto the sand, and with the gargantuan door that was the entrance to the tower behind her, she spread out both her arms. The eastern edge of the Ogria sand dunes the path to the Pleiades watchtower, which even the Sword Saint had given up on traversing due to his failure to reach it, was now easily surmounted by them. Garfield. Gao, having firmly vowed to protect his comrades, no matter the obstacle, Garfield ought to have been pleased with the anticlimactic result. And yet he could not help but mutter that, with a somewhat unsatisfied look on his face. Arc 9, Chapter 9, High Efficiency Sorceress Induction Door. Human translated by Archbishop. Machine translated by Archbishop. Beloved proofread by Elimin 7 Archbishop hash 750 Archbishop. Japanese to English checking by Vinikayan Archbishop. Art sources RZ Goat Ellie Magician. I am glad you have returned safely. Relief. Scarce of words, Clind expressed that he was pleased to see Subaru return. Since being made Emilia's knight, Subaru had put in great efforts to live up to his title, and this man had taught him how to train his body and handle a whip, as well as many things that had led to his current confidence. He could be said to be Subaru's true teacher in this world. Despite his position, he had always maintained a certain distance with the people of the mansion he served, even with Subaru. But when speaking of their reunion, he touched his shoulder and seemed to have a slight smile on his face, a quite impactful thing. At the same time, Subaru was also worried about Clind, who seemed unfazed by anything. Subaru, of course that's only natural, or I guess I should say I'm really sorry. Clind-san, I heard you were a huge help to Emilia-tan and the others in coming to get me. Clind, no, I only did what was possible within my abilities. I have received a fair amount of compensation, so the issues were few. Acceptable. Subaru, Clind-san, Clind, moreover, does an apology in such a situation not differ from the policy of the camp? Question. Subaru, Clind. If it were Emilia-sama, who you look up to as your master, who is developing with purity and bravery while still retaining her childlike nature, what would she say at a time like this? Contemplation. At Clind's words, Subaru took a small breath. The former's evaluation of Emilia was permeated with his partiality towards children who overflowed with infinite potential, but Subaru understood what he was trying to say. In a situation like this, instead of apologizing for having something done for her, Emilia would say, Subaru, not sorry, but thank you. Clind, indeed, excellent answer. The fact that he answered with a straight face without smiling was very Clind-like. Subaru scratched his cheek with his finger and smiled wryly at his teacher's unreadable feelings. This elusive quality of his probably contributed to the hardships of Anna Rose, Clind's lady, and the complicated feelings of Frederica, who he had known for many years. But then again, given that Frederica talked about Clind far too often for someone who supposedly disliked him, her complex inner feelings did not seem like something for an outsider to comment on. Clind, speaking of which, it was said in the preceding bird mail that Frederica would also be accompanying you, but I have yet to locate her tall, conspicuous figure. Verification. Subaru, HM. Ah, that's right. Frederica was supposed to come along at first, but she changed her plans at the last minute and went together with Roswell instead. Subaru answered Clind's question, keeping an eye on the distant sky. At present, the Emilia camp was divided into groups to carry out different tasks throughout the kingdom of Lugunica, Subaru's group included. Emilia and Otto had headed to the royal capital to report on the events in the empire. Ram was looking after Rem, who was resting at the mansion to recover her memories, and Roswell and Frederica had headed to the south of the kingdom to the Bariel domain. With the death of Priscilla, and with her husband late Bariel having passed away a while ago, the Bariel domain was bereaved of its lord, extolled as the Sun Princess, and great disorder was to be expected. With the aim of minimizing such tumult, Roswell had accompanied Schult, who had chosen to return straight to the Priscilla camp, and Frederica had also gone along with them. Frederica's good with children and is liked by Schult, so she can be trusted to take care of things, I suppose. Just thinking about Roswell going there on his own is enough to make a person shudder, in fact. Subaru, I get what you mean, but don't go around saying that too much. Roswell has mellowed a lot. Even this time, Emilia-tan asked for his help with Schult, and he accepted in no time. As always, Beatrice's harsh words for Roswell were quite endearing, but Subaru was very grateful for how he had handled the situation this time. Emilia, who had apparently spoken with Schult while Subaru engaged in Sparka, also seemed relieved that Raswal had taken care of the situation. To be perfectly honest, Subaru could not help but wonder if Raswal was only willing to help out with the situation of another camp without any hesitation, because he wanted to have influence over the Bariel domain. Even if that were the case, he thought Raswal was more trustworthy than other people who harbored ambition. That was the conclusion Subaru came to for the time being. To begin with, if it was a matter of getting involved in the affairs of other camps, Subaru had already been sticking his nose in much more boldly than Emilia or Raswal. Subaru. While thinking this, Subaru expressed another complex feeling of gratitude to Raswal that when Subaru had failed to save Priscilla, Raswal had not followed through on his past declaration. Subaru's return by death, even though Raswal was unaware that death was the impetus. He recognized that Subaru had the authority to redo things, and after the battle in Sanctuary, he had clearly declared that he would not allow Natsuki Subaru to take a path of compromise when it came to the loss of those around him. Raswal had declared that if Subaru ever failed to save someone important to him, he would incinerate everything in an inferno of his flames, forcing Subaru to reset that world. That was no empty threat or joke, but a genuine declaration. However, Raswal did not attempt to make that terrifying scene of flames a reality on this occasion, as if to add insult to injury after Subaru's failure to save Priscilla. Whether this signified some kind of change in Raswal, or whether he did not count Priscilla among the people for whom Subaru would reset, he did not know. Albeit, he really hoped that it was the former. Subaru. Well, that's why Frederica is with Raswal. If you want to see her, Clinsen, you can just hop over there, Clind. Unfortunately, my method of transportation is not all-powerful, conditional. In addition, concerning the matter of going out of my way just because of wanting to see Frederica. Denial. However, Clind, I was merely concerned about the fact that things are not going according to the original plan. Trivial. Clind added this after briefly shaking his head, making Subaru raise his eyebrows. Although Clind's point of view was understandable, things did not always go according to plan. Not to say that one should be overly flexible, but being too rigid could cause one to be unable to do anything. First of all, had it not been Frederica, it would have been Petra who accompanied Raswal. Internally, within the camp, that would have been a much more concerning situation. That was why this combination of personnel had come about naturally. Clind, Subaru, Clinsan. Clind, apologies for always beating around the bush. Acknowledgement. Considering my position, my remark was out of line. Concern. Clind bowed his head as he said this. Subaru thought his attitude of drawing a line between himself and others like that was lonely. Originally, he was a person who knew how to distinguish between his own and other people's areas of responsibility. But Subaru, I'm not Raswal or Anna Rose, so I don't think there's anything like being out of line with me. You should know, Clinsen, that you're one of us. There was a reason why he had thanked him earlier. If someone went to such lengths in order to help another out, then what were they if not a comrade? Subaru, Clinsan, you and I are both on the side of the brave and cute Emiliaten, yeah. Clind, yes, indeed. Affirmation. However, unlike you, Subaru-sama, who is expected to grow up quickly, I am in a position where I want to watch over the budding potential and growth. Cradle. Subaru, I feel the divide between incompatible factions who support the same idol. Beatrice. Incidentally, Betty's position is that Emilia's growth would make Bubby proud, I suppose. Even within the camp, it was clear that there were big differences in the way that Emilia was being supported, but Beatrice's opinion was the most mature. Anyway, it was a great help that Clind could travel the long distance in one go with Meili, who was essential for surmounting the Ogria sand dunes. Subaru, what will you do after this, Clind-san? Clind, although it concerns my lady's life, I have been unable to concentrate on my duties as a butler for some time. Introspection. When the master and Emilia-sama return, things will likely get busy again. Therefore, I intended to leave you all in Frederica's care and turn back, contemplation. Narrowing his eyes, a look of worry was visible through Clind's monocle. It was clear that his contemplation was centered around his lady, Anna Rose. Albeit young, Anna Rose already possessed the spirit of a first-class noble, and while she was dependable, she was also somewhat at risk. As her closest retainer, Clind must have felt uneasy about leaving her side for long periods of time. That was why, Subaru. It's all right, Clint-san. Garfield's here too. Petra's also becoming more and more reliable. Go back and grant some peace of mind to Anna Rose. After that scene, Subaru and his group set out to conquer the Ogria sand dunes with Meili in tow, and although they had succeeded splendidly, seriously now, my amazing self didn't get any damn opportunity to shine. Well, since we just parted from Clint-san telling him that everything would be okay, if any problem arose then it'd have been hard on him. I say it's good that nothing happened. I get it, you know. I really do get it, you know. But still, what about my amazing self's feelings after getting all fired up for this? Crestfallen, Garfield stood with his head hung low before the main entrance to the Pleiades watchtower. Within the blowing sand wind, Garfield was hunched over, looking dejected, and Meili, the greatest contributor to overcoming the sand sea, crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. Meili, WH tilde at tilde. It's not as if it's my foul LT. If the fanged Oni-san wants to show off his strength so badly, how about making a round trip across the sandpit by him's tilde LF? Petra, Meili-chan, don't provoke him like that. Sorry, Garf-san, Meili-chan didn't speak out of malice. She just doesn't know when to keep her mouth shut. Meili. Petra-chan is quite hard tilde RSH. Meili, who had taken offense, reluctantly withdrew due to the mediation from Petra. The exchange at the bar in Merula was not the only reason. Rather, in the power balance between these two, Petra was for some reason overwhelmingly superior, which made for an intriguing friendship. Subaru, as I thought, is this because of the power dynamic between the one who feeds and the one being fed? Beatrice, it's doubtful if that's the case, in fact. Finding someone who can match Petra in the mansion is rare, I suppose. Only Emilia and Ram, in fact. Subaru, Emilia Tan's naturally strong, and Ram's just strong, plain and simple. Subaru nodded at the interjection from Beatrice, agreeing with her point. Needless to say, neither Subaru nor Beatrice would ever be caught claiming that they could beat Petra. They knew exactly where they stood. How admirable. Subaru. Then again, coming back here once again, something slowly welling up within me. Within the heart of Subaru, who had spoken thus, a dull, throbbing ache began to form at the sight of the majestic tower before him. It was the place from which he had been sent away to the Valatian Empire, and although so much had happened since then, it was also the place that had fortuitously brought Spiker to him. However, what made Subaru's heart ache the most at this moment was she whom he had lost. Subaru. Shola. The first person whom Natsuki Subaru, who possessed return by death, had been unable to save. Priscilla had been added to that, and even though Subaru's mind ought to have been cognizant of the fact that return by death was not omnipotent, he was forced to realize the same with the very depths of his soul. That was why such thoughts, such wounds, he wished to never have to experience them again. Beatrice. However, it's truly a relief, I suppose. After all, having to go through all that hassle just to get to the tower is undesirable, in fact. Perhaps understanding Subaru's innermost thoughts through their linked hands, Beatrice chose not to touch upon Subaru's sentiments, and Subaru also nodded back with a yes. The Pleiades watchtower itself was visible at a distance, even from Merula. Compared to before, the density of the clouds and dust plumes that enshrouded it had diminished, putting the fear of losing sight of the tower at an almost non-existent level. Of course, this would no longer be the case during sand time, when sand wind grew stronger, but now that he had conquered it once before and knew of the warping of space within the sand time that led to the tower, he had rather looked forward to its arrival. Beatrice, even within that sand wind, he contributed greatly by keeping vigilant watch over the surroundings of the dragon carriage and avoiding the rocks and valleys, and yet Garfield still far too upset, I suppose. Subaru. Being able to preemptively prevent a crisis was surely thanks to his efforts. Well, perhaps what Garfield needs to work on in the future is him feeling like he hasn't gotten his job done unless he uses his muscles. If one were to simply rank the contributors to overcoming the sand sea, Garfield would surely be among the top 3. Of course, one of them was Meili, and the other, Subaru. Sorry to make you keep taking these excursions with us, Patrash. Time and time again, your stamina, your ability to break through, and your grace are what come to my aid. Patrash, Dada June. When Subaru called out to her, Patrash neighed as if to say that it was a matter of course. Of course, in the Valatian Empire, and once again on the way to the Pleiades watchtower, she who pulled the dragon carriage had undoubtedly been an indispensable member. The long journey was still ongoing, and there had been no time to unwind. So once they returned to the mansion, and time could be made for some relaxation, she needed to be shown appreciation by brushing her or taking her for a picnic or whatever. And so, while Subaru and the others congratulated each other for having made it to the tower safely, this is getting off the dragon carriage after Subaru and the others, Al calmly looked up at the tower and muttered thus in a hoarse voice. The fleeting emotions that were blended into Al's voice by their sheer sincerity made Subaru's cheeks nearly stiffen, so he hastily pinched them with his fingers to endure the urge. Throughout the journey, Subaru tried his best to avoid looking too serious or worried in front of Al. The purpose of the journey was what it was. It was impossible to forget about that and act as if it was nothing special. Nevertheless, he still wanted to avoid treating Al too delicately and touching on that sore spot as much as possible. At least, that was what Subaru would have thought, had the situation been the inverse. Subaru, our objective, the Pleiades watchtower. The journey might have been a bit cramped, but I'm glad we made it. Being conscious of that, Subaru nuzzled the cheeks he had been pinching and called out to Al after Subaru called out to him. Al trained his gaze upon the tower. Al. The journey wasn't cramped at all. The kids took great care of me, so despite me being a burden, it was a pretty comfortable trip for me. Subaru, about you being a burden, you're not. Al, my bad, my bad. I ain't being sarcastic or ironic. It's no good. I ended up saying something unnecessary. How pathetic for a grown man to act this way. Slowly shaking his head, Al muttered as he placed his hand upon his helmeted forehead. Subaru, who could understand a portion of the difficult state of mind that Al was in, found it hard to say something appropriate. Just as Subaru was concerned about Al, Al was also concerned about Subaru and everyone else. However, even if one were to try to pretend that they were not depressed, since the reality would be that they indeed were depressed, such a pretense would be unable to produce its intended effect. As a result, they would end up displaying a strange bravado, and a mindset of saying things that need not be spoken would come into play. Beatrice, nobody thinks that you're a pathetic man all the time. In fact, everyone has moments when they cannot hold their head high, I suppose. What's important while doing so is reflecting upon it, in fact. Al, sheesh. That consolation really does touch me deeply. Thank you, Biko-chan. Beatrice, that manner of address, only Subaru is allowed to use it, I suppose. Be careful next time, in fact. Beatrice replied to Al with an irritated look on her face, and Subaru, feeling affectionate, gently stroked her head. Then, as he headed towards Garfield and the others who were attempting to open the main gate of the tower, Al, bro. Thank you. Al's appreciative voice echoed from behind, making Subaru almost stop for a moment. But in the end, he just waved over his shoulder and proceeded towards the entrance of the tower with Beatrice. He held various hesitations about coming to the Pleiades watchtower, such as if seeking Priscilla's Book of the Dead was truly the right thing to do or not. However, before considering whether or not they could actually find her Book of the Dead, he was certain of one thing, that his concerns about Al had not been meaningless. Subsequently, Petra, Subaru, this big door, how do we open it? Subaru, it's certainly huge, but it isn't as heavy as it looks. If I put all my weight into it and push with all my might, it should open up just a little. Petra, you used force. Meili, ye tilde s, because it was previously opened by the naked Wansan and Emilia Wanison, and then, by the sword saint, I had forgo tilde T10. Beside Petra, whose eyes had widened in surprise, Meili blurted so while hugging her elbows. It was slightly surprising to hear her mention the existence known as the sword saint Reinhard, but apparently, during Subaru's absence, in order to gain the approval of the Council of Wise Men, Meili had visited the tower once with Felt and Reinhard. In other words, this was the third time that Meili had visited the tower in a short while. Probably, across the entire world, she was the woman foremost in the number of visits to the Pleiades watchtower, and it was likely that her count would only continue to increase in the future. Meili, ye tilde p, when I came here the la tilde time, Garfield. Wait a sec. We'll talk about that, but let's get inside the tower already. If force is what you need to open it, Then this is where my amazing self comes in. Then, interrupting Maylie as she tried to talk about her previous journey, Garfield cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. In response to the words by force, it was quite adorable of him to become proactive and take this as his time to shine. But in truth, Garfield was indeed fully qualified. Thinking that, Subaru also encouraged him with an "I'm counting on you." It happened at that moment. Garfield. Ah. His long-awaited opportunity having finally come around, Garfield had been about to challenge the door. Then, before his eyes, the sound of stones scraping against stone rang out as it slowly opened. Of course, Garfield had yet to even touch the door. Opposite to Garfield, as he was astonished by that fact, out from the opened gap in the door. How about that? Did it take you by surprise? Considering that there will likely be more people coming to the tower from here on out, as well as the cleanup of the miasma drifting over the Ogria sand dunes, I have constructed a brand new mechanism. Audible was the voice of a man brimming with confidence and pride. The figure of the person to give the statement, packed with a smiling, boastful nuance, was slowly but surely exposed to the eyes of Subaru's party. Waiting, there was a person with neatly trimmed green hair, clad in a black robe. Robed figure. It is a mechanism that funnels a minuscule yet specific amount of mana through a magic circle in order to operate the door. Through such means, I have rectified the inefficient state of the tower, starting with its cumbersome gate. I have dubbed this construction the high-efficiency sorceress induction door. It's a door that opens automatically, so it's an automatic door. Robed figure. Nga. As the voltage of his voice increased, right before it was about to hit its apex, a cold voice interrupted like a douse of cold water, leading his vigor to fall flat on its face. His voice choking up, the robed man looked beside him in shock, as short as a child. The man pointed to the person standing next to him while trembling all over. Robed figure. Miss Flam. You should know this by now with how many times I have stated it. It may be modest with its convenience and difficult to understand, but it is a brand new technology that someday ought to be used in many facilities. For this reason, an appropriate name is indispensable, Flam, but it's hard to say and hard to remember. Automatic door works fine. Robed figure, such a cheap name. Next to the man frozen up with his eyes widened, a young, peach-haired girl slowly shook her head. Greeted by two figures who were roughly the same height, the reception had seemed to leave his side a bit to the wayside, but setting that aside, Subaru called out with a "Hey" to the people who had arrived here before them. Subaru. Sorry for interrupting while you're in the middle of something, but you too are, Meili. They're Sensei-san and Flam-chan, Oni-san. As Subaru tried to ask about their identity, Meili interjected like so. Judging the words she spoke to be "sensei" and the name of a girl, and based on Meili's attitude of seemingly knowing these people, he was able to guess who they were. Last time, when Meili visited the Pleiades watchtower with Felt and the others, they had left behind people at the tower to keep watch and serve as a means of communication. The Felt camp's robed figure. Might that be Garfield Ono over there? Long time no see, ever since Prestella. Have you been well, I wonder? It is I, Ezo Cadna. Flam. Ezo-sama is as spirited and noisy as always today. Ezo, calling me noisy is not but slander, Miss Flam. Saying that, widening his eyes at the girl named Flam in anger, was the one who had given his name as Ezo Cadna, the rumored intellectual magician of the Felt camp. Being called by Ezo with familiarity, one might have thought that Garfield would be delighted at this reunion with an acquaintance. But Garfield, again, my amazing self's time to shine, Gao. And helplessly lowering his extended arm, he was in a dejected state. I see. I know not of the finer details, but Priscilla Bariel-sama has. Upon hearing the news of Priscilla's demise, Ezo offered a silent prayer. His prayer, mastered to grant rest to a soul, was permeated with a hue betraying definite intellect, which could also be found in the young, childlike appearance stemming from his origin as a dwarf. As a member of the Felt camp, he was of course aware of Priscilla, a rival camp. Not losing his composure at the news of her passing, however, he turned his gaze towards Ezo. Aldono, my condolences. I never had the opportunity to meet Priscilla-sama, but I have heard from Miss Felt that she was a formidable opponent, one not to be looked down on. Her eye for character is certain. Your liege was undoubtedly an exceptional personage. Yes, I am grateful, Ezodona. Solemnly, Ezo displayed his condolences towards Priscilla, and Al responded in a humble manner. A stranger who hid his face behind a steel helmet, and a person who displayed maturity contrary to his young appearance. Quite the unnatural exchange from the viewpoint of an outsider, but the exchange of feeling was a sincere one indeed. Ezo. Well then, Natsuki Dono and Garfield Dono, have you come directly to the tower from the Empire? Subaru. Yeah, that's right. The distance is shorter by going straight to the tower compared to stopping at the mansion for a bit. Ezo, I see. Be that as it may, it must have been a tough decision to part from your liege, Emilia-sama. Reinhard Dono, too, is always reluctant to part from Miss Felt, to an exasperating extent. Subaru. That's because those two have their own way of getting along, I guess. Though I do suspect that Reinhard might actually enjoy seeing those frowns on Felt's face. Felt was so apathetic to Reinhard that it was refreshing, even. Those reactions of hers perhaps seemed fresh to Reinhard, who everybody would treat with politeness at all times. If that was indeed the reason why he stayed by Felt's side, then Reinhard also had a pretty good personality. Subaru. Of course, the reason's probably because she's his precious master. But as you said, Ezo-san, it does bother me that I had to part with Emilia-tan. It's just that. Nearly 2 months had passed since the time of Emilia and everyone else's departure from the kingdom for the Empire. During that period of time, nothing had progressed in regards to various issues concerned with the royal selection, and the changes in their relationship with the Empire had to be reported to the royal capital with haste. And that included the information of Priscilla's passing, which would cause a veritable earthquake as far as the royal selection was concerned. Therefore, they could not afford to delay the report to the royal capital. At the same time, they could not neglect Al, depressed as he was, for long, constraining him despite his desire to head to the tower. As Ezo had stated, it had been a tough decision. Regardless, Subaru, we didn't get into any major arguments over this. To be honest, I'm aware I was asking for too much, but they knew I was going to propose such a thing, so I feel kinda sorry. Since Emilia and the others had already known what Subaru was going to say, it felt like they had prepared the safest means to grant Subaru's request to the utmost extent. It was the utmost extent amidst aforementioned undelayable circumstances, such as the report to the royal capital and the handling of the Bariel domain. But currently, they had allowed Subaru and this group to head to the Pleiades watchtower. Ezo. No argument over it. HMHM. Is that how it went? Subaru. Ezo. Nothing, just talking to myself. It is very much like how you appraised the master-servant relationship between Miss Felt and Reinhard Dono, to each their own. After all, I can only imagine the things that happened in the Empire. Tracing his slim jaw with his finger, Ezo nodded in a magnanimous fashion. There was something relaxing about Ezo's manner of speech and attitude while talking to him, so it was no wonder that Meili had called him Sensei. Either way, Subaru. Time for a break now that we've reached the tower is what I'd like to do right about now, but there's probably some people who won't be able to settle down with the objective so close at hand. So without any further delay, onwards to the library on Tegeta HM. Of course, I have no reason to stop you. Only allow me to verify one thing. Aldono. Rushing through their introductions and circumstances, Subaru looked towards the tower's entrance at the spiral staircase going up 5 floors, attempting to move the conversation forward on towards the topic of the 3rd floor, their destination. However, he was interrupted by Ezo calling Al's name. As Al turned around in response to that call, Ezo raised a single finger, and Ezo. Earlier, I stated that I have never been acquainted with Priscilla Sama, but allow me to say this. From what I have heard of her personality, is it not unthinkable that Priscilla Sama would wish for you to read her Book of the Dead? Even so, do you still desire the book of your late liege? Al, Subaru, Ezo-san, that's Ezo. Silence, Natsuki Dono. I am asking Al Dono. It is an important matter. Right after Ezo told him to be silent, the tip of his raised finger began to glow faintly, and Subaru felt his own throat become unable to emit sound. Instantly, he guessed that it was some magic of Ezo's, and was made aware that he was a user of magic proficient beyond his expectations. And thus, with Subaru having been forbidden from speaking by force to their side, Ezo exchanged gazes with Al. Ezo. It is painful to lose somebody close to you. I and many others share in this experience. However, it is unthinkable that all those who experience it would then visit this tower, seeking a book of the dead. Much less if the person inscribed within the book would not desire that either. That which Ezo spoke was a sensible opinion so sharp that it could even draw blood. Al. As Al maintained silence, his expression was hidden by his steel helmet, making it impossible to examine it. However, it was factual that he had sustained a deep, monumental wound, that he was drowning in the blood and pain wrought by that wound. It was also a fact that Subaru and everybody else wanted to do something about that. For that, the Emilia camp had unanimously. Al, it's as you say, Ezodona. As you said, there are people who, even if somebody close to them dies, will get back up on their feet by themselves, even without borrowing the power of the books. Ezo, your agreement is above all else. However, it seems you have more to say. Al, yeah, I've got more. There's another thing that's just as you said. Princess Priscilla, she wouldn't want anybody to read her Book of the Dead. Ezo, Al, but she died. With a hum, Subaru's muted throat rang faintly. Hearing Al speak of Priscilla's passing for the first time, Subaru felt a sensation akin to being cut by a sharp blade. It was beyond pain. It was a sensation more so akin to blood shedding, causing his body temperature to fall vigorously. Then, with Subaru and Ezo having heard those words, Al still continued further. Al, Priscilla's dead. No longer can she tell me anything. Ezo, I see. At that low tone hailing from Al, sounding as if his heart had frozen over, Ezo cast his eyes down. Listening to the very same reply Ezo did, Subaru's heart was pierced by the everlasting glaciation that had befallen Al's heart at the pitiful, desolate frame of mind upon being bereaved of the flame, of the sun known as Priscilla. His expression indicating he was experiencing a sensation self-same with that of Subaru's, Ezo gave a brief sigh, and Ezo, by saying things to test you, I have made you say something you wished not to. I apologize. Al, nah, it was necessary for me to put it into words. Indeed, as Al responded in a hoarse voice, Ezo deeply nodded. Then Ezo snapped his fingers, and Ezo, excuse me, Natsuki Dono. I wish to hear him out between just the two of us without any interruptions. Subaru, tilde, my voice is back. Just now that was, Ezo. Yin magic is what it may seem, but it is an application of yang magic. It is not that you had lost your voice, but rather that it was boosted to a pitch so high that nobody would be able to hear it normally. It is in the register emitted by the likes of bats. Subaru, is that even possible? I really underestimated you. That end. While placing his hand upon his throat, Subaru turned his attention towards Al, guessing the intention of Subaru's gaze. Ezo prefaced with, I understand. Ezo. Ultimately, it is a matter between the parties involved. It is no place for outsiders to interject. But then again, were doubt or hesitation present, it was within my intentions to stop him indirectly. But presuming this is the only way to move forward, then those who bear the resolve have no choice but to do so. Subaru, is that. Fine, Ezo. Do not say such ridiculous things. All of you have come to terms with it in your own ways, no. Besides, if I myself died, I would like for people to read my Book of the Dead if they so desired. I would want them to learn everything about my life and use it as a foundation for the future. Subaru, Ezo, or rather, while it may not have been in the form of earnest desire, I have already diligently read quite a few books of the dead. They would have undoubtedly questioned how I could stoop so low. The orderly, mature expression Ez had worn until then disappeared as he raised his voice, his expression having returned to the one he had initially displayed when exhibiting the automatic door technology that opened the door of the tower, bearing great confidence. While astonished by the sudden change in demeanor, Subaru understood that this was a bit of ingenuity designed to distract from the tense atmosphere Ezo had created, and thus harbored a favorable impression of Ezo's humanity. In all honesty, having just returned from the Empire, where everyone he met had the potential to become an enemy, Subaru was highly favorable to those he could face with peace of mind. In any case, Ezo, sorry for keeping you. I feel bad for taking stocks away from Natsuki Dono and the rest, who are already familiar with the tower, but likely at the current moment, I am the one who has visited the library the most, and so I shall be guiding you myself towards the main attraction of the great library Pleiades, Tegeta, where the books of the dead are stored. With that, the time to fulfill their objective in visiting the Pleiades watchtower had finally come around. Arc 9, Chapter 10, Limit of 3 Days. Human translated by. Archbishop Machine translated by. Elimin 7 proofread by. Elimin 7 Archbishop hash 750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by. Anan Archbishop Art Sources Mimimim 1M11 Magician. The Great Library Pleiades. That was the official name of the tower that Shola had spoken when first inviting Subaru and the others to this place. Since Shola did not seem capable of coming up with such clever words on her own, it was probably something told to her by the master who had ordered her to manage the tower. And thus, Shola had remembered those words and necessary explanations that had been taught to her with tactless honesty over 400 years, and at that moment, she had finally been able to present them. And now, the Great Library Pleiades and its archive of the books of the dead, TAPPEI. Behind Ezo, as he spread his arms out and declared so, rows of bookshelves were lined up. These bookshelves were arranged in a circular formation around the staircase leading to the lower 4th floor, with many rows, many tens of rows, extending outward from there. Even when considering the rather large circumference of Pleiades' watchtower, there was no way this space could have fit within, so there was likely some expansion of space taking place there. It isn't something that couldn't be achieved through yin magic, in fact. However, to construct a technique that maintains its form over multiple centuries without an active caster is a skillful feat beyond the limits of human understanding, I suppose. And to Subaru's misgivings, Beatrice responded with an expression of wonder. Beatrice was a great spirit of the yin attribute. Perceiving the sophisticated magic cast upon the tower, it might have been natural for her to become excited. Either way, visiting the archive for the first time, Garfield and Petra speechlessly widened their eyes, astonished by the overwhelming amount of bookshelves, nay, by the sheer quantity of the books contained within, that was to say, the books of the dead. That was only natural. At the time of first becoming aware of the true nature of the books here on TAPPEI, even while understanding the logic behind it, Subaru too had been left speechless by perceiving the vast number of dead individuals. Petra, all of these are the books of people who died, right? With a few words, Petra muttered in an astonished voice. As she slightly averted her eyes in dumbfoundment, Subaru thought it only natural. In this aspect, Petra had a considerable amount of guts. There had been many instances in which she had faced situations with a level of tolerance that put grown-ups to shame. It was to the extent that upon encountering sand time, which tormented many of the people who challenged the Ogria sand dunes, she had coped with the sand winds very energetically. And even though Petra could put up with so much, there was a level of eeriness on TAPPEI for which she could not maintain her calmness. Garfield, HK. The same applied to Garfield as he looked all around the archive, making a slight noise with his throat. Rather, for someone like him, one of the two in the camp, alongside Emilia, who excelled at taking things in stride. Perhaps it was not the eerie austerity of the books of the dead that might have overwhelmed him, but rather the sheer number of them. Having just previously seen the hosts of undead in the Valatian Empire, the act of witnessing the resurrection and redeath of so many dead individuals might have spurred on that sensation. Subaru did have concerns about those reactions from Petra and Garfield. However, the one he was most concerned about, also visiting this place for the first time, was the person whose objective lay here. Heaving a small sigh, Al looked all around the library. His state of astonishment was quieter than Petra's, and his head looking around the archive was more loose than Garfield's. However, that was precisely why there was an air of tension about him. It was to the extent that Subaru's throat dried up when trying to call out to him, creating a sense of hesitation in him. But while he was hesitating, I can't read it. And having calmly approached a bookshelf, Al had removed a single volume in a natural movement, and while skillfully holding it in his elbow, he had flipped its pages wide open. There had not been even the slightest hesitation in that gesture, and since it had all been so natural, Subaru's reaction of "bah" had ended up being delayed. Subaru, wait, don't do that so suddenly, you really startled me. Al, my bad. It's just what I saw right in front of me, so I did it subconsciously. Subaru, Don't you find it scary to suddenly go for things you have no knowledge of? While saying that, Subaru scrambled to take the book from Al's hand. Being greatly shocked by that quick action, Subaru was simultaneously reminded of the danger Al was in. On the journey thus far, he had not made a very strong display of his attitude, but it was likely a result of the strength of his desire for the book. Subaru wanted to show that he understood that, but on the other hand, that did not mean he would not reproach Al's rash behavior. Subaru, I told you this already. The books here are, way more powerful than you could ever imagine. At one point, I was right on the verge of becoming Melee. Melee. Wah tilde T kinda joke is tha tilde T. Don't say such scary thigh tilde NGS. Her name listed as an example, Melee raised her voice in opposition. But this was no joke or anything of the sort from Subaru, but a dreadfully true sense of harm possessed by the books of the dead. On the previous journey, in a loop in which Melee had lost her life back then, Subaru had read Melee's Book of the Dead, putting a huge burden on his mind, and immersing him so much in her life that a non-existent Melee began to dwell within him. To be honest, the affection and familiarity Subaru now felt towards Melee, to a point that she was bewildered by it, was in no small part due to the effects of her Book of the Dead. If affection was something achieved by means of empathy and understanding, then Books of the Dead were the ultimate matchmaker. But then again, by nature, Books of the Dead would absolutely not grant an opportunity for reunion with a deceased person in a living state, so such a development was only possible for Subaru. Subaru, that's why you have to handle them cautiously. It's quite possible that you could stop being yourself. Al, to stop being yourself, in a way that might be the most desirable outcome. Subaru, Al, it's a joke, just a joke. Just an unfunny, worthless joke. As Al pitifully spilled out words of self-abandonment, Subaru's cheeks stiffened. Hoping that it might serve as the impetus for him to get back on his feet, Subaru had listened to Al's request and had brought him to the tower. However, his doubts regarding whether this was a drastic method that would help or if it would actually end up deepening his wounds grew stronger. Ezo, Natsuki Dono's admonishment a moment ago was precisely correct. With the rebuking of Al Dono's careless action already completed, I would very much like for Garfield Dono and Miss Petra to be sufficiently careful as well. Should you heedlessly undertake the effects of a book, it is quite possible that your mind might sustain an everlasting wound. And behind Subaru and Al's exchange, Ezo cautioned the first-time visitors. Like Subaru, Ezo's words were filled with a nuance only possible from someone who had experienced the feedback from a Book of the Dead. Without a doubt, just like Subaru and Julius, he was one of the people who had connected with a Book of the Dead, Ezo. While typically regarded without much importance, wounds upon the mind are quite the troublesome affair. There is no prospect to recover from them via healing magic, and there are many instances in which they are made light of due to the fact that they are not outwardly visible. Even aside from that, the influence of miasma upon these lands is potent, so you may be prone to feeling low in spirits. As one of the senior folk here, if you feel anything wrong at all, please inform me immediately. Subaru. Thank you very much, Ezo-san. Flam. A splendid attitude to have as the eldest one here, Ezo-sama. As expected, there's the implication that you fainted with wide eyes, frothing at the mouth and experiencing incontinence when you first read a Book of the Dead. Ezo, Miss Flam, you promised not to say anything about that, did you not? Flam, seeing you convulse like that in the library made my eyes widen quite a bit as well. Ez firmly struck his chest in a reliable manner, but once Flam, his supposed ally, exposed his disgrace, he widened his eyes. Hearing that recount of Ezo's experience, the expression of Petra, who had once looked at him with a gaze of respect, began to cloud over as she said, Ezo-san. At the gaze from the young girl, Ezo hurriedly gestured, Ezo, no, that is incorrect. Well, it may not be incorrect, but Miss Flam's descriptions were too effective as a cautionary tale. Certainly, at first I was unable to bear it and fainted in quite a predicament, but ever since I have learnt the trick behind reading the books and have thus not failed in such a manner again. Garfield, a trick behind reading the books. Something like that really exists. Ezo, it does. To put it plainly, it is to clear your mind, to close off your heart. If you enter such a frame of mind and put yourself to the side, then you can treat the incoming information as nothing more than information. Flam! You make it sound so easy, but no matter how many times I hear it, I still do not understand. As Flam slowly shook her head, Ezo looked around at the others in search of agreement. However, neither Petra, nor Garfield, nor Subaru, nor Beres, and most definitely not Meili, understood. At the lack of a favorable response, Ez cried out impossible, in shock. Regardless of Ezo's shock, if it was truly possible to protect one's mind through the method he had spoken of to successfully read the books of the dead, then this was indeed a marvelous thing. As someone who had actually read books of the dead, Subaru understood just how absurd that was. To be honest, even after hearing about the trick just now, Subaru did not think he was capable of doing the same thing. Subaru, you've got it right. It's possible to go into an unrecoverable state by doing something careless. So for touching any books outside of the one you're looking for, Al, I'd better stop. I got it. I'll heed your warning. Even without that, it was thanks to Bro and the others that I got to the tower without any trouble. I'm not gonna complain. Subaru. Well, that's fine, I guess. With those words, Subaru returned the book he had taken from Al to the bookshelf. He did not know the name of the person written on the binding, but he handled it carefully as the sensation was akin to touching a tombstone. Indeed, the books of the dead felt similar to tombstones or grave markers. That was why he felt a strange sense of resistance against making a racket here. Anyway, Ezo, amidst this vast number of books, finding the one you seek will be difficult. It would be ideal to really concentrate your energy on searching for it. After all, the books on these bookshelves may still continue to increase even at this very moment. The comment added by Ezo spoke of a steep journey distinct to the one of crossing the sand sea, with the meaning of scaling a sea of books with no certain means of victory. I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of the who hath reached the summit. A deep, solemn voice reverberated, shaking the very souls of those who heard it, the voice of a being of a higher existence. With the vast, blue sky as a backdrop, a majestic dragon perched at the very top of the towering structure, the divine dragon Volcanica loomed over Garfield, who stood there, stunned. It was not the first time he had seen a dragon. On the contrary, during the recent great disaster in the Valatian Empire, Garfield had been entrusted by Subaru and the others to face off directly against the cloud dragon Mesorea, engaging in a fierce battle with it. The battle spoke for itself. Garfield did not think he had outright defeated the cloud dragon. Even so, the fact that he had not been beaten was something Garfield took pride in. Dragons were considered the most powerful creatures in this world. Whether human, demi-human, witch-beast, or spirit, they all paled in comparison to dragons, which stood at the top of the rankings. Though imperfectly, having fought against one of those top-tier beings, Garfield felt as though he had broken through a barrier. However, Volcanica, thou who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. The majestic, blue-white shining divine dragon Volcanica rested its wings leisurely at the top of the tower. His instincts clearly understood that it was on a completely different dimension from the cloud dragon Mesorea. While it was not evident from its appearance, the experience as a dragon between Volcanica and Mesorea was as vast as the difference between an adult and a child. I had only heard about it because I missed the chance to see it last time, but seeing it for real is something else. As Subaru looked up at the dragon behind Garfield, he expressed his awe. Subaru had been sent to the Empire before he had a chance to encounter Volcanica at Pleiades' watchtower. Although he had seen the cloud dragon in the Empire, he was just as moved as Garfield upon gazing the divine dragon Volcanica in person. Because Emilia and Volcanica once fought each other. Garfield, Emilia-sama, you were Bane, too damn reckless. Honestly, Betty also felt like she was barely alive, in fact. It wasn't just Emilia, but Subaru, Ram, Anastasia, and everyone else were all in trouble too, Subaru. Yeah, back then you were worried sick about us, Biko. Thanks for everything. Recalling those times, Subaru had a serious expression as he patted Beatrice's head. But from what he had heard, it had not been the kind of conclusion that could be spoken about with such a heart-warming scene. At that time, Subaru had lost his memory, Meili had betrayed them, and they had clashed with the Sage and Gluttony, causing quite a commotion. Garfield, if my amazing self'd been there, the captain wouldn't have been sent flying all the way to the Empire. Beatrice, That's quite the claim, I suppose. Garfield, are you saying that you could handle problems that even we couldn't deal with, in fact? Garfield. Ugh, no, that ain't what I meant, but Beatrice. One of Betty's pretty jokes, I suppose. Betty knows you didn't mean that, in fact. Beatrice laughed at Garfield, who was flustered, thinking he might have said something careless. As Garfield breathed a sigh of relief, Subaru said, anyways, before continuing, Subaru, I caused everyone a lot of worry. I won't say it was good that we got sent over there, but when I think about how the Empire might have been destroyed if we hadn't been there, well, Beatrice, it having turned out all right is not something we can say, I suppose. Especially when considering Al's feelings, in fact. Garfield, it's not just that guy Schult, and the all man were the same way. Beatrice and Garfield responded to Subaru's words, while he scratched his cheek with his finger. In Garfield's mind, the image of the camp collapsing after Priscilla was gone came to mind. With Heinkel gone and Al seeking the Book of the Dead, even the most optimistic Schult was desperately trying to pull himself together, but he was still in shambles. It was too worrying now. It was too cruel to leave everything to Roswell alone, so he was relieved that Frederica was there to accompany him. He wished he could help all of them, one by one, to move forward, Garfield. Sorry for tagging along like this, Captain. I juice really wanted to see the divine dragon for once. Subaru. I was curious too, so it's not something you need to apologize for. It's natural for fans to be interested if they find out a celebrity is staying on the upper floors of a hotel, although going to try to meet them might be bad manners, huh? Maybe this is overstepping. Beatrice, there is no reason for anyone to blame you, I suppose. If anyone has the right to blame, it would be the dragon itself, in fact. But Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Beatrice, it is as you see, I suppose. Beatrice shrugged at the vague nature of Volcanica's response. Garfield had also been skeptical, but upon actually meeting Volcanica, he realized that it was true that the long, long passage of time had made the dragon's perception of the world quite vague. Even so, the extraordinary aura it radiated was what set this exceptional dragon apart. In any case, Garfield, I'm realizing, again, that there's always someone stronger. I've got to make sure I don't get too full of myself. Subaru. You're strong, Garfield. I'd reach you on the list of the strongest people I know quicker by counting from the top. Garfield, ain't it my amazing self's job to get to the top, though? After ascertaining his own standing, he gave Subaru's chest a light poke to let him know that he was not disheartened. Subaru let out a soft grunt from the impact of his fist, and then nodded with tears in his eyes. And as they were talking, oh, so you were indeed with the divine dragon after all. At that moment, Ezo, who had come from the stairs, joined them. Ezo glanced at Garfield Subaru, then at Volcanica beyond them, and Ezo, I understand. The mysteries of this tower are sure to pique one's curiosity, but the divine dragon, Volcanica, a being who was indispensable in the establishment of the kingdom of Lugunica as we know it today, is yet another subject of great interest. Subaru. Haha, it's probably different from Ezo-san's perspective, but I also admire dragons. Volcanica's way too big for it, but the idea of being something like a dragon rider is a classic fantasy for boys. Garfield, dragon rider, Captain, you gotta tell me more about that later. Subaru, sure. Though having said that, it's kinda like the flying dragon riders from the Empire. Garfield's intuition was triggered by the unfamiliar words that Subaru uttered while he nodded his head. He had a hunch that it was probably something extremely exciting and awesome. Observing the exchange between Garfield and Subaru, as Ezo tilted his head and touched his chin. Ezo, I see. I thought we might discuss the significance of the divine dragon from an historical or scholarly standpoint, but that will have to wait for another time. Now then, Natsuki Dono, as requested, I have finished explaining the library to Aldono. For now, I have placed Miss Flam by his side. Subaru, thank you, it's a huge help. I haven't really had a chance to properly speak with Flamchan yet, but is it all right to leave her there? Ezo, your concern is unnecessary. She is the type who will clearly say no if she is adverse to something. Though as a servant, it is a bit concerning that she says it so often. Beatrice, we're quite accustomed to maids who say no to things they are adverse to, in fact. Garfield, that's for sure. Ain't that the truth? Garfield and Subaru exchanged glances and nodded in response to Beatrice's remark. Garfield's beloved, both proud and self-aware, was indeed a woman who could clearly express her opinions, regardless of her position as a maid. He liked that about her. Thinking about it, Flam was like that too, so maybe it was just that women with peach hair were strong. Incidentally, Miss Flam has a twin sister named Miss Grassis. Not only are they similar in appearance, but also in personality, which is quite troubling. Subaru. You guys sure have a lot of variety over at Felt's place, with Ram Jie, Tanchinkan and all. Speaking of which, Ezo-san, how did you end up over there with Felt? Ezo. I was once indebted to Miss Felt and Reinhard Dono. I think it would be appropriate to say that they took an interest in me and brought me in because of that connection. Subaru. In that case, you were a great find, kinda like our Otto. A find, such was an expression that Otto himself often used, but as for commonalities between Otto and Ezo, it would probably be their green features, though Otto had it in his attire, while Ezo's was in his hair. Green finds were excellent and reliable. Thinking that, Garfield could not help but chuckle. Ezo, it seems you are enjoying yourself, Garfield Dono. Garfield, it's nothing, just some worthless thoughts. More importantly, Bane called Dono like that feels a lil awkward. Dono tilde just sounds so over the top, if you get what I'm saying. Ezo, is that so? I do not personally think so, but in that case, I will address you as Garfield Kun, as I do with Ratchins Kun and the others. Garfield, sure, ain't like it's our first time meeting either. Please go ahead and use that. As Garfield waved his hand, Ezo nodded with an understood. At that exchange between Garfield and Ezo, Subaru looked back and forth between the two and said, "Speaking of which, Subaru, you two have met each other before, right? From where?" Ezo, I am sure you recall the Prestella incident, when the Watergate city was attacked by the witch cult led by their sin archbishops. I was called by Miss Felt to help with the aftermath, and thus entered the city. That is where I became acquainted with Garfield Kun and Otto Dono. Subaru. I see, so it was during that time, Garfield. Oh, and there was a bit of a quarrel that went down then, too. Well, it's kinda a long story. That was during the time when Subaru and the others had departed for the Pleiades watchtower. While Otto stayed behind in Prestella to recover from his injuries, Garfield had aided with the city's reconstruction and assisted in the retrieval of the witches' remains that had been sealed beneath the city. One of the members of that excavation team was Ezo, along with Garfield, Ricardo, and for some reason, Liliana. 1. Beatrice. Just from what has been said, it sounds like a group that would get into a great amount of wrangling, I suppose. Ezo, albeit challenging, it was a time from which I learned a great deal. Of course, I was helped by Garfield Khan many times. Though it feels strange to say it in front of him, he is a remarkable young man. Subaru, he, not at all, not at all. Beatrice, that much is trivial for him, in fact. It was a bit embarrassing to see Subaru and Beatrice looking even happier than Garfield at Ezo's unashamed and bold praise. In truth, Garfield also deeply understood that Ezo had more than just a big head, and that he was an excellent magician in a battle situation. Though, it was a bit frustrating that he had underestimated Ez due to having an even more outstanding magician so close to him usually. Ezo, now then, while it is not unfavorable to deepen our friendship, let us get through the issue at hand before doing so. I am having Miss Flam watch over him, but let us discuss Aldono. Subaru. About Al, Ezo, indeed. There is just one thing I would like to verify, but I suspect that Aldono's objective may lie in the resurrection of Priscilla Bariel Sama. But what are your thoughts? Subaru, wah, Garfield, ah. As Ezo stroked his chin and spoke, Subaru and Garfield's voices overlapped. At the sudden utterance of the word resurrection, at the very least, Garfield's comprehension could not keep up. Next to Garfield's befuddlement, Beatrice narrowed her round eyes. Beatrice, just what do you mean, I suppose? The resurrection of the dead. If it is a matter of the sacrament of the immortal king, we've had more than enough of that, in fact. Ez, I suppose you are referring to the incident in the Empire that I have only heard about in passing. The forbidden art of the sacrament of the immortal king captures my interest immensely, but that is not what I am referencing at the current moment. I worry about the method that Natsuki Dono jokingly spoke of earlier. Subaru, I jokingly. Ezo, a pseudo-resurrection of the dead, accompanied by means of reading the Book of the Dead of Priscilla Bariel Sama and overwriting himself with her existence. Subaru. Without any intonation in his voice, the words void of any emotion spoken by Ezo permeated into his brain. A pseudo-resurrection of the dead, the contents of Ezo's words did not make sense to Garfield. However, he knew from Subaru's astonished expression, with sweat forming on his forehead, that it was not a nonsensical idea that could be laughed off. Subaru was left speechless. Gazing at that state of his, Ezo continued. Ezo, as I mentioned previously, I have already read books of the dead, 12 of them in fact. The predicament I found myself in, the first time around, was a complete failure that I cannot bear to speak about, in accordance with Miss Flam's statements. And following the sensation I experienced at that time, provides an argument that the overwriting of the mind is possible. Beatrice. Subaru did say that their memories almost blended together, I suppose. But it is difficult to imagine that the reader's consciousness would then completely disappear, in fact. Ezo. With the sensation of blending and mixing together, that is indeed true. However, what if the reader was prepared with a state of mind to accept all of it? If they were to go in with the attitude that they would disappear from the start, would the mind of the person read from the book not then take hold without any resistance? Beatrice. Ezo. Of course, this is just an armchair theory. It is not as though I have actually tested it. Only, when considering the motives of someone who seeks out the book of the dead of an important person they have lost, it is an idea that comes to mind. Ezo spoke of his deductions at length. A deep, uncharacteristic frown was borne upon Beatrice's brow. Hearing that from the side, Garfield had no room to interject. He had been working his mind to try to get his head around it, and thought that he was beginning to understand it on a surface level. However, even if the books of the dead were completely filled with the memories and feelings of the dead, Garfield, something like that wouldn't really be coming back to life. Ezo. Ho, why do you think so? Garfield, cuz that thing. The soul ain't there. It ain't somebody inside a book. As his mind got all jumbled up, Garfield gnashed his canines and responded so. It was not something he could provide reasoning for or properly explain. However, since it was unthinkable that people were made up of nothing more than memories and information, he answered so. To Garfield's response, Ezo narrowed his eyes. Ezo. Yes, I am of the same opinion as Garfield can. Garfield. Huh. Ezo, what is with that idiotic expression and voice? It is ruining your masculinity. Maintain a dignified air. As Garfield somehow managed to wring out an answer, Ezo looked at his troubled face, raised a finger, and continued. You see, Ezo, Garfield Khan's observation has hit the nail right on the head. Even if the books of the dead describe everything about the dead, even if the experiences and emotions accompanying those descriptions can be lived through vicariously, and even supposing the mind can be overwritten, that would not be a resurrection of the dead. It would be the birth of a distinct entity that shares the memories, experiences, and emotions of the dead. Subaru, a distinct entity that shares in memories, experiences, and emotions. Ezo. I do not consider that to be a true resurrection of the dead. I wonder if many would not also intuitively think that way. That is why I wish to ascertain. Does Aldono desire to resurrect the dead? If for that purpose he has chosen the method of a book of the dead, his wish shall not be granted. Subaru, Ezo. But then again, if he wishes to keep Priscilla Sama within his heart, that is yet another plan. Slowly shaking his head, Ezo brought his own thoughts to a close. Being prompted to think through that manner of speaking, Garfield's teeth had ended up clattering, and he then peeked at Subaru's state. Subaru ought to have been the one who wanted to sympathize with Al's feelings and do something for him the most. Hearing what Ezo had just said, just what would Subaru think? Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. Beatrice, Subaru. Until I was told about it, I hadn't even considered such a possibility. I simply thought that Al just wanted to know what Priscilla was thinking in her final moments. That, and I was also hoping that he might be able to get himself together while searching for the book, pressing his fist against his forehead. Subaru blamed himself for not having thought of it. Witnessing his pitiful state of self-reproach, Garfield grabbed the arm, pressing his fist against his forehead with a captain. No relief would come from tormenting himself like that. This was something that Garfield deeply understood through the white scar upon his own forehead. Ez, I do not think you ought to be blamed for not having thought of it. This is just something that I could think of because I have had the experience of actually reading books of the dead, as well as the tendency to look at things with a multi-layered approach. There remains room for doubt on whether Aldono intends to enact such a thing. But Subaru, I know. I really do, Ezo-san. If by some chance Al wants to disappear so Priscilla can return, that's a no-go. Firmly clenching his molars, there was strength in Subaru's eyes as he responded to Ez. Then Subaru looked towards Garfield, who had grabbed his hand. Subaru, my bad, I caused you to worry. Garfield, ain't something you need to apologize for. This time it's my amazing self's job to worry bout you, Captain. Both Artabro and Emilia-sama are really counting on me a ton after all. Subaru, well, guess there's no helping it. As Garfield released his hand and shrugged his shoulders, Subaru gave a wry smile and dropped his own shoulders. Then Subaru muttered, all right, and Subaru, let's all agree to not say anything about this to Al. If he hasn't thought of it himself, then it might go to serve as unnecessary encouragement. Just make sure not to leave Al alone. Garfield, if he searches for the book when he's by himself and ends up reading it, there won't be any way to stop him. Ezo, it would be ideal to locate the book before he does. Whether you intend to show him the book or not, having the book grants you the initiative. Subaru, though I don't want to think about it like a scramble for initiative. Garfield, Captain. Considering the possibility that Al might end up not knowing what to do, Subaru feebly muttered in the midst of the conversation. To begin with, the reason they had brought Al to the tower like this was to prevent him from ending up at a loss for what to do. And yet, if the act of coming here caused Al to not know what to do, then it was an act akin to putting carriage before ground dragon. Garfield, fixing his gaze on the floor of the tower by his feet, Garfield cursed the Pleiades watchtower. For what reason did the tower store the memories of the dead in the form of books of the dead, tempt the hearts of those who sought them, and torment Subaru and the rest of them? Beatrice. Al is currently searching for the book he seeks in the library, I suppose. Ezo. Yes, he should be. Beatrice. What of the girl named Flam, who you left together with him? What sort of girl is she, in fact? Ezo, she is an attendant of Felt-sama, or rather, she is a servant of House Astria. She is the descendant of a family that has served House Astria for generations, so albeit young, she possesses strength that is not to be made light of. Without magic, I would not be able to do a single thing against her. At Ezo's explanation, Garfield was able to understand Flam's posture from earlier. He had not seen her moving with agility, but Flam's standing posture was by far the most beautiful one. There she kept her center of gravity, prepared in a manner that rivaled Ram. That was not to say that her abilities were equal to those of Ram, but since she worked for House Astria, it was probably fine to expect her to have strength corresponding to that role. Ezo. In all likelihood, Aldono will forego food and sleep in favor of searching for the book. We also intend to offer help to split up the labor in the search. But what is the time frame of your sojourn at the tower? Subaru. We plan to stay for 3 days. Al's also accepted that. 3 days. That was the predetermined period of their sojourn at the Pleiades watchtower. Even if Priscilla's Book of the Dead were to not be located in that time, they would leave the tower after 3 days and return Al to the Bariel domain, where he would stay by Schultz's side. That was why, until then, Subaru wished to create an impetus for Al to regain his footing, and Garfield had likewise approved of that point. It would be good if these 3 days could be used to serve a constructive purpose for Al, and ensuring that this time would not be used for anything else was, Garfield, the duty that my amazing self's gotta fulfill here no matter what. Clenching his fists so tightly that his bones began to creak, Garfield firmly assumed his own responsibility. In order to accomplish what had been entrusted to him by Emilia, Frederica, Otto, Ram, and Rem, who were not present here, and by Roswell too. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Indeed, as Garfield resolved himself to paint over the disquieting possibilities, the eyes of the divine dragon, the target of their gaze unclear, oversaw him and his allies with their unchanged state of ambiguity. Translation notes. 1. The web novel diverges from its own canon and is taking from the light novel here. In the web novel, Capella's request in Prestella is to bring 20 couple who really love each other. However, this is changed in the light novel to be the remains of a witch kept in the city. which are surmised to be typhons by Al. There's heaps of changes in the light novel regarding this, but that's the summarized form that matters here. Arc 9, Chapter 11. You are no longer among us. Human translated by Archbishop. Machine translated by Archbishop. Do Datchesam. Beloved proofread by Archbishop. Archbishop Grimks. Archbishop #750 Elimin 7 Archbishop. Japanese to English checking by Vinikayan Rejasu. Archbishop. Art sources Jauge 2983. I know everyone is worried, but I think they're acting a little too crude. While preparing dinner for everyone inside the Pleiades watchtower, Petra expressed her thoughts on the awkward atmosphere. It had already been half a day since they arrived at the tower, and they had a time limit of 3 days for their stay, so Subaru and the others had rushed to the library to search for the book they were looking for. Petra was busy preparing dinner for the group, who would surely come back hungry, but the atmosphere in the library nearby was terrible. Petra, neither Subaru nor Garfsan were able to concentrate on finding the book at all. Hey, are you listening? The one to nod absent-mindedly in response to Petra's question with a yeah, I hear you was Maylie. She scooped out some of the contents of the pot Petra was heating on the stove with a small spoon and tasted it, Maylie. Yes, this is delicious. Petra-chan, your cooking is getting better and be tilde teeter. Petra, thanks, but I still have a long way to go before I can reach the heights of Frederick-Nisama, so I've got to keep working hard. Besides that, the formidable Remni-sama has returned. Maylie, would she really be a formidable Oppo tilde Nent? Ram Wanessen's younger sister doesn't remember anything, Rai tilde GHT. Then, I don't think she's any threat to you, Petra-chan, either in cooking or anything L tilde C. Petra, you don't know that. She fell in love with him once, so it wouldn't be strange at all for her to fall in love with him again, or rather, I think it's already a little strange. Petra lowered her voice and questioned the atmosphere between Subaru and Rem, having been asleep for a long time. Rem's awakening made Petra happy. Subaru and Ram had always been concerned about her, and Petra had also looked after her as she slept every day. She was fully aware of how cherished Rem was. Be honest, she also thought that if Rem had not woken up sooner, she would not have been able to assess her love rival's strength. Once Petra did meet and speak with Rem in person, she got quite a good impression from her earnest and hardworking attitude, but there was something strange about her. Due to her lack of memory, she had quite a few disputes with Subaru, and even now she seemed to be responding to him in a relatively cold and harsh manner. Petra, but it's still strange. Maylie, I see tilde, but only Ison might have that kind of side to high tilde M. No matter how much I gla tilde re at him, he makes it all seem kind of silly tilde. Petra, yeah, that's right. I thought Subaru was a strange person at first too. Wait, wasn't the way you just said that strange, Maylie-chan? Maylie, stop I tilde T, you worry too mu-ch. Maylie stuck out her tongue and raised her hands with a displeased look on her face. Petra stared at her with a mu tilde expression and withdrew her suspicion for the time being. Before departing for the Empire, Maylie had stated that Petra was overthinking things as if the former's return from the Pleiades watchtower. But Petra thought it not a bad idea to be this cautious when it came to Subaru. Anyone could understand Subaru's appeal if they spent some time with him. And if they understood his appeal, the possibility of their feelings turning into something more special would increase dramatically. Petra, even in the Empire, he made a good impression on a lot of people while he was away from us. Subaru increased the number of people who liked him by about 1,000. Maylie, that's got to be an exaggerate tilde tian. 1,000 people is way too much, Petra. The number kept going up. It was mostly men, so that was good, but you can't let your guard down. Maylie, who had not seen the real thing, laughed it off as a joke, but Petra was not in the mood to laugh it off. While clenching her fist vigorously, she stirred the pot with her other hand to prevent it from boiling over, but her heart was always overflowing with thoughts of Subaru. If she did not do so, he would surely wander away from her sights, unconsciously approach someone hurt, and go to great lengths for them, just like how now they were at the tower to help Al move forward. Petra, so about Alcern, Maylie. Oh, you were saying something about being crude or what he not. What do you mean by tha tilde T? Petra, I'm just saying what I see. Subaru and Garfsan are too obvious in their attempts to keep an eye on Alcern, Maylie. True, those two don't seem like they'd be good at keeping an eye on some tilde one. Which person is Alsar tilde N? The little guy, the guy in the helmet. Petra, Meili-chan. After she had finished tasting the food, Meili moved away from the pot and sat down on the luggage that was lying there. As she rested her chin on her hands and gave that disinterested response, Petra pouted with a geez. As she had only joined the group partway through and had therefore only heard bits and pieces of what happened in the Empire, it was no wonder. Petra, don't act like you're already done with your work. You're one of us, Meili-chan, so try to take an interest in it. Meili, even if you say that, I don't have any work until we head ho tilde me. Even if you tell me not to look like I'm all done, I can't help I tilde T. Also, Petra-chan, I don't think I'm cut out to be a member of your groupie, Petra. You don't have to worry about that anymore. After all, didn't you go to the capital and get the Council of Wise Men's pardon? You should be proud of yourself. Hold your head up high with that cute face of yours. Meili, ye tilde s, it is a cute face. Petra sighed at Meili, who sat with her hands on her cheeks and a serious expression on her face, not even a smile. Meili really was not a bad girl at heart, but she had become so used to pretending to be a bad girl that it had become a way of life for her. She herself had started to lose track of whether she was being genuine or pretending. Probably. Petra, ugh. There are so many people I have to teach from square one. Meili, you always seem so busy. Petra char tilde n. I wonder if you ever get tie tilde red. Petra, you're one of the causes. Besides, Meili besides. Petra, I can't say I'm tired. If even the person I want to rest the most doesn't rest, it makes it even harder to raise the issue, don't you think? Meili. Petra, oh, the person I want to rest isn't Otto-san, okay? Otto-san should himself make some time and get a good night's sleep. At least 6 hours a day. Although Otto was used to not sleeping, it was, unlike Roswell, not because he did not need much sleep, but because he was just overdoing it. As proof, there were times when he would sleep for more than half a day like a corpse after he had finished a big job. Petra, even though I've told him that he shouldn't compare himself to Master, who's cheating with his own constitution, he doesn't listen to me at all. Meili, hee. I'm not good at talking like that either. Boo tilde T, you really don't like that lord, do you? Petra char tilde N. Aren't you relieved that you're not with high tilde M? Petra, that's true. Because of that, I ended up going separately from Frederick and Isama, but it means that she trusts me. This was the first time that Petra had been left in charge of a long journey of 10 days or more, although she had been left in charge for a day or two previously. At the meeting of the Western Margraves, and on the journey to the Empire, Frederica or Ram had always been with her. This time, however, Petra had been left on her own. For that reason, her enthusiasm was different. She had to keep an eye on everyone. Petra, that's why I'm worried about Alsan too. He's the one with the helmet. Meili, yeah, he's quite a conspicuous Matilda N. Isn't he the reason we came to the tower? Petra, that's right. He really wanted to read a certain book of the dead. I think it's a good thing if reading it makes him feel better. Meili, that's a strange way of putting I tilde T. Does Al really worry you that mu tilde ch? Petra, well no, I'm more worried about Subaru and Garfsen than I am about Alsan. At Petra's answer, Meili tilted her head and asked, about Onii-sen and Gar tilde Rf-sen. It seemed that she was more interested in this than the topic of Al, and she looked at Petra with a frown. Petra responded to Meili's gaze with a because, and continued, Petra. They both think too much about things like it's their own problem. When your family, friends, or other important people are feeling down, you know how sometimes you get so caught up in trying to cheer them up that you end up getting depressed too? Meili. Who know tilde s? Is that so tilde? Petra, maybe I was foolish to ask you, Meili-chan. Petra, who was seeking sympathy, was met with a blank expression from Meili. Feeling a lack of a response, as if pushing against a strong tide, Petra's worries were directed at Subaru and Garfield in a 6-to-4 ratio. Petra had also heard from Subaru and the others that there was a suspicion that Al's purpose in searching for Priscilla's Book of the Dead was to resurrect her. She had no idea whether this was actually possible, but if it was, Petra could understand why Subaru and the others would want to keep a close eye on Al's every move. Petra, but even though I originally wanted Alsan to read the book, I now feel like it might be the opposite, and my head and heart are at odds with each other. Petra knew that when there was a discrepancy between one's head and heart, between reason and emotion, their performance would suffer dramatically. Not just for Petra, but for anyone. It went without saying that one's results would be better when one's sense of purpose and actual actions were in sync. Now, could it really be said that Subaru and the others had their minds and actions in sync? Petra, Meili. If you ask me, Petra-chan thinks too much, too tilde. Oh, tilde. And looking at Petra's contemplative profile, Meili noticed something and spoke up. Drawn in by the voice, Petra asked, "What?" As her eyes fell on someone who had appeared in the entrance to the room. On the fourth floor there were many rooms, and as Petra and her friend were preparing dinner in one of the rooms, they were visited by the person they had just been talking about. "Yo, I thought something smelled good. Are you two girls preparing dinner?" Saying so, Al gave a light wave and walked over. Flam was quietly following behind him, probably to make sure he was not left alone. Petra was at a loss for words momentarily at the unexpected appearance of the pair, but Meili, Tilda-S, dinner is being prepared. But I'm just watching. Petra-chan is the one co-tilda-oking. Al, what you're blatantly slacking off, is what I'd like to say, but Miss Meili's done a great job on the way here. I can't really speak all high and mighty to you. Meili, of co-tilda-us. As long as I'm here, no one can disobey me, you know, tilda W. Al, no doubt, no doubt. Thank you, thank you. Al made a bow to the pompous Meili while using only his right hand to make a gesture of gratitude. While those two talked to each other, Flam walked over to Petra, who was mixing a pot. "Flam, thank you for your hard work. I apologize for leaving the preparation of our meal to you." Petra, "Oh, it is fine. Flam-chan, you were taking care of Ezo-san until we got here, right? You can leave it to us for a while." Flam, "Thank you." Ezo-sama has a bad habit of quickly forgetting to eat or sleep because he is so absorbed in what is in front of him. It is a problem. Petra, I am familiar with that type of person as well. At Flam's sincere words, Petra nodded deeply out of sympathy. Flam was also a servant, but she was probably 1 or 2 years younger than Petra. As one born into a family that served the Astria family, it was possible that she had more experience as a servant than Petra. But Petra, let us work hard together as the caretakers for everyone. You can talk to me about anything. Striking her own chest, Petra spoke to Flam like she was her older sister. No matter how much her work skills improved, Petra's position as the youngest in the camp would not change. No matter how hard she worked, age was the only thing she could not catch up to or surpass, and that was the downside of being the youngest. Of course, with Beatrice and Emilia being over 400 and 100 years old respectively, she could not act like an older sister with them, despite their cuteness. Therefore, the opportunity to be in contact with someone clearly younger than herself, such as Schult and Utakata in the Empire, was invaluable to Petra. Flam, thank you, Petra-sama. I will do so immediately. Petra, yes, yes, what is it? Flam, no matter how many times I have told him, the young master has not gotten out of the habit of treating both my sister and myself like children. What should I do? Petra, you mean R. Reinhardt's and Tilda? With the immediate subject of the consultation suddenly being a big one, Petra was very unsure of how to respond. Although Reinhard van Astria and Petra did not know each other directly, everyone in the kingdom of Lugunica had at least heard rumors of the knight amongst knights. Petra's opinion was that Subaru was more amazing as a knight, but it would be remiss to make such an assessment of someone she had never met in person. In any case, Petra, however, I know how it feels to be treated like a child when you do not want to be treated like one. In the meantime, you should stop letting him pat you on the head. Flam, the head. Well, myself aside, Grassis does not seem to mind being patted on the head by the young master. Myself aside. Petra, it is not like I dislike it or anything, you know. I do not dislike it per se, but the sense of distance in a relationship like that is not good. Petra herself was in the process of trying to rectify this stalemate in a relationship. Therefore, her answers to Flam's questions were very specific. Hearing the response Petra gave with her fists clenched, Al cleared his throat. Petra, Alsan, what do you need? Al, my bad, but the advice you gave to Flamchan's a tad off the mark. Looks like Flamchan and you have different feelings. Petra, really? Do you not like Reinhardtsen? Flam, I do like the young master, but not as someone of the opposite sex. Petra, right. While embarrassed for jumping to the wrong conclusion, Petra stuck out her tongue a bit. And then she turned her attention to Al and continued with, That's surprising, Petra. Alsan, you actually understand this sort of thing. Al, oi, I'm a mature old man, you know. I've been through the sweet and the bitter, though mostly through other people. Mayli, if it's through other people, then you can't really boast about it, right? Tilda GHT. Al, it ain't boasting, you know. It's self-depreciation, whelp. Shrugging his shoulders, Al's stomach suddenly growled. Petra loosened her lips to that. Petra, please wait a little longer. I will be finished soon. Al, Tilda, my bad for the rush. This one ain't on me, it's on my growling stomach. Petra responded with a nod and a yes, sir, to the talkative Al, and then while exchanging light banter with Al, Petra feared that Subaru and Garfield's attitude towards him was excessive. She understood why they worried with all the varied, tangled assumptions, but at the very least Al could pretend to make a recovery. A truly down and depressed person was incapable of that kind of care for the people around them. Mayli, old man, you sure do eat. Although probably not reading Petra's mind, Mayli spoke to Al. Al responded with of course to Mayli's words and fiddled with the seams of his helmet. Al, being hungry's a problem, not eating or drinking drops your performance, and doesn't it actually take you further away from your goal? Mayli, that's true. But not drinking, eating, or sleeping is an option. You only have 3 days after all. Petra, Mayli-chan. Al, no, I don't mind. I'm aware I have a limit, and it's obvious to think, are you really serious when you're taking it that easy? Waving his hand, Al could not rebuke Mayli's words that hit the mark too well. Then he tapped his helmet with the nails of his waving hand and continued with a but, Al, I'm the princess's jester. To say I'll struggle in a desperate frenzy, I think that's a bit off. Petra, Alsan. Al, also it's true I promised a limit of 3 days, but it ain't set in stone right. Nothing's measured exactly by an hourglass. Don't you think if I cry, cling and beg, I could pull off an extra half day or so? Petra, PFFD. Petra could not help but burst out laughing once he suddenly brought up such a convenient argument after speaking in such a serious tone. Truly, if Al really did cry, cling, and beg, then they would probably need to extend their stay half a day. However, Petra, that would be inconvenient for us. Please make sure to properly drink, eat, and make time to sleep. If they relied on that from the beginning, then there would be no point in a deadline. Above all, the strictness that the rest of them could not do, it was Petra's job to properly speak that aloud, even if she knew that they may eventually overrule her. Petra, during these 3 days, I will be doing my best to help Alsan with Subaru and the others. Okay, it is ready. Al, so strict. Whoa. While he said that, Petra transferred the contents of the pan into a bowl, then lightly gave a sample to Al. Al took it, raised the chin of his helmet, then brought it to his lips. Al, hot, but it's tasty, he said in a soft mutter. Petra was satisfied with that. I dare say, apart from the sage who created this library, I am perhaps the person who has read more books of the dead than anyone else in the world. Allow me to state my perspective. I believe that what ultimately makes this library special is that it allows for the vicarious reliving of lost history. After dinner had concluded, Subaru and the others re-entered the library of Taygeta. There, while helping Al find the book he was seeking, as well as simultaneously keeping an eye on Al's movements, Ez had been giving a lecture to the preoccupied Subaru along with the others. Ezo's voice, contrary to his appearance, was low-pitched and projected well in the high-ceilinged library. Even though they were in different camps and did not share the same goals, his kindness in getting along with them in this way was commendable. However, since Flam was uninterested in joining in on such topics, it could just be that his eagerness to speak on them had exploded. Regardless, since it was an interesting subject, it was not boring to listen to. Even so, calling it reliving lost history is quite an exaggeration, in fact. Betty is aware that a book of the dead gives a glimpse into the life of the one who's died, but the scale is different, I suppose. Ezo, strictly speaking, Miss Beatrice's understanding is unimpeachable. However, that would only be from a perspective limited to a single book. On the other hand, when extrapolated across multiple books, the situation changes. Since they had split up to look through the bookshelves, they tended to speak quite loudly. It felt like talking out loud in a school library and brought with it a trifling sense of guilty pleasure. As they continued to talk across the bookshelves, Subaru tilted his head at Ezo's reply. Subaru, Come to think of it, Ezo-san has read more than 10 books. Right, the books of the dead. Since you can only read the ones of people you personally knew, isn't that a pretty high strike rate? One Garfield. Even though he spent all this time holed up in here, I'd agree with you. I've been looking for more than half a day now, but not a single name my amazing self knows has come up. Beatrice, this is a really low strike rate. In fact, names that are familiar are many, I suppose. But the names of acquaintances are an entirely different matter, in fact. Holding hands with Subaru and looking at the same bookshelf as he was, Beatrice muttered so in a whisper. In fact, having lived for 400 years, the walking encyclopedia that was Beatrice had come across several familiar names every now and then. Perhaps out of concern, she had not made an effort to mention them, but every time she had found one, since there was a reaction from their linked hands, it was not something she could keep hidden from Subaru. Subaru, as well, had not thought to ask about the people she did not mention. Al, to lie here and brag about being a lucky boy, I don't think Ezo-san is so vain. If you're aware of some sort of trick to such good luck, could you please teach it to me? Ezo, I am sorry to break it to you, but the secret is not luck, Al Dono. Natsuki Dono and his companions ought to be slightly more flexible and should start by doubting the premise. Subaru, the premise. Garfield, doubt it, you say. Ezo was an eloquent speaker, and yet Subaru and Garfield furrowed their brows at the proposition he had presented. Ezo, on the other hand, seemed pleased with their response, saying yes, with evident elation in his voice. Ezo, as Natsuki Dono said, in order for a Book of the Dead to exhibit its potential to the fullest, one must be acquainted with the person in question. I can think of a few reasons why such a restriction might be imposed, but they are all merely speculation, so let us put them aside for the time being. What matters is, given that premise, to relive the lives of those who have died a long time ago. During the era of the witches, for example, could be deemed infeasible. Subaru, I really don't want to look into those, even if I could, but that premise you doubted. Garfield, you're saying it can happen, that you can get to look into those of people other than acquaintances. Beatrice, if such a cheating technique existed, Ezo would have read more than just 12 books, I suppose. Ezo, ha ha ha, it is certainly thrilling to have my inquisitiveness recognized as such. Although it did not seem like a compliment, Beatrice's words had put Ezo in a good mood. Ezo seemed like someone who would have been suited to a position like a teacher, and Subaru thought seriously about what he said, but an answer could not come to mind straight away. Instead, Al, though it feels unlikely, a possibility does come to mind. Ezo, oh, splendid. Then, perhaps you could explain the possibility that you have surmised. Al, the premise is that you can only read the books of people you know. Since that's the case, you can't read the books of those who died long ago. But if you know someone who died a long time ago, then you can. Subaru, wait, that's true, but weren't we just saying that it can't be done? Al, is that so? You can do it in this place, don't you think? Stating thus, Al made a gesture of looking around the library of Taygeta. Subaru was initially slow to comprehend what Al had said and became lost in thought. But concerning the point of destroying the premise and the way Al had just spoken, he did arrive at such a possibility. That was Subaru. If you were to read someone's Book of the Dead, you could relive their life, which implies that, compared to prior to reading the book, the range of people you would know would have expanded. If that's the case, then, Beatrice, by increasingly stacking up acquaintances through this reliving, the number of lives that can be experienced, as well as the time traversed backwards, can also be increased, in fact. What Ezo meant finally makes sense, I suppose. Ezo, reliving lost history. Taking over from Al's speculation, Subaru and Beatrice, having found such means of utilizing the books of the dead, looked towards Ezo. Before the eyes of Subaru and the others, he slipped out from behind a bookshelf, spread his arms wide, and nodded. Ezo, brilliant. It is such a pleasure to see young people solve difficult problems by thinking through it on their own. I too, although walking ahead of you, find my heart racing. Al, sorry, but I'm older than you, Ezo-san. Beatrice, Betty, too, finds it upsetting to be treated like a young person, in fact. You're making light of a great spirit who has lived for 400 years, I suppose. Ezo. I have been rude. However, Natsuki Dono and Garfield Dono are young people, right? If only you had observed their faces when they arrived at the realization, Garfield. Gao, the words of the exultant Ezo, came to a stop at the displeasure evident in Garfield's expression. Garfield, who had been counting something with both of his hands, his emerald green eyes filled with confusion, tried his best to digest what Subaru and the others had just discussed, and ended up short-circuiting. Garfield, by reading the books, the guys you know'll increase. That'll increase, but the books left to read'll decrease. Increase. I don't get what y'all are saying, Subaru. It's okay, Garfield. What we were discussing just now, it isn't relevant to what we are trying to do right now, and it's something that you can get by without knowing. Subaru gave a wry smile as he comforted Garfield, who seemed to have many question marks floating above his head. At any rate, they now knew the reason why Ez had been able to read 12 books of the dead. He had not hit the lottery by being endowed with the absurd luck needed to read 12 books of the dead. Rather, he dealt with the situation by taking a drastic measure to increase the number of books that he could read by his vicarious experience with the books of the dead. He became acquainted with more of the dead in them. And just as Ezo had surmised, by doing so repeatedly, it should have allowed for going back in history a century or two, and it might have even been feasible to look into the time of the witches from 400 years ago, which he had given as an example. Unfortunately, Subaru was not interested in that era, but Subaru, Sattler. For but a moment, a name flashed across Subaru's mind, and he closed his eyes to shake off the wicked thought. Although he had said he held no interest in what had transpired 400 years ago, there was one name in particular that did intrigue him. However, the person with that name had not died, but was rather sealed, or so it was said. Consequently, her book would not exist within this library, but even if her book was here, Subaru was unsure if he would be able to read it. To be precise, there really were no means of ensuring it, and honestly, he did not want to find out. Subaru, but even if you know how to get it done, I think reading 12 books would be suicidal. Impressive work. Ezo, of course, even if I did use techniques to empty my mind, it was by no means an easy feat. Each time I read through a book, it was necessary to separate the original me from the information that flowed in. Concerning safety, about 2 days of rest would be needed in between. Ezo continued to be quite reckless, but realizing that it was a well-thought-out kind of recklessness, Subaru felt slightly more at ease. However, if he had started a book every 2 days, given the present state of having completed 12 books, it seemed slightly doubtful if that pacing matched. In any case, Al, I'm not sure I should use the term enjoyable here, but this conversation has certainly been interesting. Thank you, Ezo. There is a fine line between interest and enjoyment. So long as you're careful about the manner in which it is expressed, there is no need to blame yourself for how you feel. Likewise, for listening to my lecture, you have my gratitude. Al, my deepest thanks. Watching as Al politely said so in response to Ezo's lecture, Subaru felt like he was beginning to regain his composure. It did feel dangerous the first time he had so suddenly and carelessly reached for a book of the dead. But even though Priscilla's book had not yet been found, the sense of danger that seemed to be emanating from Al's entire body seemed to have faded considerably. Although there had been times in which he had made somewhat self-deprecating remarks still, he was honestly relieved to hear a little bit more of the frivolity that was typical of Al Subaru. As expected, it's hard on the psyche to be in a situation where you're constantly doubting someone. As Subaru said this, he recalled his early days in the Valetian Empire. In a situation in which he did not know anyone around him, unaware of whom to trust and whom not to, the time he had spent in constant fear of such things had been quite taxing upon his psyche. In the end, the Pleiades battalion from Gladiator Island and eventually Emilia and the others had joined together with him, thereby alleviating such fears. And so, with the weight on his shoulders lightened, it was when Subaru pulled himself together and looked at the bookshelf. He had discovered a book of the dead with the name Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter inscribed upon it. Subaru. With bated breath, Subaru motionlessly stared at that book of the dead. It was the same thing that had happened last time. Taking Subaru's book of the dead being present in the library as par for the course, the act of reading it had served as the key for the Natsuki Subaru, bereft of his memories, to return to being Natsuki Subaru. Nonetheless, being faced with it once again caused his stomach to sink. Without any further delay, he decided to avert his eyes from that Book of the Dead and leave the area. Subaru. No, wait. Subaru put the brakes on himself. Subaru's Book of the Dead being here was fine. However, would it not be dangerous to avert his gaze and leave it there as it was? Present here was Al, who, like Subaru, had been summoned from their original world to this parallel one. The title of the book was Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter written in kanji, but Al might be able to read it. Then, if Al were to find the book of Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and heedlessly open it, then was it not quite likely to give rise to some tremendously complicated developments? For Al to learn of the outrageous things that had occurred in the life Subaru had started in this other world from zero until now was fine. The problem was, if that overlapped with the penalty of learning about return by death, Subaru did not know what sort of inconveniences it might bring about. Subaru, the one who seemed to bestow the power of return by death upon him, the witch of envy Sattler, Subaru had no choice but to recognize that she did not bear any malice towards him. But on the other hand, it was the truth that he did not believe in the witch enough to think she would ease up on the penalty. So in order to ensure that such a thing did not inadvertently occur, should he not then hide the book? Beatrice, Subaru, you've been quite fidgety for a while now, in fact. Do you need to use the toilet, I suppose? Subaru, no, that's not it. To tell you the truth, I found quite an inconvenient Book of the Dead, so if possible I want to move it to a place that's harder to find. Beatrice, inconvenient. Don't tell me, have you located Priscilla's book, in fact? Subaru, I guess it's only natural you'd think so. But no, it's not that. At Beatrice's suspicion, Subaru shook his head from side to side. He could not reveal return by death to Beatrice either, and he had avoided explaining it until now through the power of their bond, but this was a bit of a difficult situation. Of course, Beatrice could not read kanji, so she could not read the title of Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Having said that, it would be in bad faith to irresponsibly deceive her and hide the book. That was why Subaru. Biko, this is a book that absolutely must not be read. If someone were to mess up and read it, it's possible that the Witch of Envy will reach her hands out of her shrine again. Beatrice, why you're speaking of outrageous things all of a sudden, I suppose. Out of her shrine again, does that mean Subaru will be sent away to the Empire all over again, in fact? Such a thing must not be allowed to happen, I suppose. Subaru, I think the same, and in reality it might end up coming true. That's why saying those words, Subaru pulled the book in question, that of Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, out from the bookshelf. While being careful not to open it and inadvertently live through his own experiences again, he softly whispered into Beatrice's ear. Hearing that, Beatrice knit her eyebrows as she nodded seriously. Beatrice, Murak. Then Beatrice activated her yin magic, making Subaru's body as light as a feather. Liberated from the yoke of gravity, Subaru hopped on top of a bookshelf and stealthily hid the withdrawn book there. Subaru, it's like I'm a naughty brat who's up to some serious mischief in the library. It was an act that would trouble the librarian, since a book had not been returned to its original location. In front of Beatrice, who had worked as the librarian of the Forbidden Library for many years, it was an act that lacked the fear of God, but there was no other choice. After 3 days, right before they left the tower with Al, he would need to make sure to remember to return it to its original place. Subaru, though there's the concern that Ezo-san finds it with his curious mind and then reads it. I mean, it would be really bad if anybody reads it, so maybe it would be better to just dispose of it right away. Dispose of what, bro? Subaru, you who are. Having returned to Beatrice after hiding the book, he had been racking his brains to think of how to handle the book of Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and that was when a voice suddenly called to his back, causing him to shriek. Causing that extreme shriek to reverberate throughout the archive, Subaru turned around. Standing there was Al, taken aback by Subaru's exaggerated reaction. Al, oi, you're getting way too startled. I was just trying to make small talk. Subaru, ah yeah, sorry for frightening you. I let out a way louder scream than I meant to. Al, nah, wasn't that big a deal for me, if anything? Wasn't it a bigger issue for her? Subaru, her. Then looking to where Al was pointing, Subaru let out an ah as he looked at Beatrice. Crouching down, Beatrice covered both her ears with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Beatrice. WWH, what kind of loud voice was that, in fact? My ears, Betty's ears are ringing. They've begun to ring, I suppose. Subaru, I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. I love you. Beatrice, I cannot hear you, in fact. Say it in a louder voice, I suppose. Subaru, Biko lovely, Biko pretty. As Beatrice drew ever closer to crying, Subaru earnestly appealed to her through love. Puffing up her cheeks, Beatrice kept silent after hearing Subaru's words, and then gave a deep sigh. And then, Beatrice, well, considering your feelings of love towards Betty, it will be pardoned, in fact. Display your gratitude to my generosity, I suppose. Subaru, I'm grateful, many thanks. I love you forever. Well then, Stroking Beatrice's head as she withdrew her tears, Subaru turned to face Al once again. Al, who had been watching over his lovey-dovey time with Beatrice, prefaced with, you done. As he fiddled with the fixtures on his helmet, Al, whenever I look at it, you really are deeply in love with that spirit of yours, ain't you, bro? Sorry for getting in the way of your honeymoon. Subaru, don't worry about that at this point. If anything, delaying my time with Emiliatan and the others after returning from the Empire is way more. Wait, no, I'm sorry. When Al light-heartedly made banter, Subaru had tried to respond in his usual tone, but realizing that he was making an exceedingly careless comment, he covered his mouth with his hand. However, while Subaru was regretting that comment, Al put on a wry smile. Al, welp, you ain't wrong. You're completely right, bro. Rather, lemme thank you again. Even if it's just 3 days, it must have been troublesome to set aside this time for me. Al conveyed his gratitude, to which Subaru could not easily come up with a reply. In their journey to the Pleiades watchtower to search for a Book of the Dead, it was none other than Al himself who had proposed a sojourn of 3 days at the tower. Of course, that may have also just been to increase his chances of being accompanied by Subaru and the others in order to arrive at the tower safely. However, Subaru also took this as proof that Al could not be that selfish. Al, Biko-chan, I'm sorry for bringing bro along with me. Thanks for coming with us. Beatrice, it is a matter of course that Betty is together with Subaru, in fact. Also, Betty is not so benevolent as to repeat the same warning many times, I suppose. Correct it by yourself, in fact. Al, gotcha. She's very kind, your kid. Subaru, yeah, that's right. With a light body that's just like fluffy cotton candy, filled to maximum capacity with kindness and loveliness, that's Biko. Replying to Al's whisper, Subaru relinked his hand with Beatrice's. Seeing the exchange between Subaru and Al, Beatrice seemed to hide her embarrassment with a HMPH, I suppose, as she turned her face away. Loosening his lips at Beatrice's charming reaction, Subaru heaved a sigh, and Subaru, Al, how's the library? Al, as you can see, no results just yet. I thought that it might be possible in 3 days, but man, I'm really at a loss with this number of books. It's really on the level of finding a single needle dropped in a desert, isn't it? Subaru. As Al gestured toward the rest of the archive with his single hand, his words were not entirely mistaken. In this world, nay, since the creation of this great library Pleiades, just how many people had lost their lives. The idea of ascertaining that, one book at a time, was overwhelming. Much less when exactly as per Ezo's words, the books were increasing every second, let alone every day. Subaru. But don't give up, man. We're all here to lend you a hand. Al, bro, Beatrice. That's right, in fact. To end things with a broken heart due to not finding it despite making this much of a detour before returning to the mansion will not be permitted, I suppose. That's why you mustn't give up, in fact. Al, at the sequence of words from Subaru and Beatrice, Al silently cast his eyes down. Seeing him opening and closing his lowered right hand, Subaru felt an air of hesitation about him. That was what Subaru had hoped. Putting it like that was far too cold-hearted. But having done something similar, it was a reaction he had wanted to elicit from Al with the objective of reading Priscilla's Book of the Dead. Al had come to the Pleiades watchtower. However, by actually laying eyes upon the library and still focusing on the act of processing Priscilla's death, Subaru hoped that Al would be able to recover even if he was unable to read the book. As proof of that, Al's depreciating statements of clear self-abandonment had decreased, and his attitude had softened. The fact that he would then also begin to feel guilt because of that, Subaru understood. Therefore, he added on. Subaru, Al, when Biko and I say to not give up, we aren't talking about finding the book. We're telling you to not give up on the things you can be satisfied with. Al, satisfied. Subaru, yeah. Not stuff like I got fed up with it, or I didn't have enough time, but to draw a conclusion through your own thoughts. That's what I think it means to find satisfaction. If he was unable to communicate it well, then Subaru thought this might come off as a terribly insensitive comment. Depending on how it was interpreted, it might have sounded like he was trying to persuade him to be satisfied with Priscilla's death. But that was not what Subaru wished to say. It was not that. It was not a matter of whether Priscilla was dead or alive, but rather to face the matter of Priscilla's death and truly believe that he had confronted it enough was to be satisfied. Mourning her, remembering her, and finding closure somewhere. That was necessary. For that purpose, Subaru. For 3 days, see through to it with all you've got until you're satisfied. Will also accompany you with everything we've got. Beatrice, I told you before, you mustn't have such unhealthy practices like depriving yourself of sleep and rest, I suppose. You'll become Otto, in fact. As Subaru made a reassuring appeal, Beatrice winked as she added that on. Hearing the words of the pair, Al slightly inhaled, and then slowly raising his helmet, he sighed. That was a so long that it seemed like a large mass of something was slipping out of him, sigh. Al, 3 days, huh? Subaru, yeah, no extensions. Well, if you seriously beg for it, I may end up thinking about it, but don't count on it from the start. Beatrice, if we return later than expected, we'll get a severe scolding from Emilia, I suppose. Subaru, a severe scolding from Emilia-tan, though that would still be an adorable sight in and of itself. No matter what emotions, what expression, or what angle, Emilia was so cute that his eyes would cease all functionality, but he had already worried her enough. If possible, he only wanted to see positive faces such as smiles and bashful expressions from here on out. Subaru. Well, no matter the expression, the truth of Empt shall never waver, but... As Subaru said that, he shrugged his shoulders at Beatrice's dumbfounded expression and looked back at Al then, meeting Subaru's gaze head-on. Al nodded, and Al Shamak. The next instant, the world of Natsuki Subaru cut to black. Al, 3 days. With 3 days, there'd be some caution that something might happen on the 3rd day. That which fell onto the library of Taygeta's floor with a high-pitched clunk, about to roll away, he pinned down with his toes to keep it from escaping. Al, the corollary of that is that a person let their guard down the most right after a nice chat on the evening of the 1st day. Squatting in place, he picked up the black orb that his toes had halted. Cold and hard to the touch, it felt somewhat like a glass ball, but it was no object so fragile. It would be troubling if it were. This was a jail capable of capturing even a witch. Al, I understand, bro, no, Natsuki Subaru. I won't kill you. It seemed that there were some who would become desperate in their attempts to murder Natsuki Subaru no matter the cost, doing so with reckless abandon, but none of them understood. Even if that were indeed done, there would be zero meaning to it. If that were to be done, it would be Natsuki Subaru's battlefield. One must never fight against Natsuki Subaru on his battlefield. That was to say, Al, its starting teacher, so that I may be myself. Priscilla Bariel was no longer among them. Ergo, Al Aldebaran, in order to accomplish the original objective he had once abandoned, began to act. The battle to remove Natsuki Subaru from this world commenced. Translation note. 1. This term, despite Chinese letter being in Japanese, was underlined as strike rate due to its meaning being attached to baseball and cricket, meaning it is likely foreign to Ray Zero's world.